Oh, you thought they was actually starting on time. Now I told you 10:15, G. I know my people. Good morning, everybody. Good morning.
Trey, you don't know everything, sir. You don't know
Shit.
everything. Just
So,
hush.
all
Just
right.
ride the wave. Just be quiet.
At
Don't come on here with that
10:40,
bullshit today.
at 10:15, just say you was right, Trey. You know your folks. That's
I'm
all I
not
need you to
saying
say.
nothing. I'm not. Good morning, everybody. I'm
No,
sorry
no,
y'all have to
you
come
just
in
told me
this.
I don't know
Good
everything
morning,
loud and
everybody.
wrongly. Good morning, everybody.
I
You just
don't
proclaimed
want
loud and wrongly
hush,
that I
Trey.
don't know
Just
what
be
I'm talking
quiet.
about. So come on. It's like, so you ain't been noticing they
Trey,
been
it
late
don't
all this
fucking
week?
matter. Like yesterday. Okay, so when you went live, did you not go live at a certain time, even though they was not
Yeah, at
ready?
10
So
o'clock.
why are you badgering me?
Because I'm
Why are
speaking
you
from
badgering me?
experience. I ain't badgering you,
I
but I
don't
had
care.
told you.
I
I
don't care
told you
about
it's
your
gonna be at least
experience, sir.
10:15. You know what?
Why do
You
you have to say anything? Why do you
I'm
have
gonna
to
leave,
talk?
you sound a bit agitated because we got 35 minutes before they come on. We just gonna sit in silence.
It don't
Fine.
matter.
Okay,
If
we can
you
sit in
don't, it
silence
don't
then.
matter, Trey.
We can sit in silence.
Ugh.
Let's sit in
Do what
silence.
is that?
Let's sit in silence then and just watch the damn screen. Let's go.
Ain't that what you did yesterday?
No, I was angry
Hey,
and upset and talking shit. That's what I was doing. I
yesterday
talked
doing
shit about
lunch,
them
Trey. You did
being
not.
late and
Yes,
rude.
I am so disappointed in you and mad. Y'all did not put on the lunchtime show.
Absolutely not. I was probably asleep. Mad said one or two words, but that was
Sleep.
it.
Yeah, you were. Sleep.
Actually, I did put on a show, but
Yeah, he said a couple words.
our streams are separated. So if you was on my end, I was trying to get them to jump over for
Yeah,
breaking
man was
reports.
just
But
man was
I
screen
heard your
recording what
breaking
we had
reports.
going
I heard
on.
when you talked about the football player and things of that sort. So I take that back, man. I forget
But
what I did.
criminal
I
attempt,
take
first
that
degree
back,
murder,
man.
and
I'm
criminal
sorry.
firearm.
Trey, you
The
late.
defense had provided me with some cases. Also, Mr. McAlpine sent me a case as well, State v. Claxton. W20090167 CCAR3CD. And so after review, again, the standard is after prosecution, any rational trier of fact could find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the offense. And Millen versus State laid out what the standard is. In short, if evidence demonstrates that the defendant intended to cause or result the death of a person, that he did so with intended victim, intended result is first degree murder. So also State v. Claxton sets forward things that can be considered for premeditation: the use of a deadly weapon upon an unarmed victim, the particular cruelty of the killing, declarations by the defendant of the intent to kill, evidence of procurement of a weapon, preparations before the killing for concealment of the crime, and calmness immediately after the killing. And so, in considering those things, the court finds that there is sufficient evidence for this matter to go forward with the jury, because although the defendant may not have intended to kill Miss Perry, the law says that all that's required is that she had the intent to kill a person, and that person would have been Brodus Perry, who was shot multiple times. So, in considering all those things, the court finds that there is sufficient evidence for this matter to proceed to the jury. I know there was some indication about felony murder, but that case also it says something about criminal attempt murder whenever it's not the intent victim should be felony murder, but that case also says that it can be criminal attempt premeditated murder as well, just not felony murder, just when it's not the intended victim. So the court finds that there's sufficient evidence, and because the court finds that there's sufficient evidence on criminal attempt murder 1 and count 2, The court also finds that there is sufficient evidence for the case to go forward to the jury on employment of a firearm. As indicated in my previous ruling, the defendant used the allegation that she used the firearm in commission of the criminal attempt murder, which the court finds that there is sufficient evidence for that to go forward to the jury, that she did so intentionally. So the court's going to deny the motion for judgment of acquittal at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And then there was a second issue, and I guess we can approach it at that.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome. I just want to say her wig is horrible. May, did you hear me apologize and say you were lazy?
Yeah, I heard you. It's no biggie. Money boy always getting me set up in a jail, man. Don't make no sense.
And what the fuck do I have to do with that?
Yeah.
I didn't make her say she was disappointed in us. I personally don't give a damn that she was disappointed in me.
Yeah, he's tried to
I
set
know
me
you
up
don't. We
again,
all know
man.
you don't with your trifle.
How you disappointed and
We know.
I filled in? I came through in the clutch and you disappointed in me? Nigga, you niggas are ungrateful.
And I made one more correction.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Hold on.
On the
Trey, no, you didn't switch this on me. No, you did not switch this around. See what I'm talking about?
Niggas are ungrateful.
Memphis.
You don't know. I could have had a freak I was playing and I was like, nah, I can't even do it, man. I got to do the live. You don't know what I had going.
Both of us can't freak off at the same time, Trey. We got to take turns.
I mean, she hit me up at an ungodly hour talking about, can you do the live? I was so confused. I was like, are you talking about today or tomorrow? Which one?
Now you want to dox me. Now you want to dox me, Trey.
You started it talking about you disappointed in me. That's fine. I'm going to say no next time.
No, you're not. You never tell me no.
I could have been trying to put somebody in the Dulo twist. And you ain't care.
Boy, the classic Dulo twist.
Oh my goodness. Trey, you awful. You awful. You just turned that around on me. Oh my God.
criminal attempt first degree murder.
They tricking us. They finna go on break.
I think she sent that out to
She
you.
sure will. As soon as she get these jury instructions, probably before she get a jury instruction. This judge lazy. Melissa, he said ungodly hour. Don't listen to Trey, y'all. Don't listen to Trey.
Evidently, the sun wasn't up yet.
Who waits till the sun
I'm
come up to wake up? I'm up way before the sun come up, man. I beat the sun up, man. I beat the sun. You see what time you got your text this morning? I mean your link.
Oh yeah. See, I was already up. See, I was already ready to go.
See? Hey, Miss Cole, man. Hey, y'all. Hey, Miss B, Lady Marie, Melissa. Hey, everybody. Welcome. Hopefully, we're going to get I think we're going to get a verdict all today. I don't think this going to go through the weekend at all. I think once they get those instructions, they'll probably go back there for a couple of hours. It's going to be over with. I do believe.
Well, were there any corrections or anything from what the parties saw?
I did, Your Honor. I don't know if the state wants to go first.
I just have one issue that it's always been something I haven't understood. So when the definitions of intentionally and transferred intent is in second-degree murder, but not in first-degree murder, and I don't understand why that is.
You said second.
Right, and so my position is that language should be in the charge for murder one, because it is a criminal attempt murder one. It doesn't
A criminal
affect,
attempt, second degree murder, or just second degree.
well, so, yeah, so the transferred intent element is, so the criminal intent, by the time you get there, the court is saying, I've already defined.
I changed that.
Oh, did you?
I did.
Okay.
Because the criminal attempt, for serious violent injury, I included, hold on, let me make sure she sent you the correct option.
And she may have. I
We
just-
got a corrected one last night,
Okay, it's another.
or this
one.
morning, actually.
Now, let me make sure.
Told you. They just hit us with a gotcha bitch moment. Gotcha.
I'm not shocked at all. You Memphis people, I declare. I don't think, and listen, it got to be something good for me to come back to Memphis. We packing our shit and leaving today. We ain't coming back to Memphis.
All our cases be good. I
know our cases.
When that lady do the we got to do when the lady who on trial, she got to do a trial for shooting the pastor. They wasn't dating or nothing. They just got to arguing. They got to arguing about God in the bar.
Right.
We got to do that one. We always have good cases. Good ones.
Man, I ain't looking. Y'all do have good cases, but y'all trifling. Y'all just oh girl, I promise you they're not gonna be here all day today. This Friday. Them folk gonna get up out of there. Mm-hmm.
I agree. I was waiting to go to trial for 3 years, so I can understand why hers took 6.
See?
Well, her shit
So
happened in
try
20. Her shit happened in 2019. She finally in trial in 2025. My shit happened in 2018, and it got adjudicated in 2021.
Yeah, y'all kind of slow, but this is the thing with her though. She filed her initial attorney. Well, I don't know if she fired old dude. She had a high-powered attorney at first, and I think he stepped away from the case for some reason. And then she filed a whole lot of motions. It was just a whole lot with her before she came to trial. So Trey, let me ask you a question. If you get called to jury duty, will you go?
I ain't gonna get called as jury duty.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Hell no, I'm going.
I got called back when I got called one time. I was pregnant at the time. I was so glad I was damn near due. I used that. I said, y'all want me to go and label up him?
I'm gonna go in there and say that nigga guilty. As soon as they ask me a question, and they gonna throw me out.
Damn.
Dismiss that jury.
He's angry. Oh.
That fixes my issue.
Okay. Did you have anything else?
No, ma'am.
Okay, all right,
I just note my objection to the change.
okay. All right. Did you have any other changes, Ms. Eats?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
On page 2, this is a unique situation in that at the last paragraph, or the last sentence of the paragraphs regarding first degree and criminal intent first degree, it says that Latasha Daniels pleads not guilty to every count as encompassed. To every charge as encompassed. And we are not saying that she is not guilty of all of those offenses. We are saying that she is not guilty of first degree murder. She is not guilty of second degree murder. That this is at best a voluntary manslaughter. So I would like to take that language out, or at least change it to has pled guilty to the originally charged offense, or something along those
Okay,
lines.
which part are you talking?
It's page 2, it's the last sentence.
Oh. The defendant pleads not guilty to each and every offense and breaks it out. You just want me to take that out completely on each one of them?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine, I can do that. Any objection from the state?
No, ma'am.
Okay, y'all can take that out. No problem. Anything else?
Yes, Your Honor. Regarding the section on defendant testifying,
Let's see.
It's on,
I know they're not numbers. Let's see.
It's after direct circumstantial evidence.
Okay, defendant testifying, yes.
Your Honor, I would just ask, it does say like subject to all of the rules that apply to judging credibility of other witnesses. I would just ask that it be made clear that just like with other witnesses, the law presumes that a testifying witness is telling the truth and to be given a full and fair consideration. I mean, really that first paragraph of credibility of the witness, minus all of the factors that they need to look at, I would suggest adding into that defendant testifying so that it's clear that the same rules apply for Ms. Daniels as applied to all of the other witnesses.
So what are you suggesting? Yeah, what language are you suggesting?
The, if you go to, it's kind of cross-referencing, if you go to the credibility of the witness,
Okay, I'm
That's-
there.
25 pages in, that
Yes.
first paragraph that says, if there are conflicts in the testimony of different witnesses, it is your duty to reconcile them if you can.
Mhm.
For the law presumes that every witness has told the truth. But when you cannot reconcile the statements of different witnesses, then you must decide which witness or witnesses you believe and how important their testimony was. You do not have to accept that basically that whole first paragraph for the credibility of the witnesses. But particularly the fact that the law presumes that witnesses are testifying truthfully if the jury can find that. If there are conflicts in the testimony of different witnesses, it is your duty to reconcile them if you can, for the law presumes that every witness has told the truth. Just because it's, one says witnesses and one says defendants, so I want to make clear that the defendant is a witness that also has the presumption that they are telling the truth.
Okay, so the language specifically that you want to add is, I want to make sure I have that clear.
If there are conflicts in the testimony of different witnesses, it is your duty to reconcile them if you can, for the law presumes that every witness has told the truth.
And then keep her credibility is determined by the same rules of credibility of other witnesses determined. So you just want to add that one sentence.
Yes.
All right, what's the state's position on that?
It's the pattern instruction. It's clear to me. I don't see a reason to change what the instructions from the AOC are on that.
Well, it's kind of duplicitous because I'm telling them that she's determined by the same rule of credibility of other witnesses, and then this is a section on credibility of witnesses, and those
Well,
are
then,
the rules.
what we could do in the alternative would be in the credibility of a witness section, include a phrase that, you know, the credibility of the witnesses, the law presumes that every witness, including the defendant in this case, that would achieve the same goal. I just want to make clear that the law also presumes that Ms. Daniels is telling the truth, just as it does with all of the other witnesses.
What's the state's position on that?
Again, I don't know how that's not clear. She's a witness and specifically just tells the jury that they're to judge her by the same credibility as every other witness. Adding anything just like almost emphasizes to the jury that you should believe the defendant more than any other witness in the state's mind. That's not appropriate. So the charge is clear and it's the pattern charge, and I'm opposed to any change in that.
Your Honor, I disagree. I think that when we have referred to witnesses throughout this entire trial, and we have referred to the defendant throughout the entire trial, those sound like two separate parties. And so if the jury's not clear that even though she is the defendant, she also, under the law and under the instructions, is a witness that should be treated the same way as the other witnesses, then that's impairing her right to have a fair consideration by the jury.
Or can we just say that the defendant is a witness and without all this?
I mean, I think if adding
Defendant
that,
having testified, defendant as a witness, having testified in her own behalf, her credibility is to be determined by the same rules that the credibility of other witnesses is determined, and you will have to give the defendant's testimony, in this case, such weight as you may think it is entitled.
that's, Your Honor, I guess my issue with that is that the language in those two sections are very different. The language between the general credibility of a witness and the assessing the defendant testimony is very different language. Give it whatever weight you think it deserves is very different than the law presumes that these people are telling the truth.
I'll come back to that one.
Your Honor, there also, we had talked a little bit a couple months ago about the Supreme Court denial of certiorari from Sotomayor regarding Tennessee's instructions on second-degree murder and voluntary manslaughter. Justice Sotomayor took the position that Tennessee's instructions for sequential considerations in regards to second-degree murder and voluntary manslaughter are unconstitutional. And that is because voluntary manslaughter actually has an extra element that is not in second-degree murder. And we should be moving down and reducing elements rather than adding them. As far as the order of consideration being sequential, I would ask that the court instruct the jury to consider second-degree murder and voluntary manslaughter together rather than sequentially, because voluntary manslaughter has that separate element that makes it different than second-degree murder, but it's an additional element, an additional finding that the jury would not be able to get to if they did not move past second degree. So I would just ask on the sequential consideration to consider those two together.
What's the state's position?
I don't, that opinion did not change the law in Tennessee. It was one justice's opinion who was in the minority. Until the law changes, I think it's clear that the way we charge this in Tennessee is first degree, second degree, and then voluntary manslaughter.
I mean, I get your point. I mean, it makes sense, but, you know, at this time, the law is what the law is. But I definitely get it. You know, it's an additional element, but the law, at this point, I have to follow what the law is currently. And so I note your objection because I get it's an additional element. And usually when it's a lesser included, it's one that goes, you know, it's a less element. But in this case, there is an additional element. And so it makes sense to me. But, you know, I have to follow what the law is currently, which they go in that order. So I'm going to have to overrule that objection at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. And then I would just note on page 39, there was a somewhat duplicative,
Which one?
it was no outside communications, but on page 2, there's no independent research or discussions. So I just wanted to note the duplication.
Okay.
And it's not an exact duplication, but it's very, very similar.
Okay. Do you have any objection to that being removed?
No, ma'am.
All right. All right, give me a second on that other one. I have to step off and do a little research.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
These some lazy ass niggas.
They gonna drag.
I'ma just say it. They some lazy
Yeah, they
ass
gonna-
niggas.
They gonna drag this day out. They gonna drag this day out. Trey gonna drag it out.
The fuck are we on break for 30 damn minutes? And they done did this shit 3 times already.
What I missed?
Nothing. Nigga, they on break. That's what you missed. They on break.
Well, I do got a survey. I do got a survey up on my channel, and I estimated 6 breaks today.
Did you? See,
Yeah, buddy.
oh, well, it's already been
Yeah.
what, 2? Man, you might need to change. It's already been 2, and they ain't even been in court 30 minutes.
Man, this judge
already
trying to
been
rig
2.
this case.
How just
She
gonna
won't.
read the case?
She want that black woman to get away with killing a black man.
I don't think so.
It's a feminist thing.
I don't
I don't
think
know
so.
what the
That
hell
thing
you
is
watching.
not-
That judge, if that's the case, she would have granted the motions to dismiss. She said, "Nah, the jury need to hear this."
They've been motioning all. They've been motioning for 4 days to dismiss. And
Hey,
when
as soon
you
as
ain't
somebody
go-
got through testifying, they was like, "Motion to dismiss." See, he just said this shit ain't premeditated. Nah, so if she was trying to get the black woman off, she would have granted it.
yeah,
She
Hey, I
put it
got to
in
be the
juror's
oddball.
hands. The juror's hands is 50-50. Her hand is absolute.
yeah. I don't think she trying to do no slick shit, man. I think she, because the woman guilty. Everybody knows she guilty. Damn it. At this point. Period.
The
I
state
can't
of
believe
Tennessee,
she testified.
right? Me either.
I can't believe she got up there hooping and that fake ass crying either.
He had rough sex with me.
He fucked me too
sex.
hard. Well, what the hell?
Nigga, he watched porn. He gave it to you rough.
One time out of all that time?
She-
What the hell you do wrong?
Y'all, please don't turn this into an after dark live. Please don't do it. Y'all know y'all can go
You
left.
better not bite it. She ain't bite it.
Oh shit! Trey, see how you
And
take things
she
too
never said she asked him to be gentle. She could have just said, "Make love to me." But she tried to say that it was almost a punishment if she wasn't naked. Then he would just wait around. Like it was what you mean? It's a punishment. It wasn't no punishment. He was still gonna fuck. He just was waiting. He wanted to see you naked for a minute. I'm all
She
with him.
could have quit. She could have quit having sex with him. That's what she could have did, because he was a married man. So you could have stopped. The hell.
It was like a punishment. Well, it's only a punishment if you wanted the dick. So apparently you wanted it if you felt like it was a punishment that you got naked and he didn't hop straight on you. He made you wait. He had to wait for his Cialis to kick in.
Not Cialis. That man was 36, Trey.
Really?
So
I didn't know how old he was. I missed it.
That man was 36. He don't need no damn Cialis.
Oh.
So did she go to his house and inspect the threesome?
No, she expected to go to his house because they were supposed to tell his wife
She
that
went
they
to his house.
they was fucking. She wanted the wife to know that they was fucking even though they had broke up.
Yeah, they
And
were
she
supposed
wanted
to.
closure.
Yeah, and the wife was supposed to join in according to the lies he told her.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking. Did she go to the house expecting a threesome to get him back?
Did we not just answer that? Did you not catch what we just said? Man.
I'm eating tater tots.
She was, well, you know what? You could be asking. it again, man. Say your question again, man.
I said, so I was saying from the previous question, did she go there expecting a threesome to get him back? Because when he brought up the bedroom, like she said, it was like she was waiting for some witchcraft.
No, not well. She could have not to get okay. So not to necessarily get him back a threesome. She probably was expecting a threesome. Basically, she was expecting for him to tell the wife about him and her. So they all could see he had this lady here thinking that his wife knew about his extracurricular activities. Or no. She thought his wife knew about this whole lifestyle that he wanted to live and things of that sort. He made it seem like to her that the wife would be complacent, right? So she thought she was coming there and he was going to tell the wife about him and her. And then they was going to live this whole, is it poly relationship? What, is it like poly? I don't know, because I don't know.
Something like that.
Yeah. So she thought that he was going to tell the wife about her. And then they was just going to all live happily ever after, being together or whatever. Which I don't get how women, like I get that men lie and women lie too, let's be clear. But I'm saying like when you are told certain lies, some lies I just don't understand why women fall for it. I just don't know. If this all these because they was together for 2 years. And in 2 years it was never brought up with the wife. The wife ain't never approached you. The wife ain't never said anything to you about this so-called lifestyle or whatever. I don't know. I don't understand how she believed him mad. I don't understand how he was able to pull that trick on her for 2 years. That's weird. It's weird to me.
Because it wasn't a trick. It's what she wanted.
Well, yeah. You right. You right. She had to. She stuck it out. And the only reason why she showed up there because the man had broke up with her. He had broke up with her. So, I don't know. If I'm messing with your man, I ain't going to your house with you.
I want to know how did she think that he was going to take it sneaking up on him in the hotel? But she wasn't what you call. She wasn't invited to the hotel that time of the hardcore situation when he was at the hotel and did her dirty. You know what I'm saying? She wasn't invited. She wasn't invited that time. So how you expect them to treat you if he didn't invite you to show up?
Well, exactly. You just show up because how did you think he was gonna treat you showing up at his house? She was just that bitch. She felt like she had that she was able to do that. She felt, to be honest, man, she felt like she was his woman and she had certain privileges. And the man had a whole wife.
Well, he gave her the address to the house the night that she killed her. Because remember, she said she got in the car and she was just finna go downtown to spots she knew he hung at. But
I remember that. And she remembered at the beginning.
On her drive, remember looking for him because she didn't know where the nigga was. I guess she blew his phone up enough he called back.
Right, because we was trying to figure out at the beginning, how did she get their address? His punk ass should have never gave her the address. What you getting that woman your address for?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to take up on him from there.
I don't mean to call you a punk, but you did something.
I mean, he is a punk, man. Where was he thinking? As soon as he saw her in the living room, he was supposed to pull out his gun.
From a mind of a player, I think this is what he thought. She was blowing him up, saying she wanted an explanation for breaking up, and he was like, maybe I made a mistake of breaking up with you, I'm gonna go and tell my wife about this shit, and gave her the address. I mean, because she got there before him apparently, but he had to have given her the address and let his wife. Did the wife even know that the woman was coming? Did she open the door and was she
No.
shocked?
She was
She
shocked.
was
She didn't
shocked.
know she was coming.
He didn't even beat the woman to the goddamn
And
house.
then when the wife look Trey, and then when the wife called the husband to tell the husband she was there, the husband and like he was shocked.
Oh, so yeah, he was trying to be slick, but he didn't.
Yeah.
Do they have proof that he sent the address? Maybe she lying about that. Do they have a text message or something corroborating it?
I don't know.
Because I mean, if you bold enough to give the woman your address, you can't be shocked that she pop up. Unless you shocked she popped up that night and y'all was planning to do it tomorrow. That's the only way a nigga would be shocked. But if you know, like whatever day it was, you gave her the address, you knew she was coming. So I don't understand why he would play shocked.
This trial was so short. They didn't go into a whole lot of details about a lot of things. The testimony was limited.
It seemed like he was gonna be on this player shit, and he just was gonna introduce the two women. Wife was gonna be shocked, the other woman wasn't. But
Trey,
it
if
seemed
that's
like
the
he was
case,
doing
no, because if that's the case, why did the woman even say it herself? Once she was there, she showed up, right? The wife was there, he wasn't. She had small talk with the wife, and then he showed up, and then according to the wife, they had small talk, and he basically was grilling her like, "This is what the wife said." Now, the wife was asking, he was asking her, "What are you doing here? Why are you here?" And then they ended the little small talk, and then they was walking her to the door, and that's when she shot. Now, if he was planning on, if the whole thing was for her to come to the house, so he could basically tell the wife what was going on. Why didn't he do it? Why didn't he do it?
Well, that's why I said, do they have proof that he actually sent the address, or did she just do a public search and look this nigga's name up and find the address on him and showed up?
And see, it wouldn't have been.
It seemed like she got the closure that she wanted in front of his wife. If that's the case, she wanted closure. She got there. Seems like she got the closure.
And then didn't like the closure and shot him. When that man broke up with her, I don't know.
Now I'm starting to think he never sent the address.
Man, whatever it is,
he
he's
couldn't
stupid.
be that cold-hearted to be like, okay, bitch, my wife don't know I'm cheating with you, but I'm finna have you pull up, and then when you get her, I'm gonna ask her why you her and blow myself up.
I would have already had a pistol out asking that question. You pulled up to my spot. You know what I'm saying? And she wouldn't have got no chill. I'll put it that way.
I would have called the police.
And the police ain't gonna get nothing done. I can do a better job.
Called me unless she was acting like a parishioner in distress. But even me, I know she ain't a parishioner in distress. My wife called me and tell me the bitch that I'm fucking, even though she don't know it yet, is at my house. Call the police, or I'm finna call the police. Don't worry about it. Cause he knew he was fucking her. The wife might not have known.
I wonder what.
Man, shit.
Every time I wonder what would have happened if he agreed to stay the night. Oh my. Oh,
I think he was. I think he was gonna kill her.
That wife was not down. That wife was not down. If you remember the wife's testimony, she said he low key used to mention that lifestyle to her and ask her what she thought about it. And the prosecutor kept asking her, "Would you have agreed to this? Would you have agreed to that? Would you have?" And she was like, "No." She was not down with that shit.
And then at some point in her testimony, she was like, they asked her where she was staying at, and she was like downtown in the Airbnb. And why would they be asking you all that if his demeanor towards you is why are you here? Who gives a fuck where you stand?
Mhm.
I think he was gonna kill her. Tell you the truth, she got
Nah,
him
well, his
before
wife
before he
already
got
Kill
her.
who?
His
I
wife
think he was
already
gonna
knew.
kill her if she didn't kill him.
You don't give her your, I don't know.
Mm.
Who knows if he gave her the address? I
I
think
don't
she
think
found
so.
it.
I don't think he would. I don't think he was gonna kill her. Well, who knows? After she showed up at his damn house, the fuck, I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. Then he invited her to stay the night. We got to clean out the guest room. Yeah, he was setting her up either for a threesome or take her ass out.
One of the two.
He was a freaky man of God.
It's a lot of freaking men.
Smoking cigars, drinking bourbon and shit, gallivanting, paying for threesome. This nigga buying hoes and preaching in the
It was a
pool.
lot.
Hey, it was in God's plans.
It's a lot of them like that. Mm-hmm. I just don't understand how she thought she was gonna get away with it. But see, that judge, I don't know what to say about her. That judge something else. She an alright judge, but she don't mind taking no damn break. This shit that shouldn't even have to take all day. For real, for real. They ain't gonna take long to deliberate. I can guarantee you that.
You know what?
Once they give it over to
Every time we say that, they be longer than we expected.
No, because look at what happened with the last case.
They came back. No, actually they stayed. They took about 3 hours.
Mm-hmm.
I felt that was too long, but yeah, she got a whole little appeal thing going on the judge for being unfair.
Yeah, I saw that. The judge say she got to do some research, so ain't no telling how long she gonna be back there.
She looking up case law.
Mm-hmm.
On the defendant testifying, I'm gonna leave the instruction the same because I don't wanna. I mean, the language I feel like it's duplicitous to put that in there twice because the defendant testified she's treated as a witness, and the instructions say her credibility is determined by the same rules that the credibility of other witnesses is determined, and so the credibility of witnesses. There's a section titled that with everything that she's supposed to be given the same weight as everyone else. So I'm going to deny that request at this time.
And Your Honor will not consider even adding the language that you had suggested about saying when she testified.
I'm going to leave it the same. All right. Were there any other corrections? I gave you each a moment to look at that to make sure there's not anything else before we print them off.
If we could have a minute, please.
Okay, sure.
Damn, they just break for every damn thing. Damn.
Tis is Memphis. Tis is Memphis. Speaking of which, we got a big game against Tulane that we need to win tonight in order to make it to the playoffs now. Unfortunately for us, when we make the college playoffs, the team we got to play first is motherfucking Georgia. And if we survive that game, then we got to play motherfucking Alabama. I don't see us winning and one of them.
Not gonna
Just
happen.
even if we upset
Not gonna
Georgia, I don't see it. Like the competition is just totally different. It's gonna be like grown men playing against a high school team, just the type players they got versus ours. But we still good enough to make it though. We ranked in everything.
Hey,
Now, if it's basketball, we can take them. Football, hell no.
I seen some crazy shit happen over time.
Well, like I said, we may upset Georgia. We may get the upset over Georgia, but us actually doing it now, we too small. I love my team, but our athletes do not match up with Georgia or Alabama athletes. Those are pros. We may have one or two pros on each side of the ball. They got 22 out there. They
country
not gonna-
bread and peas.
Which one?
Um,
Which section?
what was added to the criminal attempt?
That's a pattern of instruction for criminal attempt. First degree murder with serious bodily injury. That's a pattern of instruction.
Is it the pattern instruction for regular first degree?
There is two separate instructions. It's one for first degree murder, and then there's a separate instruction for criminal attempt, first degree murder with serious bodily injury.
Yes.
There's a separate
So-
instruction.
I guess my issue is that we're adding language to the criminal attempt first degree murder that's not in the pattern instruction. This says the essential elements necessary to constitute first degree murder are. And then it goes into that paragraph that is not part of the pattern instruction.
I think that's what's, hold on. For 1A.
That's telling the jury this is first degree murder, but it's different than the pattern given for first degree murder.
It's an attempt, so it said the defendant unlawfully killed alleged victim, that the defendant acted intentionally. Oh, we forgot, and the killing was premeditated. It's one. Make sure she had that. That's the instruction. That the essential elements necessary to constitute first degree murder are the defendant unlawfully kills alleged victim. That's under the first degree murder. In count one, the defendant acted intentionally. That's there, and that the killing was premeditated.
Yes. But what I'm looking at on the instructions that you're giving for first degree murder says that the defendant acted intentionally. A person acts intentionally when it's the person's conscious objective or desire to cause the death of the alleged victim.
Right. And so, what's the
So-
additional language is not there?
It just is, I think it will be confusing to have two different definitions of first degree murder in the same.
The difference is that because it's criminal attempt first degree murder, there's a reference to Millen, State v. Millen, and the fact that you can have the intent to
Kill another person.
kill another person. And so I think that's why the additional language is there in criminal attempt first degree murder versus first degree murder. Because of the fact that you can get criminal attempt murder by just having the intent to kill someone, not necessarily the person who is alleged in the indictment. So I think that's what the distinction is.
Okay. I just was concerned by the fact that we have two different definitions of first degree
Yeah,
murder.
I think it's just different because of that. In the pattern instructions, that language is there, and I think it's because of their law, and that's bracketed language. What I included, so it's not always included, but I included that because there's an issue about intent. You know, whether she had the intent to kill Miss Perry. So it's bracketed language. It's not necessarily required to be included in there, but I included that because of the proof that came out.
Thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
Would Your Honor consider, given the issues about the voluntary manslaughter and second degree murder, would you consider a sentence at the end of the first paragraph under second degree indicating with second degree, the jury should should consider whether a heat of passion was present at the time of the alleged killing? Putting that they should be considering that at that point in time as a way to address that issue?
This is a pattern instruction. So do you have any case law to say that I can't do that?
Your Honor you are allowed to change instructions. We're allowed to draft instructions and put them forward for the court's approval. They just have to comport with the law. And as long as they comport with the law, the court is allowed discretion within the jury instructions.
Okay, what did the jury ask for again?
So because of this issue, that is a very new issue brought up by that denial of writ, with Sotomayor basically telling the Tennessee Supreme Court, you need to fix this. It is currently unconstitutional. We have been told by the United States Supreme Court so that Ms. Daniels gets a fair consideration by this court when they're comparing second-degree murder and voluntary manslaughter. And especially in this kind of case, when we're saying this is a voluntary manslaughter, that for them to not be allowed to move to that section because of the way that our jury instructions are ordered completely denies her right to a fair trial. So if we just added a sentence to say, this is the distinction between voluntary manslaughter and second-degree murder, is that voluntary manslaughter requires the killing result from a state of passion produced by adequate provocation from the alleged victim sufficient to lead a reasonable person to act in an irrational manner.
What's your name? Star. The reason why intent is being argued is because the defense is claiming that she did not intend to kill the wife, even though she shot her You know, she's claiming that she did not intend to kill her.
Even if you just said, you know, like the jury should consider whether a heat of passion was present during this alleged shooting. Here.
I think it's already saying that though, because I mean, it's showing a distinction between both, and so
Yes, but it's not telling them to consider voluntary manslaughter yet.
what's the
Good morning, Miss Lynn. Thank you. Same to you, sweetie.
The law in Tennessee is that you charge first degree murder, second degree murder, and voluntary manslaughter. So that changes. I think that's what the court should do.
And I get your point, Ms. Geeks. I do. I understand what you're saying. It's just this is the law, and I have to follow what the law is. But I get your point.
And I'm not asking you to change the law. I'm asking you to provide some clarification to the jurors regarding this. And that's what these instructions are supposed to do. They're supposed to help guide them through this process. And when we have a situation to where second-degree murder and voluntary manslaughter are sequential, they don't move to that heat of passion according to the jury instructions. They don't move to that heat of passion until they completely acquit of second-degree murder. Then if you don't tell them, you need to take this into consideration here before you, I mean, like if in the decision on whether or not to acquit on second degree and move down to voluntary manslaughter, then they don't get to the point that they are able to consider that as an element. That's asking them to do the cafeteria style that we're not allowed to do.
I mean, these are the pattern instructions adopted by Supreme Court, and at this point, I'm gonna deny the request. I get it, but I'm gonna deny the request because that, I mean, these are what they have set out, you know, what we're to use. So at this point, I'm gonna deny the request.
Given the fact that the jury instruction requests specifically are supposed to be in writing, would the court give me a moment just to draft a pleading so that I can file it, to have it in writing to make the record?
Yes.
Thank you.
This is the dumbest
Go.
argument I've heard in a long time. This is stupid.
I was just finna say this gonna be a long day, Lord have mercy.
Nah, the jury is gonna be sick of this woman because she holding them up. They're gonna go against her client.
Well, you know, people are human. They do hold grudges. Like them people want to go home. It's the weekend, baby. Cause basically, I feel. Let me tell you something. At the end of a trial, even before jury instructions are given, I think the jury pretty much be having their minds. Most of them be having their minds made up. Cause all you gotta do is hear the damn evidence. But of course, you know.
Also, she drove 3 hours with a gun in her car. She wasn't in fear of this nigga. That was her boyfriend.
She
so
got-
why else would she have the gun? Why would she take the gun in the house if it wasn't premeditated? They're trying to argue that this wasn't premeditated, yet she could have made that trip without a gun.
That she got the day of or the day before. Like, come on.
Specifically to go meet him to get closure. And she argued about it's premeditated. Motherfucker, yes it is.
Which call? Remember, she tried to use the excuse of suicide. She was trying to commit suicide.
Okay, well, why she wouldn't have needed to drive to his house to commit suicide? You ain't got to drive 3 hours to do that.
And
Damn
he
right.
just stupid. She pulled a gun out on him before for the same kind of shit. When he saw her up in the house, he should have had his gun ready. They got very hostile. I'm just saying.
Bruh, he should have called the police when his wife said this bitch is here. He knew who it was, the wife didn't. Red
See,
flag should have went off in his head, not
calling
his
the police,
wife's.
calling the police to get him busted. I think
Who
that's a
he
situation
He's
that
there
would have got there
already.
going.
Man, if he's sitting there asking that woman, why are you here? Is she yet? Because you know she's emotional. You know she done told that they fucked.
Man, I would have got her up out of there.
The wife said, but listen, the wife said in her testimony that she could tell by the way the lady was acting, how she's behaving, and the stuff she was saying. She said in that moment, she felt like they were having an affair. Yeah.
She knew.
She said that. The wife said that.
What about he gonna get busted, nigga?
He was already
I will
already
include
busted.
in that many
He was
requests,
already
my
busted.
additional request for the
And
language.
he would be alive.
Regarding the defendant and witness credibility.
But other than that, there's no, those objections, was there anything else?
Oh, the issue, did you take out the language of the not, pleading not guilty?
Yes, I took that out. Did the state have any corrections?
Before the section on defendant testifying?
What's the state's position?
I thought that's generally given when the defendant doesn't testify. So I'm not sure what the purpose of it is if the defendant testifies.
What's the point?
Your Honor, it's to clarify the burden of proof. It is to make clear, and I'm checking the burden of proof section now. But being clear that that does not place a burden of proof on the defendant.
state has the burden of proving the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt, and this burden never shifts or remains in the state throughout the trial of the case. The defendant is not required to prove her innocence. So I think that's good. She didn't have to prove anything.
Girl, that's that same wig she been wearing all week. She just got it. She just got it back in the bun. That's that same regular wig. Mm-hmm.
And it look like plastic. That junk showing the light reflection.
Mm-hmm. She I wonder what happened to her because she got she had dreads. I think if I'm not mistaken. Oh, thank you, Star. We don't have good sense. We try. We don't have good sense. Especially the two men. They don't have good sense. Mm-mm. Pastor got what he wanted. He chose to use and manipulate a loon with the emotional maturity of a 12-year-old, and here we are. That's facts, Queen. Y'all hit that link. Go support Moneyboy Trey. Man, make sure you drop in your link. Oh, I see your link. Y'all make sure y'all hit those links for those in the chat that's not subscribed. Man, you gonna put on the lunchtime show because they'll be going to lunch. They're gonna come back in 30 minutes and then they're going to lunch.
They can't hit the link.
Oh shoot, that's right.
Burger out.
They can type in the channel name. They get on my nerve. Your lunch is right around the corner. And one thing she ain't gonna be late for is lunch. My God, today. I don't, and then too, why they sold at 9:30 and not 9? Mm-hmm. Trump is fighting the courts about these SNAP benefits. That man is Looney Tunes. Get on my nerves. Crazy than a damn Betsy Blue. Truth, I have a question. Do you believe the wife knew that he was living this type of lifestyle? Maybe not that fair, but the lifestyle. I think she may have had an inkling. And the reason why I say that is because the man mentioned it, like, even according to her, he gave her a book to read about the lifestyle. He would mention to her about the lifestyle, like constantly asking her, would she consider? Would she consider? You know, a lot of times wives, they may not know for sure that their husband are having an affair, but they get the inkling. Like, women have a discernment about these things. Like I say, like I was always told, if you think he's cheating, he's cheating. Wanna know why? Because if he wasn't showing signs of cheating, you wouldn't think he was cheating. So I'm not gonna say she necessarily knew about her or about anybody per se, but I feel like she felt something. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of women, they ignore the signs, or they choose not to, acknowledge it. Hmm. Right. Since remember she invited the side chick to play. Yeah, she kept according to the lady, she invited her to do several things. Play tennis and a couple other things she said. You know when stuff ain't right, especially women. Absolutely. Absolutely. You get a hint, you get an inkling. You may not entertain it or you may not want to believe it, but the signs be there. Hmm. This is ridiculous. They'll be taking lunch in an hour, y'all. Oh yeah, Millie. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I wonder when the side woman give two going away party. What was the wife saying? When the side woman gave what? See, let me tell you something. When it comes to pastors, the women of the church, when the women of the church do things for pastors, it don't always cause for alarm for the wife because that's what the women of the church is supposed to do as far as the pastor. Like, if the women in the church are giving him a party or doing this or, doing this and the third, it don't always cause for alarm because, like, as far back as I can remember, as far as the church is concerned, there's a whole committee, like at my church, there's a whole committee dedicated to all things pastor, like organizing the pastor's anniversary, uh, celebrating the pastor's birthday. There's a whole committee dedicated to that, to the pastor, pretty much. So a lot of times when women of the church are doing things for the pastor, it don't always cause for alarm with the wife. But a lot of times it do be some stuff going on. You know what I'm saying? It do. A lot of times. But the first lady is supposed to sit there and look pretty. Don't ask no questions. And roll with the punches. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, she thought she was the one, baby. She thought she was the one that was gonna get the pastor away from the first lady. And then y'all ran the fucking raw because you came up pregnant. Lord have mercy. Mm. It be too much. And then I can guarantee you, well, we already know she wasn't the only one. See, that's what I don't get about these women. If he gonna cheat with you, baby, he gonna cheat. If he cheating on his wife with you, he gonna cheat on you with the next. Like, stop it. Yeah, Miss Ann, I think so. Pastor showed up at our house one Sunday. I was like 16. My daddy said, "What you want, sir? Nothing here for you." No, man, Ann. Yeah, some of them pastors be whores. I'ma just keep it above. They be whores. Want to fuck every woman in the church. Just have a whole buffet of women that's catering to him. Hmm. Yup.
I mean that. Of course, he's gonna run through the congregation because those people that's in the congregation is listening to the people on the outside of the congregation, and they telling them Jesus and God is the only man that's supposed to be in your life. So when they go in there and they only see a man pastor,
Oh, okay. It's changed the crime charge.
Yes.
Ah,
they cut me off again. They did that shit yesterday.
damn.
Or if we wanted to leave the and plea, we could add a second, like a final sentence that says the defendant pleads not guilty to the offenses as charged.
What's the state's position on
Either one of those.
I'd prefer the second.
that? The defendant,
Pleads not guilty to the offenses as charged in the indictment.
defendant pleads not guilty to the as charged, is what if it's charged? in
To the
indictment?
offenses as charged in the indictment.
Okay.
And just semantically, I'd probably rather offenses charged rather than crime charged.
What you mean on the heading of the offenses charged?
Yes.
What's the state's position?
Yeah, I give it an inch. I mean, it's a crime. It's charged as a crime, and that's what this charge says. So I don't know why we would change that.
Offenses charged crime, same thing. Offenses charged. So do you want to keep the language about the plea?
If we could just add that final sentence, the defendant pleads not guilty to the offenses as charged in the indictment.
Okay, but the heading, you want?
Yes, then we
offenses
can leave
charged.
it offenses charged and plea. And then it outlines the offenses and then gives the plea.
Okay. All right, so were there any other changes besides that? Before we make the copies? I note your objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. I do have that written request on the way.
Okay.
Damn. Damn.
I thought of when you walked out was adding page numbers.
Oh. Hey, what's your position, Mr. Lincoln?
I don't have a position on page number.
Okay.
We don't, if you've already started printing.
We haven't printed it yet. Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy how long this is taking. But have y'all know? I want to know if y'all be paying attention. Did y'all notice that wife? The wife is remarried. Did y'all notice that? Let me know in the chat. It's been about 6 years, if not almost. So many states have this problem with finance that depends from Arkansas. Yeah, she fucked up and committed a crime. That's another thing. You motherfucker commit a crime in another state and you get no bond, no bail. You gotta sit in jail in another whole another state, away from your family. Yeah, two reasons why I know she's married. She's remarried. I apologize, but I'm bored. But I'm trying to work and watch the chat. Oh yeah. Have a good day at work, Miss Ann. Yeah, two reasons why we pay attention. For one, they showed her sitting up on the stand for most of the time she was up there. She had a wedding ring on. And for two, when the judge calls her name, well, not every time, because I noticed they still been calling her Perry. But one time the judge called her name and she called her Perry something. I can't remember what the last name was, but she called her Perry something by her new married last name.
Perry Mason.
Mason? No, they don't have to. You know what? Some people y'all know that some things I just don't entertain in the chat. Some questions I just don't answer because people just slow. Shit.
That's nasty work there.
No, it ain't, because I've been sitting watching dumb shit. I've been sitting here watching dumb shit been placed in the chat all morning and I ain't said nothing. I ain't said a word. And that ring was ringing. You saw the ring. Yeah, she got a whole wedding ring on. And her night somebody, I think it was a judge that said her new last name. Yeah, she remarried. Huh? I don't know how long she been remarried, but she remarried. It's raining cats and hogs outside. I love it. Hey, Sonya. Oh, this is ridiculous, man. I could have been doing something else all this damn time. I don't like to waste time. I get annoyed. I can't believe we're sitting up here with this bullshit. She got married 2 years after Mr. Perry died. It is, girl. Y'all don't hear that rain. I'm sitting by a window. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Child, you never know. Sometimes things happen.
Just kind of as a logistics.
You could have had her boo too.
Are we planning to charge lunch close?
See that they already talking about lunch. Look
It's
here.
11:15 now.
I know. And it's looking like it's going to be there whenever I was hoping that we could get it done before lunch. Let's probably.
You a lie. You a lie. You are the one that determines when y'all eat lunch. You are the one, big girl, that determines when y'all eat lunch. You knew when you came back y'all was going to go to lunch. Now, this shit is ridiculous.
I don't know why you shocked that she been doing this shit all week. It's part of course.
This don't make no sense.
Man, she's still a city running.
Man, this is very much so.
She got to get her calories in.
But okay. All right.
It's 11:20. Actually, lunch officially is at 12. Why couldn't she let somebody start their closing arguments? Why?
It
Why are you
only take
wasting
a
the
few
court time?
citizens to complain.
Cause they wasted her time with them frivolous ass motions.
But Trey, she could have at least let somebody start the closing arguments.
Now she really don't want to hear from the state. I mean the defense. That's who had them retarded ass wanting to change shit. She really don't want to hear from them. She gonna make their ass wait.
Another
How long we
argument.
got for lunch? Would they give us 2 hours?
She ain't say nothing. She just said, okay, we finna do lunch.
Niggas.
I could have did a whole nother live before this live if I knew this shit was gonna be like this. This is ridiculous. This is sad. Oh,
Do she know that the cameras are in the courtroom and we can see this?
that woman don't care. What y'all know about that? Well, I heard Trey yesterday. I think I heard y'all talking about it yesterday. Trey said he don't know who dude is. That 24-year-old football player that unalived himself. He had just scored a winning
Just
touchdown with Sunday.
yeah, but I think they lost. Well, I seen one article said they that it was the loss this Sunday and his mom had died.
His mom recently passed, but I think his mom passed. No, not his mom passed like right before he was drafted into the NFL, which I think was 2 years ago. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong.
Maybe they trying to blame the depression on that.
Well, they say the girlfriend say he suffered from.
I ain't really looking into it too much.
Yeah, the girlfriend said he suffered with some type of mental illness or whatever. I don't know. But you know what? If you read the story, and that's why I read it and then I had to stop and I'm gonna go back to it. But his story reminds me of the Kyron Lacey case, the way he passed away. Go read the story, man, and it's the similarity. The similarities are behooving. Mm-hmm. But
It's them headshots, all them helmet hits.
well, they say, but that boy ain't been playing football that damn long. They say though, like when you play football, they got a name for it. That brain injury you could get. They got a name
Concussion.
for it. No, not a concussion, it's something else. You suffer from several concussions. Like they say football players be having concussions and not even that's what it is. CTE. That's exactly what it is. Mm-hmm. Yep, CTE. But they say football players get concussions all the time. Sometimes they don't even know they got a concussion. Mm-hmm. They just suffer multiple concussions throughout the years. Just like with boxers. How they continuously over the years get hit in the face, hit in the head and all that. They be having after effects of that too. Brown got arrested in Dubai for what? I gotta take that comment out because I don't be wanting murder and stuff like that in my chat. But I didn't know that. Did he get off or is it a still ongoing thing? It just happened the other day. That man, I gotta research that one. Who you talking about? Because we talking about somebody that passed away. We talking about somebody that passed away. So this person ain't in jail. I don't know who you talking about. That boy not in jail, he died. I know I heard about that case too. What case? I'm still trying to figure out what case you're talking about. I wasn't talking about Antonio Brown. Former NFL. Yeah, I saw that too. I saw that about him, but that's not who I was talking about. I know you're talking about that young boy in Texas. Yeah, he was 24. He crashed the car and ran to yeah. Yeah, he crashed the car. He was 24. Young. Take on, man. I'm trying to find something that I could possibly play while we on lunch.
Man, it's hard finding any news right now.
It ain't hard
I've been
finding
looking for the
criminal.
last 2 hours.
What you trying to find?
And I was just looking for the local, like some local stories across the nation. There's nothing popping up at this moment that's any good.
Let me see. Maybe I can find something on that other. Well, no, because I don't know when she going to trial. I don't know when she's going to trial. Paternity test confirms Stephon Diggs is the father of 7-month-old baby girl shared with Lord Jesus. Why, Jesus? Why? These men just spread they see in and everywhere. They don't care. They do not care. Athletes and celebrities have real life issues, although they still try to uphold standards for fans, and it can be truly overwhelming and become too much. Yeah. He got 4 kids on the way, including with Cardi B. I heard 3. I heard about the twins and Cardi B child. Who's the other child? This child's 7 months old. The one he just got the paternity test for. That's a damn shame. No fucking way. I ain't no way I'd be caught up in some shit like that. That's crazy. That's crazy. Good thing she able to take care of her financially. Because his ass finna be slapped with some child support.
Never heard this one here.
What you talking about, man?
I ain't never heard this story, boy. This is in one of my backyards. A teacher is shot by a 6-year-old student. $10 million lawsuit.
The teacher won that lawsuit. It's over with. It ended yesterday? But I think the judge. I don't know if the judge approved it or not.
I mean, that's some tough area up
She was
there,
actually
boy, for news.
she, she, she was actually suing for 25, I think, and the jury granted her
40.
10. Oh damn. My God. Now come on now, bro.
I mean, just knowing that area, hey, that's a risk just taking that job.
These
It's
days
hard.
it is.
As hardcore as I would never go drive through Newport News, boy. Hell no. That's bad news by the street name.
Baby. I wonder if they got these girls' interrogation out there. Let me see. Doubt it. I doubt it. It is on next level. I think they charge the parents of that child. I think they charge the parents of that child with some type of crime. But to sue the I halfway wanted to follow that a little bit, but then I decided not to.
She might not even get that money. It ain't even that kind of money out there.
That woman who she sued ain't got that kind of money. The lady was another teacher. She don't have that type of damn money. She don't have that type of damn money. Woman accused of shooting Memphis pastor. How about we watch? Would y'all mind if we watch the wife's testimony again? Broke my heart. Pastor's wife denies open relationship. Y'all want to watch the wife's testimony again? Cause I missed some of it.
Shoot, I'm down.
Hindsight is 2020. Let's see. Yes, because you did miss it, Miss Ann. Okay, good. That's fine. The wife has moved on. Let's go. Yes. Okay. Let me pull it up, y'all. And I'll keep this up. And as soon as they come back, I'll bring it back up. Let's see. Because I think I was multitasking that day. I think I missed some of it. Might as well, child. Let's see. Oh, that ain't the full. I want the full one. That ain't it. Let's see. Oh, that's only 30 minutes of it. Let's try this. That's her. I don't want to hear her. Hold on. Hell no. I don't want to hear her again. I don't. Hold on, y'all. All these damn clips. Court TV don't be playing with the clips, baby. Okay, so her testimony went, but 31 minutes long. All right, I had the right one pulled up. Let's go back. I definitely don't want to hear hers no more. I'm sorry. All that fake ass crying. I might re-listen to it again. I don't know.
She threatened to commit suicide. No. Did you ever have a conversation with her about that? No.
Thank you, Miss B.
Throughout all of those videos,
Trying to see why they don't have the full thing. Because that ain't it. They started. Thank you again, Miss B. I appreciate that. Let's see. Hell, I know what I'll pull up for you. I'll pull up day one. By the time I get it pulled up, think they'll be back from lunch.
He was a man who enjoyed life. He was 36 years old.
Did you read it, True? My CTE, oh, chat, mine too. Mine too. Damn, I gotta push play.
In Memphis or Little Rock?
And then I came back and opened the door.
So you knew.
All right, statement proceed.
This is the wife's testimony, y'all.
Just stand right here, face the judge, raise your right hand, please.
Do you swear affirm to tell the whole truth? All right, you have a seat.
Would you state your name? And can you spell that for the court reporter?
TAPATHAARCHIE.
And Miss Archie, did you know Rose Perry?
Did y'all hear that? He just called her Miss Archie. That's her last name. So she got her name hyphenated. It's Tabitha Perry Archie. Uh-huh.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you knew him? And was he your husband?
Can I get you to speak up? Explain like you're trying to reach the back door. Okay. She's recording everything, so we want to make sure you get everything you say.
When were y'all married?
2014, February 2014.
And were you married to him in April of 2019 when he died?
Yes.
How old was he at that time?
38, I think.
I'm gonna pass you something and ask you if you can identify it. Can you identify that?
Yeah, that's what's there.
Then no, that's that B mark. State's Exhibit 1, please.
No objection.
I will show the photo of Rhoda Perry as Exhibit 1.
May I publish that for the jury?
Yes.
They intentionally hiding her. I'm gonna call you KK because that's why I ain't gonna mark your name. But
Is that the photo you used to identify?
hold on, because I feel like
When's the last time you talked to him?
that's him. She didn't even know how old he was when he passed. The news said he was 36. She said 38. That's a damn shame. She done definitely moved on. But anyway, they intentionally. I don't think she wanted to be on camera. They intentionally do that. They don't show her nowhere. Only thing you see of her is a picture on that thumbnail. That's it.
April
4.
April 4th, 2019.
And that's the day he died.
What?
Were you there when that happened?
Yes.
Where were y'all living at the time?
Culverville, Tennessee.
How long had y'all been in Shelby County?
Approximately 6 months.
Where were you before that?
Little Rock, Arkansas.
And what did Mr. Perry do as his occupation?
He was a pastor.
And is that what he did in Little Rock as well?
Yes.
Where was he at Little Rock? Where was he a pastor at?
St. Mark Baptist Church.
And do you know, is that a big church?
Yeah, it's a big church.
They have a lot of pastors.
Yes.
What was his role as a pastor there?
He was a pastor of assimilation. So his responsibility was basically new members as well as small groups.
Did you do any counseling or anything at that church?
No.
I want to take you specifically to April 4th of 2019. And that night, 9 or 10 o'clock at night, where were you?
I was home.
And was Brodus there with you?
No, it's not.
Did you have a visitor?
I did.
Was it an expected visitor or an unexpected visitor?
Unexpected.
Kind of tell me how that went.
I heard a knock at the door. So me and the dog went to the door. I didn't see anyone. Well, the people was covered. And so I thought it was Rhoda just playing around. So I said something like, I'm not going to open the door if I can't see anyone. So I went and sat back down. And I heard the knock again. So I went back to the door. And I peeked out the door. And I saw like a lock, like swinging. And I was like, Tasha, is that you? And she, nodded, yeah. So I was like, okay, let me put the dog up. I went and put the dog up. And then I came back and opened the door.
Okay. So you knew what Tasha Daniels.
Okay. Miosha, are you paying attention? Miosha Gage. Let me see something right quick. I get irritated. You can't be paying attention. Why would you say the wife they hide? That's the wife. That's the man's wife. You said they hiding her because she ashamed she been lying. What the wife lying about? See, you're not paying attention because you think that's the defendant on the stand. That's not the defendant. That's the wife. They hiding her face out of respect. Not because she's lying. They showed the defendant the whole time. Okay. Oh, Miyoshi is a guy. You a guy. Oh, no, that's not you. Is that you on your page? See, I be needing to know if y'all are guys, because I don't be want to call you a female. Oh, you just got a dude on your page. I'm looking at your page right now. Okay. All right.
Yes.
Is she in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you point her out for us, please?
Right there.
What color shirt she wearing?
Blue.
Light blue or dark blue?
Light blue.
For the record, Judge, she's identified the defendant.
Will let the record reflect the defendant has been identified.
How would you describe your relationship with the defendant?
Friendly.
You knew her, you may have said this, where did you know her from?
I knew her from church.
In Memphis or Little Rock?
In Little Rock.
Did y'all do other things together outside of church?
I would say from maybe July to October, we played tennis together like once a month. I went to a couple dance classes. I think she had a former client who taught dance, so I went to a couple dance classes. For my life group, would go with her life group to a couple dance classes.
So it was somebody you knew from church, somebody you knew from some events at church, somebody you played tennis with occasionally. So you knew her fairly well. Would you say that?
Yeah.
I mean, what did you think when she just showed up? Did you have any idea she knew where you lived, or?
I knew that it was odd. I felt like it was odd, but I guess it was one of those things where, you know, it's like, this is weird, but okay. You know, I knew that before we left Little Rock, we gave a lot of people our address. You know, a lot of people, you know, keep in contact, you know, give me your boarding address, that type of thing. So I really didn't allow myself to really think past that. I just figured, oh, we must have given her our address.
So it wouldn't have been unusual for somebody from the church in Little Rock to know where you were in Memphis.
Wouldn't be unusual, no.
Did you ask her what she was doing?
Yeah, I asked her what she was doing there, and she said that she was in town for a conference.
So what y'all did after you
I invited
welcomed her in, and
Yeah.
what happened?
I invited her in. We just sat on the couch and just kind of caught up. You know, how are you? What's going on? How are the kids? You know, have you been playing tennis? Stuff like that. Just really small talk.
Did you notify Mr. Perry that she was there?
I texted him, and I just, you know, gave like the big eyeballs, and I was like, I either said weird or strange or something like that. But I didn't go into detail to tell him what was going on or that she was there.
Did you ask him to come home if he was available to come home?
No, because I knew he was already on the way home.
Okay, so you had, I guess, had a conversation with him by phone, text, or something, and so you had an idea he was coming home.
Gotcha, Miss B.
How long do you think that she was there prior to Mr. Perry getting home? Approximately, I mean, it's not 5 minutes, 30 minutes, I don't know.
If I had to guess, I would say maybe 10 minutes.
Okay.
I don't know.
And kind of describe what happened when Mr. Perry came in the door.
He came in, and he's like, I thought there was a surprise here for me. This isn't a surprise. This is an unexpected guest. You know, real agitated.
Did he seem to know that she would be there?
No, he didn't give away to me that he thought she would be there. So he said
They
that,
give
and
him
he
jury
was, you know,
instructions.
telling me about, he had brought me some aminos or something, and just
baby,
small
I'm
talk,
ready
and
for
then he sat down and started basically grilling.
That wasn't no damn lunch.
I don't know. They back talking.
Okay, let me go back to it, y'all. Damn, I was just not getting into that. That's all right. I'm sure we'll have another chance to go back to it while they deliberate. Let's see.
Until you have returned your verdict and the trial has concluded. No sympathy or prejudice by the jury. You can have no prejudice or sympathy or lose your family and friends. During your deliberations, you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone.
Jurors are in the courtroom, Your Honor.
You may be seated. Good morning. Good morning. While we're ready to get back to work, it's now time for me to instruct you on the law. If you could pass them a copy of the instructions. Do we have a copy? State of Tennessee versus Latasha Daniels, indictment number 2501253. Members of the jury, the evidence in this case has been completed and the arguments are soon to follow. Now it is my duty now to instruct you as to the law. The law applicable to this case is stated in these instructions. It is your duty to carefully consider all of them. The order in which these instructions are given is no indication of their relative importance. You should not single out any one or more of them to the exclusion of another or others, but should consider each one in light of and in harmony with the others. You are the exclusive judges of the facts in this case. Also, you are the exclusive judges of the law under the direction of the court. You should apply the law to the facts in deciding this case. You should consider all of the evidence in the light of your own observations and experience in life. Offense is charged and plea. The defendant, Latasha Daniels, is charged in count 1 of the indictment with the crime of murder first degree. The offense necessarily includes the lesser offenses of murder second degree, voluntary manslaughter, reckless homicide, and criminally negligent homicide. The defendant, Latasha Daniels, is charged in count 2 of the indictment with the crime of criminal attempt murder first degree. The offense necessarily includes the lesser offenses of criminal attempt murder second degree, criminal attempt voluntary manslaughter, and reckless endangerment. The defendant, Latasha Daniels, is charged in count 3 of the indictment with the crime of employing a firearm during a felony. The offense necessarily includes the lesser offense of possessing a firearm during a felony. The defendant pleads not guilty to the offenses as charged in the indictment. The law makes it the duty of the court to give in charge to the jury the law relative to the case on trial, and the duty of the jury to carefully consider all of the evidence delivered to them on the trial and under the law given them by the court, render their verdict with absolute impartiality. No independent research or discussion. You as jurors must decide this case based solely on the evidence presented here within the 4 walls of this courtroom. This means that during the trial, you must not conduct any independent research about this case, the matters in the case, and the individuals involved in the case. In other words, you should not consult dictionaries or reference materials, search the internet, websites, blogs, or use any other electronic tools to obtain information about this case or to help you decide the case. Please do not try to find out information from any source outside the confines of this courtroom. Until you retire to deliberate, you may not discuss this case with anyone, even your fellow jurors. After you retire to deliberate, you may begin discussing the case with your fellow jurors, but you cannot discuss the case with anyone else until you have returned a verdict and the case is at an end. I hope that for all of you, this case is interesting and noteworthy. I know that many of you use cell phones, the internet, and other tools of technology. You also must not talk to anyone about this case or use these tools to communicate electronically with anyone about the case. This includes your family and friends. During your deliberations, you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone by any means about this case outside the jury deliberation room. You may not use any electronic device or media, such as telephone, cell phone, smartphone, iPhone, or computer, the internet, any internet service, or any text or instant messaging service, or any internet chat room, blog, or website, including but not limited to Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, Snapchat, Instagram, Google, Twitter, or any other social media to communicate to anyone any information about this case or to conduct any research about this case until you have returned your verdict and the trial has concluded. No sympathy or prejudice by the jury. You can have no prejudice or sympathy or allow anything but the law and the evidence to have any influence upon your verdict. You must render your verdict with absolute fairness and impartiality as you think justice and truth dictate. Notes. Members of the juries, you have been allowed to take notes in this case. The court charges you that these notes are for your individual use only, and you should not use said notes directly or indirectly to persuade other jurors as to the accuracy of said notes. They should not be shown to others, nor compared, nor referred to in any way as authority, but should be used privately only by the maker of said notes as an aid to his or her individual memory. Indictment. The indictment in this case is the formal written accusation charging the defendant with these crimes. It is not evidence against the defendant and does not create any inference of guilt. Statements and rulings of the court. At times during the trial, I have ruled upon the admissibility.
Thank you, Ms.
of
B.
evidence.
Thank
You
you.
must not concern yourself with these rulings. Neither by such rulings, these instructions, nor any other remarks which I have made do I mean to indicate any opinion as to the facts or as to what your verdict should be. Statements and arguments of counsel. Statements, arguments, and remarks of counsel are intended to help you in understanding the evidence and applying the law, but they are not evidence. If any statements were made that you believe are not supported by the evidence, you should disregard them. The court will now explain to you the law applicable to count 1 of this indictment, murder first degree premeditated killing. Any person who commits the offense of first degree murder is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant unlawfully killed the alleged victim, Brodus Perry, and 2, that the defendant acted intentionally. A person acts intentionally when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to cause the death of the alleged victim, and 3, that the killing was premeditated. Intentionally means that a person acts intentionally when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to cause the death of the alleged victim. A premeditated act is one done after the exercise of reflection and judgment. Premeditation means that the intent to kill must have been formed prior to the act itself. It is not necessary that the purpose to kill pre-exists in the mind of the accused for any definite period of time. The mental state of the accused at the time she allegedly decided to kill must be carefully considered in order to determine whether the accused was sufficiently free from excitement and passion as to be capable of premeditation. If the design to kill was formed with premeditation, it is immaterial that the accused may have been in a state of passion or excitement when the design was carried into effect. Furthermore, premeditation can be found if the decision to kill is first formed during the heat of passion, but the accused commits the crime after the passion has subsided. Second-degree murder, knowing killing of another. Any person who commits second-degree murder is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant unlawfully killed the alleged victim, Brodus Perry, and 2, that the defendant acted knowingly. Knowingly means that a person acts with an awareness that her conduct is reasonably certain to cause the death of the alleged victim. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. Intentionally means that a person acts intentionally when it's the person's conscious objective or desire to cause the death of the alleged victim. A defendant's conscious objective need not be to kill a specific victim. If you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant intended to cause result the death of a person, then the killing of another, even if not the intended victim, would be second-degree murder. The distinction between voluntary manslaughter and second-degree murder is that voluntary manslaughter requires that the killing result from a state of passion produced by adequate provocation from the alleged victim, sufficient to lead a reasonable person to act in an irrational manner. Voluntary manslaughter. Any person who commits voluntary manslaughter is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant unlawfully killed the alleged victim, Brodus Perry, and 2, that the defendant acted intentionally or knowingly, and 3, that the killing resulted from a state of passion produced by adequate provocation from the alleged victim sufficient to lead a reasonable person to act in an irrational manner. The distinction between voluntary manslaughter and second-degree murder is that voluntary manslaughter requires that the killing result from a state of passion produced by adequate provocation from the alleged victim sufficient to lead a reasonable person to act in an irrational manner. Passion means any of the human emotions known as anger, rage, sudden resentment, terror, or similar emotions which renders the mind incapable of cool reflection. Intentionally and knowingly have previously been defined in these instructions. Reckless homicide. Any person who commits the offense of reckless homicide is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant killed the alleged victim, Brodus Perry, and 2, that the defendant acted recklessly. Recklessly means that a person acts recklessly when the person is aware of but consciously disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk that the alleged victim will be killed. The risk must be of such a nature and a degree that its disregard constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care that an ordinary person would exercise under all the circumstances as viewed from the accused person's standpoint. The requirement of recklessly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally or knowingly. Intentionally and knowingly have previously been defined in these instructions. Criminally negligent homicide. Any person who commits criminally negligent homicide is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant's conduct resulted in the death of the alleged victim, Brodus Perry, and 2, that the defendant acted with criminal negligence. Criminal negligence means that a person acts with criminal negligence when the person ought to be aware of a substantial and unjustifiable risk that the alleged victim will be killed. The risk must be of such a nature and degree that the failure to perceive it constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care that an ordinary person would exercise under all the circumstances as viewed from the accused person's standpoint. The requirement of criminal negligence is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly. Intentionally, knowingly, and recklessly have previously been defined in these instructions. If you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was criminally negligent, you must also find that the death of the alleged victim was the proximate result of the defendant's criminal negligence. The defendant's actions need not be the sole or immediate cause of death. If you find that the direct cause of death was an act of the victim, before you can convict the defendant, you must also find beyond a reasonable doubt that the act of the victim causing the death was a natural and probable result of the defendant's criminal negligence. The court will now explain to you the law applicable to count 2, criminal attempt first-degree murder charged in this indictment. Criminal attempt first-degree murder. Any person who attempts to commit first-degree murder where the victim suffers serious bodily injury is guilty of a crime. For you to find a person guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant intended to commit the offense of first-degree murder against alleged victim Tabitha Perry, and 2B, that the defendant did some act intending to cause an essential element of first-degree murder to occur, and at the time believed the act would cause the element to occur without further action on the defendant's part, and 3, that the alleged victim Tabitha Perry suffered serious bodily injury. New and known means that a person acts knowingly with respect to the conduct or to circumstance surrounding the conduct when the person is aware of the nature of the conduct or that the circumstance exists. A person acts knowingly with respect to a result of the person's conduct when the person is aware that the conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. Intent means that a person acts intentionally when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to cause the death of the alleged victim. The essential elements necessary to constitute first-degree murder are: 1, that the defendant unlawfully killed the alleged victim, and 2, that the defendant acted intentionally. A person acts intentionally when it's the person's conscious objective or desire to cause the death of the alleged victim. A defendant's conscious objective need not be to kill a specific victim. If you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant intended to cause the result, the death of a person, and that she did so with premeditation, then the killing of another, even if not the intended victim, would be first-degree murder. And 3, that the killing was premeditated. A premeditated act is one done after the exercise of reflection and judgment. Premeditation means that the intent to kill must have been formed prior to the act itself. It is not necessary that the purpose to kill pre-exist in the mind of the accused for any definite period of time. The mental state of the accused at the time she allegedly decided to kill must be carefully considered in order to determine whether the accused was sufficiently free from excitement and passion as to be capable of premeditation. If the design to kill was formed with premeditation, it is immaterial that the accused may have been in a state of passion or excitement when the design was carried into effect. Furthermore, premeditation can be found if the decision to kill is first formed during the heat of passion, but the accused commits the act after the passion has subsided. Serious bodily injury means bodily injury that involves a substantial risk of death, protracted unconsciousness, extreme physical pain, protracted or obvious disfigurement, or protracted loss or substantial impairment of a bodily function of a bodily member, organ, or mental faculty. Bodily injury includes a cut, abrasion, bruise, burn, or disfigurement, and physical pain or temporary illness or impairment of the function of a bodily member, organ, or mental faculty. Criminal attempt, second-degree murder. Any person who attempts to commit a criminal offense is guilty of a crime. For you to find a person guilty of criminal attempt, the state must have proved beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant intended to commit the specific offense of second-degree murder, and 2b, that the defendant did some act intended to cause an essential element of second-degree murder to occur, and at the time believed the act would cause the element to occur without further action on the defendant's part. Intended, intending, intent has previously been defined in these instructions. The distinction between voluntary manslaughter and second-degree murder is that voluntary manslaughter requires that the killing result from a state of passion produced by adequate provocation sufficient to lead a reasonable person to act in an irrational manner. The essential elements necessary to constitute second-degree murder have previously been defined in these instructions. Criminal attempt, voluntary manslaughter. Any person who attempts to commit a criminal offense is guilty of a crime. For you to find a person guilty of criminal attempt, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant intended to commit the specific offense of voluntary manslaughter, and 2b, that the defendant did some act intended to cause an essential element of voluntary manslaughter to occur, and at the time believed the act would cause the element to occur without further action on the defendant's part. The distinction between voluntary manslaughter and second-degree murder is that voluntary manslaughter requires that the killing result from a state of passion produced by adequate provocation sufficient to lead a reasonable person to act in an irrational manner. Intended, intending, intent have previously been defined in these instructions. The essential elements necessary to constitute voluntary manslaughter have previously been defined in these instructions. Reckless endangerment. Any person who commits the offense of reckless endangerment is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proved beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant engaged in conduct which placed or might have placed another person in imminent danger of death or serious bodily injury, and 2, that the defendant acted recklessly. For the threat of death or serious bodily injury to be imminent, the person must be placed in a reasonable probability of danger as opposed to a mere possibility of danger. Before you can convict the defendant, the state must show beyond a reasonable doubt that a person or class of persons was in a zone of danger. The zone of danger is that area in which reasonable probability exists that the defendant's conduct will place others in imminent danger of death or serious bodily injury. Serious bodily injury means bodily injury that involves a substantial risk of death, protracted unconsciousness, extreme physical pain, protracted or obvious disfigurement, or protracted loss or substantial impairment of a function of a bodily member, organ, or mental faculty. Bodily injury includes a cut, abrasion, bruise, burn, or disfigurement, and physical pain or temporary illness or impairment of the function of a bodily member, organ, or mental faculty. The requirement of recklessly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally or knowingly. Recklessly, intentionally, and knowingly have previously been defined in these instructions. The court will now explain to you the law applicable to count 3, employing a firearm during the felony charged in this indictment. Employing a firearm during the commission of a dangerous offense. Any person who employs a firearm during the commission of a dangerous offense is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant employed a firearm, and 2, that the employment was during the commission of or attempt to commit criminal attempt first-degree murder against alleged victim Tabitha Perry, and that the defendant acted intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly. Employ means make use of. Firearm means any weapon designed, made, or adapted to expel a projectile by the action of an explosive or any device readily convertible to that use. Intentionally means that a person acts intentionally with respect to the nature of the conduct or to a result of the conduct when it's the person's conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. Knowingly means that a person acts knowingly with respect to the conduct or to the circumstance surrounding the conduct when the person is aware of the nature of the conduct or that the circumstance exists. A person acts knowingly with respect to a result of the person's conduct when the person is aware that the conduct is reasonably certain to cause a result. Recklessly means that a person acts recklessly when the person is aware of but consciously disregards a substantial and justifiable risk that the alleged victim will be killed. The risk must be of such a nature and degree that its disregard constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care that an ordinary person would exercise under all the circumstances as viewed from the accused person's standpoint. The requirement of recklessly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally or knowingly. The court instructs you that as to count 3, the term dangerous felony is limited to criminal attempt first-degree murder, criminal attempt second-degree murder, and criminal attempt voluntary manslaughter. Furthermore, the court instructs you that a defendant may not be found guilty of this offense unless you find she is also guilty of criminal attempt first-degree murder, criminal attempt second-degree murder, or criminal attempt voluntary manslaughter against the victim Tabitha Perry. The essential elements of criminal attempt first-degree murder, criminal attempt second-degree murder, and criminal attempt voluntary manslaughter have previously been defined in these instructions. Unlawful possession of a firearm with intent to go armed during the commission of or attempt to commit a dangerous offense. Any person who possesses a firearm during the commission of a dangerous offense is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proved beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant possessed a firearm, and 2, that the possession was with the intent to go armed during the commission of or attempt to commit criminal attempt first-degree murder, and 3, that the defendant acted intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly. Intentionally, knowingly, recklessly, intent, and firearm have previously been defined in these instructions. Possession may be actual or constructive. A person who knowingly had direct physical control over an object at a given time is then in actual possession of it. A person who, although not in actual possession, knowingly had both the power and intention at any given time to exercise dominion and control over an object is then in constructive possession of it. Possession may also be sole or joint. If a person has actual or constructive possession of the thing, possession is sole. If 2 or more persons have actual or constructive possession of the thing, then possession is joint. The court instructs you that as to count 3, the term dangerous felony is limited to criminal attempt first-degree murder, criminal attempt second-degree murder, and criminal attempt voluntary manslaughter. Furthermore, the court instructs you that the defendant may not be found guilty of this offense unless you find she is also guilty of criminal attempt first-degree murder, criminal attempt second-degree murder, or criminal attempt voluntary manslaughter against the victim, Tabitha Perry. The essential elements of criminal attempt first-degree murder, criminal attempt second-degree murder, and criminal attempt voluntary manslaughter have previously been defined in these instructions. Presumption of innocence. You enter upon this investigation with the presumption that the defendant is not guilty of any crime, and that this presumption stands as a witness for her until it is rebutted and overturned by competent and credible proof. It is therefore incumbent upon the state, before you can convict that defendant, to establish to your satisfaction beyond a reasonable doubt that the crime charged in the indictment has been committed, that the same was committed within the county of Shelby and state of Tennessee before the finding of this indictment, and that the defendant at the bar committed the crime in such manner that would make her guilty under the law heretofore defined and explained to you. The law presumes that the defendant is innocent of the charge against her. This presumption remains with the defendant throughout every stage of the trial, and it is not overcome unless from all the evidence in the case you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. Burden of proof general. The state has the burden of proving the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt, and this burden never shifts but remains on the state throughout the trial of the case. The defendant is not required to prove her innocence. Reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt is that doubt created by an investigation of all the proof in the case and an inability after such investigation to let the mind rest easily as to the certainty of guilt. Absolute certainty of guilt is not demanded by the law to convict of any criminal charge, but moral certainty is required. And this certainty is required as to every element of proof necessary to constitute the offense. Burden of proof, elements and date of offense. The state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt all the elements of the crime charged and that it was committed before the finding and returning of the indictment in this case. Impeachment of witness. A witness may be impeached by proving that he or she has made some material statements out of court which are at variance with the witness's evidence on the stand. However, proof of such prior inconsistent statements may be considered by you only for the purpose of testing the witness's credibility and not as substantive evidence of the truth of the matter asserted in such out-of-court statements. Excuse me. Further, a witness may be impeached by a careful cross-examination involving the witness in contradictory, unreasonable, and improbable statements. However, immaterial discrepancies or differences in the statements of witnesses do not affect their credibility unless it plainly appears that some witness has testified falsely. When a witness is thus impeached, the jury has the right to disregard his or her evidence and treat it as untrue, except where it is corroborated by other credible testimony or by the facts and circumstances proved on the trial. Credibility of witnesses. You should consider all the evidence presented in this case by the state and by the defendant and give it a full, fair, and impartial consideration. Part of your responsibility is to determine what the facts are, based on what you heard from the witnesses. If there are conflicts in the testimony of different witnesses, it is your duty to reconcile them if you can, for the law presumes that every witness has told the truth. But when you cannot reconcile the statements of different witnesses, then you must decide which witness or witnesses you believe and how important his or her testimony was. You do not have to accept or reject everything a witness said. You are free to believe all, none, or part of any person's testimony. In forming your opinion as to which witness you believe, you may consider the following factors. 1. How the witness looked, acted, and whether the witness appeared to be telling the truth when he or she testified. 2. Whether the witness was in a position to know about the manner to which he or she testified. In other words, how well could the witness see or hear what he or she testified he or she saw or heard. 3. Whether the witness's statements were consistent and how believable the statements were. 4. Whether the witness had a motive to testify truthfully or to testify untruthfully. And 5. Any proof presented of the witness's reputation for telling the truth. Another factor for you to consider in evaluating a witness's testimony is whether the witness's testimony during cross-examination appeared to be contradictory, unreasonable, and improbable. However, immaterial or minor discrepancies or differences should not affect the believability of a witness unless it plainly appears that the witness has willfully testified falsely. In forming your opinion as to the credibility of a witness, you may look to the proof, if any, of his or her general character, the evidence, if any, of the witness's reputation for truth and veracity, the intelligence and respectability of the witness, his or her interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the trial, his or her feelings, his or her apparent fairness or bias, his or her means of knowledge, the reasonableness of his or her statements, his or her appearance and demeanor while testifying, his or her contradictory statements as to material matters, if any are shown, and all the evidence in the case tending to corroborate or contradict him or her. Expert witness. During the trial, you heard the expert testimony of Erica Curry, a forensic pathologist. Dr. Amanda R. Bidding, during the trial, you heard the expert testimony of Erica Curry, in forensic pathology, Dr. Amanda R. Bidding, PhD, in forensic and clinical psychology, and Special Agent Brock Sane in firearms identification. All were who would describe to us as experts in their fields. The rules of evidence provide that if scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge might assist the jury in understanding the evidence or in determining a fact in issue, a witness qualified as an expert by reason of special knowledge, skill, or experience may testify and state his or her opinions concerning such matters and give reasons for his or her testimony. Merely because an expert witness has expressed an opinion does not mean, however, that you are bound to accept this opinion. The same as with any other witness. It is up to you to decide whether you believe this testimony and choose to rely upon it. Part of that decision will depend on your judgment about whether the witness's background and training and experience is sufficient for the witness to give the expert opinion that you heard. You must also decide whether the witness's opinions were based on sound reasons, judgment, and information. You are to give the testimony of an expert witness such weight and value as you think it deserves, along with all the other evidence in the case. Identification. The court charges you that the identity of the defendant must be proven in the case on the part of the state to your satisfaction beyond a reasonable doubt. In other words, the burden of proof is on the state to show that the defendant now on trial before you is the identical person who committed the alleged crime with which she is charged. In considering the identity of a person, the jury may take into consideration all the facts and circumstances in the case. The court further charges you that if you are satisfied from the whole proof in the case beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant, Latasha Daniels, committed the crime charged against her, and you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that she has been identified as the person who committed the crime charged, then it would be your duty to convict her. On the other hand, if you are not satisfied with the identity from the proof, or you have a reasonable doubt as to whether she has been identified from the whole body of the proof in the case, then you should return a verdict of not guilty. Evidence, direct and circumstantial. One type of evidence is called direct evidence, and the other type is called circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence is those parts of the testimony admitted in court which refer to what happened and was testified to by witnesses who saw or heard what happened firsthand. If witnesses testify about what they themselves saw or heard or otherwise sensed, they presented direct evidence. Circumstantial evidence is all the testimony and exhibits which give you clues about what happened in an indirect way. It consists of all the evidence which is not direct evidence. Do not assume that direct evidence is always better than circumstantial evidence. According to our laws, direct evidence is not necessarily better than circumstantial evidence. Either type of evidence can prove a fact if it is convincing enough. A defendant may be convicted on direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, or both. It is your duty to decide how much weight to give the direct and circumstantial evidence. The law makes no distinction between the weight that you should give to either one, or say that one is any better evidence than the other. You should consider all the evidence, both circumstantial, both direct and circumstantial, and give it whatever way you believe it deserves. Defendant testifying. The defendant having testified in her own behalf, her credibility is to be determined by the same rules that the credibility of other witnesses is determined, and you will give to the defendant's testimony in this case such weight as you may think it is entitled. Unanimous verdict. The verdict must present the considered judgment of each juror. In order to return a verdict, it is necessary that each juror agree thereto. Your verdict must be unanimous. It is your duty as jurors to consult with one another and to deliver with a view to reaching an agreement. If you can, do so without violence to individual judgment. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but do so only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with your fellow jurors. In the course of your deliberations, do not hesitate to re-examine your own views and change your opinion if convinced it is erroneous, but do not surrender your honest conviction as to the weight or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. Unanimous means agreeing in opinion, being in complete accord, agreement of all jurors in holding one and the same opinion. Deliberation, order of consideration. In reaching your verdict, you shall first consider the offense charged in the indictment. If you unanimously find the defendant guilty of that offense beyond a reasonable doubt, you shall return a verdict of guilty for that offense. If you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of that offense, or you have a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt of that offense, you shall then proceed to consider whether or not the defendant is guilty of the next lesser included offense in order from greatest to least within that count. You should not proceed to consider any lesser included offense until you have first made a unanimous determination that the defendant is not guilty of the immediately preceding greater offense, or you unanimously have a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt of that offense. If you have a reasonable doubt of the guilt of the defendant as to all offenses charged and included in that account, you should return a verdict of not guilty and proceed to the next count. The charged offense in count one of this indictment is first-degree murder. The lesser included offenses in order of consideration from greatest to least are second-degree murder, voluntary manslaughter, reckless homicide, criminally negligent homicide. Verdict form. If you find the defendant guilty of the charged offense beyond a reasonable doubt, your verdict should be, we the jury find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder as charged in count one in indictment 2501253. If you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of this offense or have a reasonable doubt of her guilt of this offense, you will next consider her guilt of lesser included offenses in order of their consideration from greatest to least as set out on the previous page. If you unanimously find the defendant guilty of lesser included offense beyond a reasonable doubt, if you unanimously find the defendant guilty of a lesser included offense beyond a reasonable doubt, your verdict should be, we the jury find the defendant guilty of blank as included in count one in indictment number 2501253. Insert instead blank the lesser included offense. If you have a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt of the offenses charged and included in the count, it is your duty to acquit her, and your verdict should be, we the jury find the defendant not guilty in count one of indictment number 2501253. You will write your verdict on the verdict form attached and sign one of your names to the verdict as foreperson. The charged offense in count two of this indictment is criminal attempt first-degree murder. The lesser included offenses in order of consideration from greatest to least are criminal attempt second-degree murder, criminal attempt voluntary manslaughter, reckless endangerment. If you find the defendant guilty of the charged offense beyond a reasonable doubt, your verdict should be, we the jury find the defendant guilty of criminal attempt first-degree murder as charged in count two in indictment number 2501253. If you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of this offense or have a reasonable doubt of her guilt to this offense, you will next consider her guilt of lesser included offenses in order of their consideration from greatest to least, as set out on the previous page. If you unanimously find the defendant guilty of a lesser included offense beyond a reasonable doubt, your verdict should be, we the jury find the defendant guilty of blank as included in count 2 in indictment number 2501253. Insert in said blank the lesser included offense. If you have a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt of the offenses charged and included in the count, it is your duty to acquit her, and your verdict should be, we the jury find the defendant not guilty in count 2 of indictment number 2501253. You will write your verdict on the verdict form attached and sign one of your names to the verdict as foreperson. The charged offense in count 3 of this indictment is employing a firearm during a felony. The lesser included offense is possession of a firearm during a felony. Verdict form. If you find the defendant guilty of the charged offense beyond a reasonable doubt, your verdict should be, we the jury find the defendant guilty of employing a firearm during a felony as charged in count 3 in indictment number 2501253. If you find the defendant guilty of this charge, you must identify the felony, either criminal attempt first-degree murder checkbox, criminal attempt second-degree murder, criminal attempt voluntary manslaughter checkbox. If you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of this offense or have a reasonable doubt of her guilt of this offense, you will next consider her guilt of the lesser included offenses in order of their consideration from greatest to least as set out on the previous page. If you unanimously find the defendant guilty of a lesser included offense beyond a reasonable doubt, your verdict should be, we the jury find the defendant guilty of blank as included in count 3 in indictment number 2501253. Insert in said blank the lesser included offense. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense, you must identify the felony, either criminal attempt first-degree murder, criminal attempt second-degree murder, or criminal attempt voluntary manslaughter. If you have a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt of the offenses charged and included in count 3, it is your duty to acquit her, and your verdict should be, we the jury find the defendant not guilty in count 2 of indictment number 2501253. You will write your verdict on the verdict form attached and sign one of your names to the verdict as foreperson. Selecting foreperson. When you retire to the jury room, you will first select one of your members as foreperson, who will preside over your deliberations. When you have reached a verdict, you return with it to this courtroom, and your foreperson will announce the appropriate verdict form to the court. Take the case, consider all the facts and circumstances fairly and impartially, and report to the court such verdict as truth dictates and justice demand. Signed, Judge Jennifer Fitzgerald, Criminal Court, Division 2. All right, so I have given you the law in this case. We're going to recess for lunch, and when we come back, you'll hear the attorney's closing arguments. And I have to remind you again, we're still not ready to discuss the case, okay? So I'm gonna excuse you for lunch. We'll come back, I guess at 1:45. I'm not sure if lunch till yet. We'll come back at 1:45. But I'm gonna excuse you for lunch, and we're still not ready to discuss the case.
Let's move the paperwork in your chairs, please.
Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. What was that earlier, y'all? Breakfast? What in the hell? I am going to play the white footage. I first want to figure out how they're getting 2 lunches, because I could have sworn that woman said something about lunch.
Yeah, the last one was a cigarette break. But she know damn well these motherfuckers, she know damn well these motherfuckers is finna discuss the case. Nigga, they finna vote now. The fuck we gonna wait, eat lunch, and then come back? We voting now.
They're gonna be ready before the closing arguments even start. They ready now.
Before the last potato chip is finished, they gonna been had their decision.
Mm-hmm.
Don't discuss the case. Shut the fuck up, lady. We sick of you.
They've been discussing the damn case, let me tell you. All right, y'all. I'm gonna pull back up the wife's testimony. Let's continue right there about to discuss the case while eating choke sandwiches. Now they be eating good, baby. They be feeding them folks. All
And
right.
we got a good ass cafeteria in our courtroom too. We got a good ass cafeteria.
Oh, that's the wrong one. Hold on. I pulled that one back up.
Not too many fast food restaurants in the vicinity. So I'll sit down. So I think Wendy's is Wendy's and KFC. The only thing that's right there by the court.
Enjoy life.
You done went all the way back. Hold on, y'all. Wait a minute. Okay.
I've been having fun trolling racists all morning.
Why,
Apparently,
Trey?
my shorts are shit. Apparently, my shorts bring the racists out. Now, it's not a lot of them because there ain't that many comments. But yeah, I just have to point out, like, y'all invented everything. Every crime there is, you motherfuckers invented it. So shut up. And then when I point out there's more of them that commit the crime and shit, then they want to break statistics. I don't give a fuck about all this. Nigga, y'all lead, so shut the fuck up. Don't call nobody else criminals when y'all lead the world in crime, Craig. Shut the fuck up.
Especially
They don't
blue
like
collar.
hearing it.
I'm not blue collar, white collar crime.
It don't
They
matter
all
what
lead.
it is, they lead in all of them. Cause like I had to just tell one of these raggedy motherfuckers, niggas, it's pockets in the US where it ain't nothing but white people there. Guess who occupy them jails? Why they committing crime, Craig? That's all. Brad and them don't want to hear that shit.
Not Brad.
That's why I'm trolling their ass. I got my comment copied and pasted for they bitch ass.
Damn. Trey, you
Them
just
black
stay in
people are
some-
driving that car real fast. Y'all invented NASCAR running from the police. Shut the fuck up. We got it from y'all.
Trey,
Huh?
you stay in trouble.
Yes, only on the viral shorts though. I don't bother if it ain't viral. I don't bother. I got to do like 1 million or so for me to respond to them.
Mm-hmm.
Little Charlie Kirks.
You did that.
Think they gonna trigger me. I'm gonna get you motherfuckers first. I make y'all think about some shit. Y'all motherfuckers invented gang banging, mobsters, all types of shit. Shut the fuck up talking to me.
Damn. Y'all pray for me, Lynn. Prayer session for Trey. Even though he don't want it. Oh, y'all know what? No, I'm gonna wait till this evening. I'm gonna wait till this evening to tell y'all what I'm about to tell you. I want to tell y'all so bad, but I'm gonna wait. Anywho, okay, y'all, let's listen to, for those that's joining that don't know, we are on lunch break. And then they'll be back to do closing arguments. But for right now, what we're gonna do, we're gonna go back a little in time and we're gonna watch the wife's testimony. For those who don't know what the case is about, let me drop a little hold on. A little disclaimer, however you want to look at it. This is what the case is about. Okay, so what we're about to do now is listen to the wife's testimony. Okay? All right, let's go.
2014, February 2014.
And were you married to him in April of 2019 when he died?
Yes.
How old was he at that time?
38, I think.
I'm going to ask you something and ask you if you can identify it. Can you identify that?
Yeah, that's what it's here.
So no, that's that B mark. States Exhibit 1, please.
No objection.
I wish y'all the photo of Ron Scary is Exhibit 1.
May I publish that for the jury?
Yes.
Is that the photo you used to identify?
Yes.
When's the last time you talked to him?
April
4th.
April 4th, 2019.
And that's the day he died.
Correct.
Were you there when that happened?
Yes.
Where were y'all living at the time?
Colleyville, Tennessee.
How long had y'all been in Shelby County?
Approximately 6 months.
Where were you before that?
Little Rock, Arkansas.
And what did Mr. Perry do as his occupation?
He was a pastor.
And is that what he did in Little Rock as well?
Yes.
Where was he at Little Rock? Where was he a pastor at?
St. Mark Baptist Church.
And do you know, is that a big church?
Yeah, it's a good church.
They have a lot of pastors.
Yes.
What was his role as a pastor there?
He was a pastor of assimilation. So his responsibility was basically new members as well as small groups.
Did he do any counseling or anything at that church?
No.
I want to take you specifically to April 4th of 2019. And that night, 9 or 10 o'clock at night, where were you?
I was home.
And was Brodus there with you?
No, he was not.
Did you have a visitor?
I did.
Was it an expected visitor or an unexpected visitor?
Unexpected.
Kind of tell me how that went.
I heard a knock at the door. So me and the dog went to the door. I didn't see anyone. Well, the people were covered. And so I thought it was Brodus just playing around. So I said something like, no, I'm not going to open the door if I can't see anyone. So I went and sat back down. And I heard a knock again, so I went back to the door. And I peeked out the door, and I saw like a lock, like swinging. And I was like, Tasha, is that you? And she, nodded, yeah. So I was like, okay, let me put the dog up. I went and put the dog up, and then I came back and opened the door.
So you knew Tasha Daniels.
Yes.
Is she in the courtroom today?
Yes,
Can you point her out for us, please?
right there.
What color shirt she wearing?
Blue.
Light blue or dark blue?
Light blue.
For the record, Judge, she's identified the defendant.
Will the record reflect the defendant has been identified?
How would you describe your relationship with the defendant?
Friendly.
You knew her, you may have said this, where did you know her from?
I knew her from church
In Memphis or Little Rock?
in Little Rock.
Did y'all do other things together outside of church?
I would say from maybe July to October, we played tennis together like once a month. I went to a couple dance classes. I think she had a former client who taught dance, so I went to a couple dance classes, and my life group would go with her life group to a couple dance classes.
So it was somebody you knew from church, somebody you knew from some events at church, somebody you played tennis with occasionally, so you knew her fairly well, would you say that?
Yeah.
I mean, what did you think when she just showed up? Did you have any idea she knew where you lived, or?
I knew that it was odd. I felt like it was odd, but I guess it was one of those things where, it's like, this is weird, but okay. I knew that before we left Little Rock, we gave a lot of people our address, a lot of people, keep in contact, give me your forwarding address, that type of thing. So I really didn't allow myself to really think past that. I just figured, oh, we must have given her our address.
So it wouldn't have been unusual for somebody from the church in Little Rock to know where you were in Memphis?
Wouldn't be unusual, no.
Did you ask her what she was doing?
Yeah, I asked her what she was doing there, and she said that she was in town for a conference.
So what y'all did after you
I invited
welcomed her in, and,
Yeah.
and what happened then?
I invited her in, we just sat on the couch and just kind of caught up. How are you, what's going on, how are the kids? Have you been playing tennis, stuff like that, just really small talk.
Did you notify Mr. Perry that she was there?
I texted him, and I just, gave like the big eyeballs, and I was like, I either said weird or strange or something like that. But I didn't go into detail to tell him what was going on, or that she was there.
Did you ask him to come home if he was available to come home?
No, because I knew he was already on the way home.
Okay, so you had, I guess, had a conversation with him by phone, text, or something, and so you had an idea he was coming home again. Okay. How long do you think that she was there prior to Mr. Perry getting home? Approximately, I mean, it's not 5 minutes, 30 minutes, I don't know.
If I had to guess, I would say maybe 10 minutes.
Okay.
I don't know.
And kind of describe what happened when Mr. Perry came in the door.
He came in, and he's like, I thought there was a surprise here for me. This isn't a surprise, it's an unexpected guest. Real agitated.
Did he seem to know that she would be there?
No, he didn't give away to me that he thought she would be there. So he said that, and then he was, telling me about, he had brought me some aminos or something, and Just regular small talk, and then he sat down and started basically grilling her about why she was there.
And how long did y'all continue to have conversation after that?
Yeah,
anything
but it
to
was-
eat, drink, anything like that?
I think they may have had bourbon. I didn't have any. I think that I'm pretty sure he offered bourbon. Yeah,
How long would you say that she stayed?
after he got there.
After he got
Maybe another 10 minutes.
And what happened?
She said, well, I'm not going to keep you guys. I'm going to head out or whatever. So we all got up to walk to the door, and I led, and she was behind me, and he was behind her. And I walked to the door, and I'm just giving this little spiel about not speeding in the area, just making small talk as we go to the door. I open the door, and I go out. We're on the second floor, and I'm like right at the steps when I turn back, and I'm like, okay, no one's behind me. And then I see her pull out her gun and start shooting.
Was she inside of the apartment or outside?
No, she was outside of the apartment, and he was like standing in the doorway, like in the threshold.
Had she ever, since she got there and you let her in, has she left the apartment to go back to her car or anything?
No.
So she had brought the gun in with her when she came into the apartment?
Yes.
So when she pulled the gun out, what happened next?
She started shooting. He hit the ground, and I started running toward him. And she told me, like, basically back off. So I stopped and I ran to the neighbor's door and I banged on the door, called 911. She went back into the apartment, so I went back into the apartment because I'm just trying to figure out what is going on. Like, why is this happening? So I'm, screaming naturally, why is this happening? What's happening? Why are you doing this?
So do you think your neighbor called 911 at that point?
One of them did. Somebody called.
When you got back into the apartment, did the defendant still have the gun in her hand?
Yes.
And what was going on then?
I guess at that point, I'm basically pleading, like, what's happening? Why are you doing this? Please leave, And she's, kind of pacing a little bit, with the gun. At some point, the gun was reloaded.
So she fired until she ran out of bullets? Were you ever shot?
I was shot.
Tell me about that. When did that happen and where were you?
Well, at some point, I got on the ground, and I can't remember if I got on the ground immediately, but I was on the ground, and I was kind of hovering over him, kind of in my mind. I'm like, let me cover his head, so he doesn't get shot anymore. And, she was yelling at me to move, and I wouldn't move. So I got shot
Where'd you get shot?
in the shoulder.
Tell me about those injuries. Where and how were you treated? What have you had to deal with since being shot?
So it went into the shoulder, it broke this bone, and so at the emergency room, they decided that they wouldn't remove the bullet because,
No, take your time.
they felt like it wasn't going to move, so they just didn't remove it. But when I got to Jacksonville, I know that's home, Florida. I went back home, and they noticed that the bullet had started moving. So the first doctor I went to was like, this bullet is too close to your lungs, so it's going to have to go. And I went to the orthopedic doctor, then I went to another doctor, and they decided to just remove it. And by the time it was removed, it was coming out of my back. So the bullet had punctured the skin and was poking out of my back. So I had to have it surgically removed.
So did that cause you a lot of pain the night you were shot?
Yes,
A lot of pain between being shot and having the bullet removed?
a lot of pain.
And then the surgery was also not comfortable, I'm guessing, as well?
Right, and then the shoulder is still broke on top of that. The bone
Still.
here is, it was still broke the whole time. So there was the bone healing on top of the surgery and everything else.
Does it still cause you pain even today?
Sometimes, depending on what I'm doing, I'll get like a sharp pain.
There is, we've talked about this since, but, and I don't know, do you dispute the fact that Mr. Perry and the defendant were involved in a extramarital affair at the time this happened?
I don't now, no.
Prior to Mr. Perry's death, did you have any idea that the defendant and Mr. Perry were involved in any kind of an inappropriate relationship?
No.
Did Mr. Perry at any time have any conversation with you about he would like to have a relationship with Latasha Daniels?
No.
Did he at any time have a conversation with you about he wanted to have a relationship with anyone other than you, a sexual relationship with anyone other than you?
One time he told me about a book that he wanted me to read.
Right.
That was about the extent of it.
A marriage where you would agree to allow your spouse to have a sexual relationship with somebody else, anything that you would ever agree to.
No,
And by saying that, does that mean you never agreed to that with Mr. Perry?
I did not.
And you had no idea anything like that was going on?
I did not.
When you were on the ground trying to protect Mr. Perry, and I think you testified to this, I just want to make sure I heard you correctly. Did you say that the defendant was telling you to move
Yes,
and you refused to move?
yes,
And that's when you were shot?
correct.
That's all.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. May I have just a moment to get check situated?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome.
Ms. Archie, please, I apologize if I defer to Perry because that was just what I've known you as. Please feel free to correct me, okay? I want to talk to you about some things regarding this case, okay? First, I want to talk about ethical non-monogamy. When you were on direct, you told Mr. McAlbin that there was a book he wanted you to read. That book was called The Ethical Slut.
I guess. I don't think I ever considered it enough to know the name, but I guess.
And that was something that he was interested in and brought to your attention.
Right. He thought, he told me about this book. Hey, I read this book. I think you should read it.
Did he tell you what it was about?
I think I've gathered what it was about. Yeah.
What did you gather it was about?
I gathered that it was about people who are in open marriages.
And is that something that you were interested in?
No.
Now, there was an ethical non-monogamy group that Brodus was in, right? His book club.
Right. Apparently so.
And did you know about the chat group that he had with 2 other women regarding that book?
And not at the time. This is something I learned about maybe 2 years after his death. I knew that he was in a book club. I didn't know what kind of book club it was. To know Brodus knows that he's very, very much a nerd. I would say after he died, I probably gave away 1,000 books. So to say I'm in a book club didn't seem out of the ordinary to me.
So, did you know that he was on this, and this was on the Marco Polo app that he was talking to these women, right? Did you know that he was talking to people on that app?
I did know because I asked him, why are you always on this app? And he said, well, I'm in that book club. And instead of constantly typing back and forth, we just get on the video and chat about the books that we're reading.
And you saw him on there a lot.
Like, when you log on, you can see who else is on. So I'm like, why are you always on the app?
Did Brodus ever talk to you about bringing a watcher into your relationship?
No.
Did he ever talk to you about Ms. Daniels being a watcher in your relationship?
No.
Did he ever talk to you about wanting to have a girlfriend outside of having you as his wife?
No.
Did you select Ms. Daniels for Brodus to have a relationship?
No.
I'd like to show you some videos, okay? And it will be clips mostly. And then I'm going to ask you some questions about those clips, okay? And Your Honor, if you would please just allow me to sit when I'm doing this stuff. Thank you.
Well, I am at a place now where I want to expand this ethical non-monogamy, and your opinion matters to me because we are in this relationship. But at the same time, like I said from the outset, I want to be respectful, but I also want to let you know that, your opinion matters. But at the same time, I don't want you to put me in a box, right? Because while we talk about it in theory, this is now the practice part. And with Tabby perfectly fine with, the situation, because how I've handled and been honest and transparent and open with her with regard to this current relationship, me expanding it is not an issue for me. Basically, she told me, we can talk about it when you think it's worth talking about. But the way that you handle this, I'm fine with not sure.
So basically, Miosha, you saying the wife knew because the man said the wife knew? I'm just trying to understand where you coming from. So, hold on, let me catch up on these comments. Give me a second. Okay. She should have. and she comes over. Because why pop up when they both knew her heel was playing tennis together? Why would she just pop up for no reason? See, she didn't even read the book. No, she did not read the book. I believe the wife honestly, plus he downplayed it like most pastors, right? So how you didn't see her? Huh? Watch what he say. All the clues were there. Miss Lynn, I can admit the clues were there. I just feel like the wife didn't. Even if she recognized them, she didn't address them. Oh, we don't know if she addressed them or not, because we, of course, we won't ever get the full story. Listen, the wife knew all along. I'm trying to figure out how you gather that. They're gonna ask the wife again. Since this is her lawyer presenting it, he sent it. Okay, let's listen. I bagged it up, y'all. Hey, Tanya, how's hubby?
And Your Honor.
Well, I am at a place now where I want to expand this ethical non-monogamy, and your opinion matters to me because we are in this relationship. But at the same time, like I said from the outset, I want to be respectful, but I also want to let you know that your opinion matters. But at the same time, I don't want you to put me in a box, right? Because while we talk about it in theory, this is now the practice part. And with Tabby perfectly fine with, the situation, because how I've handled and been honest and transparent and open with her with regard to this current relationship.
He's lying. The man is lying. I don't know who he's talking to in this right here, but he's talking like the wife knows about it, and the wife is good with it. The wife is saying on the stand she didn't know anything about it. I believe her. He's lying to the mistress. That's what men do. They lie to the wife, they lie to the mistress. I don't believe that woman knew what that man was doing. He was lying to that woman. She got on the stand and said that she thought Tabitha knew what they had going on. The wife had no clue. Why would she be okay with that?
Expanding it is not an issue for me. Basically, she told me, we can talk about it when you think it's worth talking about. But the way that you handle this, I'm fine with not trust your judgment because you haven't given the reason not to.
So this clip is him talking about Latasha not being okay with the ethical non-monogamy, and you being perfectly on board with it. Was that true?
No.
Did you believe that Brodus was being open and transparent and honest with you about his relationship with Latasha?
What relationship?
He wasn't being open with you about his relationship with Latasha, right? That there was a relationship at all.
Right.
He was not transparent about that.
There was nothing, to my knowledge, there was no relationship.
And you never said because he was so open and honest and transparent with you with his relationship with Latasha that you were okay with him then adding another girlfriend.
No.
That didn't ever happen.
No.
How would that lady get on the stand and lie about her knowledge? I don't understand. I don't understand why y'all think that lady. I mean, like, I agree with Ms. Lynn, though. I agree with Ms. Lynn that this woman knew her husband. Well, probably not for sure, but suspected that her husband, because see all those book clubs and shit, that's bullshit. Yeah, he was involved in book clubs and all that shit. But if your husband give you a book on, if my dude give me a book on threesomes and say, read this book, my question to him is why? For what? Why do you want me to read a book on threesomes? What are we doing? Right? So if that man gave her that book and asked her to read that book and she didn't ask him why, something's wrong with her. She really was living in denial. But the fact that he even told her to read the book should have gave her inkling that maybe he was interested in that type of lifestyle. Now, did he know? The question is, did she know he was actually committing those acts? I don't think so. I don't. The woman sitting on the stand saying she don't even acknowledge what he was doing with old girl as a relationship. And clearly they was fucking around for 2 years. Exactly, Pammy Whammy. I like that. I like that name. Exactly. You know, and I want to think because this woman was in the church and maybe she was a little naive or some shit. I don't know. Because you can't be that slow. Like,
Heck
but
no.
dude,
She maybe she is that slow, because we know the church got the biggest freaks.
I'm not gonna entertain that statement, but what I will say is this. This is just my opinion. Thank you for subscribing, Pammy Wayman. I appreciate that. I'm just gonna state my opinion. Y'all can state y'all's in the chat. I just get a little. I be wanting when people make statements. I just be want to ask how they come up with it, what they come up with. She didn't know her husband like she thought. Of course, none of us know nobody like we think. None of us.
So why you?
Hmm?
So why you think she didn't dig hard enough? If that's your husband, did he just tell her to read the book and obey?
Man, you see, y'all gotta stop asking me questions. I only talk about what I know. I don't know what this lady mindset was. I just said I think she was not either. She was naive or she full of shit. Do I believe her? Or do I believe the mistress? I believe her. I believe that the woman did not know what that man was doing with that lady. Come on now, bro. If she knew for a fact that that man was fucking with that lady, why would she even let her in the house? Why would she text the husband to say come home? She wasn't. Cause let me tell you something about us. Your mistress show up at my door, and I know it ain't gonna be no calling, and it ain't gonna be no texting with no eyes and shit. It's gonna be get your motherfucking ass here. Your bitch is here. Your bitch is here, and you need to get here. Come on, bro.
That's why I said I would have had my gun out as soon as I came through the door.
If the woman didn't know, the woman didn't know. If she didn't know, she didn't know. Do I believe she thought he was doing something? Absolutely. But did she know he was doing it with her? I don't think so. I'm going to believe the wife over that mistress anyway because she's a liar. She lied and cheated with a married man for 2 years. Shoot me for rolling for not rolling with the hooker hoe. I'm not rolling with the hooker hoe. The fuck? Just saying. That man is a liar. He's sitting up there lying. You can tell by looking at his face he's lying. He lied to that woman for years. She just And another thing, the woman testified and the other lady testified that this woman was going to play tennis with this bitch. She was inviting this woman to play tennis and dancing and shit of that nature. Who gonna hang out with their husband hoe? Come on, bro.
And photos aren't an issue at home, but I get it, but it ain't an issue. I have been though, so yeah, we talking, let's switch subject and get a little more serious. You know, for me, our agreements have been simple, right? No exes, nobody from Jacksonville, Florida, which is home for us, and nobody in the city that you live in, that currently live in, which means anybody in Memphis. That was the case, of course, in Little Rock, outside of Girlfriend, because Girlfriend is in Little Rock. The way that kind of happened is, short version, when she decided to open up the marriage and allow me to be open, it's not her. Girlfriend is a therapist, right? And she didn't go to her for therapy, but she asked her some questions. And based on this therapy session she had with this other lady. And she was asking her some questions after she had just said, bro, this is what I'm gonna let you do, blah, 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 you know, it is what it is. And from there, she asked her some questions. And so she was like, I got a couple questions for you. And, you know, they were gonna play tennis together. She was,
So he's not talking to, I don't know who he's talking to in this video, but he's not talking to the wife, nor is he talking to the mistress. He's probably talking to another bitch that he's lying to about his current situation, if you pay attention. He's telling another bitch that, yeah, I got this open marriage. My wife allows me to do this and that and the third. We got rules to the shit. These are the rules. We got this therapist, which is his side hoe, that we already, you know, checking for doing things with. He talking to somebody else. I don't know who he talking to.
Life leaders, and so we had rapport, we had rapport. And she asked a question and was like, yeah, blase, I'm thinking about this. And what do you think about this? Or what do you think X, Y, and Z could potentially be coming from? And I'm sorry, I'm looking to in the cigar lounge because this is not what I really frequent there. So I'm kind of careful about who potentially is in here because I don't want the glass out the house. You know, I really want to go in and go chill in the back, but I'm not a member. But yeah, I'm trying to make up for it now. Anyway, so the next thing that she shared with her was, you know my husband like you, right? What do you think she's attractive? And she was like, what? He's like, yeah, I know what he likes, and he thinks she's attractive. Not that he's been rude or anything like that. We've had conversation. Well, you know, we did, because like one time we was sitting around having a watch, and she asked me, I was like, well, you gotta get her. I ain't gonna get it. I'm coming across as like this creepy guy, right? We're trying to spice things up. In that regard, even though that was even somewhat limited with the ideas when watching the movie, that's neither here nor there. But another question here.
Just to pause it for a minute. In your relationship with Brodus, did you make those rules up? No. So that was not true. Not true. Were you the one who initiated the conversation about Latasha? No. Did you ever reach out to Latasha about Brodus engaging with her? No. Did he ever talk to you about wanting a watcher, as he described here? No. Did you ever agree to having a watcher, as he discussed here? No.
Came up, it was her, right there, she asked, well, who would you want? And that was the first thing I said. She said, I know you like that, I know about it. So anyway, so she said, like you know, blah, blah, blah. And she said, well, if you were interested, she says, no, I'm not saying that you are, but I'm also saying I've given him this X, Y, and Z, and he may help me away. And she did. And she was like, okay, cool. So we had a conversation. And after that, that's when the whole nobody in the city thing came. It was more like, I'll give you a pass with her because I essentially gave it to Allie. But nobody. So I'm trying to figure this. So fast forward, I said a whole lot of shit, right? Trying to get to where I'm going. So I've been thinking about the past past couple weeks in terms of expanding, ethical non-monogamy is kind of something. Her and I were chatting the other day. I'm like, well, baby, I got a couple questions. I'm just curious. She knows about everything like this. I was like, when do you want to?
Just to ask a couple questions real quick. Did you ever have that conversation that he talks about with Latasha?
No.
Did you ever have that conversation that he talks about with him?
No.
Did you ever give him the XYZ that he was talking about?
No.
Did you ever give him a pass for Latasha?
No.
Did he ever talk to you about further expanding ethical monogamy in your relationship?
No.
No. Like, when do you want to know that there's someone who has my interest or someone who I would like to pursue? Do you want to know the moment that I feel like it's more than just banter? Do you want to know at the moment that I would like to begin to banter? Do you want to know once I feel like it might be a thing beyond banter? Or what? Because this is kind of new for us, right? Because girlfriend, Tasha, that's easy. That's been 2 years. That's been it for the most part. Outside of me going, that's out my birthday. But it's kind of been easy in that regard. So just trying to figure out what does that look like. So I'm just kind of really thinking through where I am with that, right? Where in terms of those. So there's a lot of newness. And I said that just to say that there's still a lot of newness even in this ethical non-monogamy that I'm messing with. And it's fun, right? It's fun. It's interesting. It's causing us to communicate in the chat and really talk again about different things that we kind of, in a real sense, have been felt to some degree. But realizing that in this ethical non-monogamy, we got to keep things in pencil and not pen. Some things are in pencil pen, right? There's some hard news. But it got to be flexible because of what that looks like. So that's why I know you saw being sprung and giddy and all that stuff. I think because those flutters or those emotions, right, or those initial thoughts are all kind of new and very much new because this person is brand new. Like, I don't know Sheree, right? I knew Tasha. There was different. There was some level of familiarity there. And that's typically how I've always engaged with her, right? With some level of familiarity. I cannot, whether being in the same class together, college or something like that, I've never kind of quote unquote cold called anyone. If that makes sense. Because I'm not, I don't think I'm that guy. So, yeah. Thanks for coming to my TikTok. I don't know if I'm going to go in here. Now I'm thinking, how far would we go downtown? Because I'm like, there's a lot of folk in there. I don't know if I trust who's in that room right now. Shit. I just need to do better with smoking houses, cigar houses.
Did he ever have that conversation with you about when he needed to tell you if he was wanting to banter with someone or when it would go past banter with someone?
No.
That never happened?
No.
Did he ever, did you hear him reference going out of town on his birthday?
I thought I heard that.
Did he ever tell you about a threesome out of town on his birthday?
No.
Did you hear him mention the name Sheree?
I did hear that.
Do you know who Sheree is?
I don't believe so.
Did y'all ever talk about how ethical non-monogamy could make your relationship better?
No.
None of that ever happened?
No.
Alma Bear and Brother Advice at this point, and I know Danielle, you won't hear. She'll probably doing something else. But so I want to talk to y'all about my new friend, right? One of like keep everybody to the curb for. So she hit me today with a boss moves and asked that I want to cook next week. After she gets back from being out of town, it threw me the fuck off. Like, wow. Like, so she gets back on Friday. She's like, we ain't got Friday and Saturday. My only concern is that she is waiting a callback for an interview for a process. And she said it may be next Saturday, right? And I know that she would leave, of course, for that. And given if I'm going to Atlanta, she's about 100 miles away, she would ditch me, right? Like, I would force her to say, go and ditch me, right? But I just don't know. I want to put myself in a situation where potentially we may not be hanging out in that regard because she got this other stuff that she's worried about. But I am like high-key shocked and like super like blushed about it because like it just kind of came out of nowhere. Like we was talking about other stuff, and it was like, hey, what about like, oh, okay, I'm with you. You weren't expecting to see that while I was in my speech contest. I was just counting, so don't matter, I'm not doing that. But I don't know what to do. I think a couple of things, right? So I live in this other tension. So that means furthering the conversation, right, with wife, which she's in a good place about that. I think I talked to you about it, and you haven't updated Michelle about it, just in terms of girlfriend who's not taking it as well, I guess. But at the end of the day, I told her, you know, you gotta recognize this about me, this is about you, and it doesn't make sense for my wife to allow me to be open with my girl kind of issue. Like, so she's kind of chewing it, because I think in theory we've talked about this day coming, right? But it's never been a reality, right? So I think that she's wrestling with the reality. I think that your ideas, your thoughts yesterday was so, like, it hit me like a ton of bricks because I never thought about it like that. But that makes so much sense. And it's not that I want to be disrespectful. It's not that I don't want to be ethical, but I do wrestle with that. And I just kind of talking to your perspective about what you saw. But I was like, I think that could be what this is, in terms of treating this like an infidelity kind of relationship on purpose with permission versus an additional partner scenario. So I feel that. But y'all, she asked me to hook up with her.
Did Brodus ever talk to you about engaging with a woman in Atlanta? Was he open and honest and transparent about that?
No.
Did he, or did you tell him that you were open to him doing that?
No.
Had y'all been talking about that day coming where he would further expand to another girlfriend?
Close, we were close. When we were in Little Rock, she lives in Little Rock, so we're in Memphis now. I mean, it's only 2 hours away, but yes, we were in Little Rock, so we were literally, because that was at that point, wife was like, yeah, nobody at home. Like, this is an exception, because I kind of threw you that, but no, you ain't dealing with nobody out. Like, that was Jacksonville, so our heart knows, and though Jacksonville was your hometown for us, no exes, and no place in your current city. Those are the hard no's, right? She got an exception because it was there that she realized, I don't think I want him to be dealing with all these people, all these women, and no doubt these women will be in the church because that's all we do is kind of hang around, or in the community or close enough. So it was kind of one of those things.
Was Latasha Daniels an exception to your rules?
No.
Did you create rules about Jacksonville?
No.
Did you create rules about exes?
No.
Did you create rules about the city that you live in?
No.
Were those hard no's for you?
No.
Was any extramarital affair a hard no for you?
They were all hard no's for me.
Before I can say a word, she hits me with, I'm sorry. I'm like, sorry for what? So then she goes into the whole, I apologize for breaching your trust, breaching your confidence by telling my former boss before, about the situation. Her reasoning was that she felt like if, like you all said, if he could appeal to my quote-unquote greater senses, that I would realize the mistake that I would be making by losing such a wonderful woman. She also apologized. I said that she apologized to Tabitha when Tabitha talked. She told me that Tabitha told her that their conversation was their conversation until she revealed it, so she was not going to talk about the contents with what they discussed. She basically said, I feel like I know what you're going to tell me. And at this...
Who is he?
He is our friend and former pastor.
Is that Philip Pointer?
And he was also a pastor at St. Mark's.
Correct.
Did you know that Pastor Pointer knew about the relationship with Latasha?
No.
Did Latasha reach out and apologize to you after she threatened to commit suicide?
No.
Did you ever have a conversation with her about that?
No.
Throughout all of those videos, it's very convincing talking about those things. Wouldn't you agree?
I would agree.
And none of it was true.
No.
I want to talk to you about your relationship with Curtis, okay? Y'all were married for about 5 years. How long did you date before you got married?
About a year.
You were a second wife.
Correct.
And at no point during the relationship, with you at least, did he discuss this watchers or phenomenon? Broadus was a pastor
Correct.
in Little Rock that was at St. Mark's. So that's a big church.
Yes.
Did he take trips with the church
Yes.
often?
When you say trips, like international trips or?
Both international and local, Israel,
Yeah,
Savannah, El
often.
Dorado. Did he take those with the other pastors?
Sometimes.
And he also took them sometimes with other church members, like the church groups.
I can recall one time, maybe a time or two, where there was like a training conference or something like that.
They did the whole church group was for Israel, right?
Correct.
Okay. And when he got the job at Mississippi Boulevard, that's a big deal to be a pastor then, right? It's a big church here.
It's a big church.
And now I'm direct. I thought you had said that he didn't ever do counseling for
St. Mark?
at St. Mark's, but I thought you told the police that he sometimes did. You just didn't know that he counseled Latasha.
I had never known him to do counseling.
Did he ever tell you that he counseled Latasha?
No.
But you knew that she ended up getting divorced.
I did know that.
Now I want to talk to you about Latasha, okay?
Okay.
You knew her from church, and that was St. Mark's in Little Rock.
Correct.
She was a life group leader.
Yes.
What's a life group leader?
It's a person that leads a group of people that get together and do Bible study.
And that was a group that Broadus was over, right?
Correct.
And before his relationship with Latasha started, this was a tight-knit group, right?
Yes.
He was very involved with that group.
Yes.
And it was about 7 or 8 people?
In that group, there were probably 6 or 7 groups. Yeah.
But in that particular, the group that Latasha was in,
Yeah.
a couple of people. And those groups were selected from the whole church membership, right?
Based on who showed interest. It wasn't like, we want you, people came and showed interest. Yeah.
There's thousands of church members at St. Mark's.
Sure.
And I think, what about 40 or 50 people were selected to be life group leaders?
I guess. I don't know for sure.
And that's okay if you don't know. And you and Latasha were fairly friendly.
Yeah.
You played tennis once a month for a couple months.
Mm-hmm.
And then at some point, after Broadus got the job at Mississippi Boulevard, y'all moved from Little Rock to Memphis.
Correct.
And at no point were you aware of their relationship.
No.
Were you aware of any issues that Broadus had had at St. Mark's?
No.
Y'all moved in October,
Correct.
and that was to Carterville.
Correct.
And before y'all left, you gave your friends, church members, your new address.
Yes.
And there was a party that was started for y'all, right?
I think so, yeah.
Did you know that Latasha organized that party?
It wouldn't surprise me to know that.
After you left Little Rock and moved to Memphis, you didn't see Latasha again until April 4th, right?
Right.
And as far as you knew, neither did Broadus.
Correct.
But Broadus would come back to Memphis for his braces.
Right.
And why would he come back to Little Rock from Memphis to get his braces done?
Because the braces were paid for, but the work wasn't done in his mouth. So it just made sense to continue seeing that orthodontist.
And so Broadus would go to Little Rock, but you would stay in Memphis. Now I want to talk to you specifically about April 4th, okay? Now you were at home that night. You were watching TV.
Right?
Just you and your dog, Anakin.
Yes.
And around 9 or 9:30, you heard a noise, a faint knock.
Correct.
Ignored it.
Yep.
And then a couple of seconds, minutes later, you heard another slightly louder knock.
Yeah.
And you and Anakin, the dog, got up to go see what was going on.
Correct.
a third knock, or after you said, I'm not gonna open this door if I don't see who it is, you saw Latasha through the people,
Yes.
recognized it was her,
Yes.
invited her in.
Yes.
She wasn't threatening you.
No.
She did not have her gun out pointed at you.
No.
You sat, or you brought her into the house, right? And y'all sat in the living room,
Right.
talked, right?
Yes.
Talked about tennis,
Yes.
talked about a work conference, right?
Yes.
And just chatted.
Yeah.
She seemed happy to be there.
Yeah.
She seemed happy to be talking to you.
We did.
At no point while y'all were sitting alone in the apartment was she threatening to you.
No.
She never tried to harm you.
No.
And she was seated, if I'm not mistaken, on a couch, right? Actually. You're in a mad absolutely.
Yes.
Tabitha, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
That's my apartment in Bonneville.
Your Honor, I'd ask that you made the next numbered exhibit.
Any objection?
It's the living room.
Any objection from the state?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, we'll show the photo of the living room exhibit 2.
Your Honor, if I may publish this to the jury.
Yes.
Tabitha, is this a picture of the living room at your apartment?
Yes.
Where were you seated speaking to Latasha?
I would have been seated on the left end of the sofa.
So, I think it won't work on the screen. So like here?
Yes.
Okay. And where was Latasha?
On the opposite end.
About here?
Right.
Next to these other chairs?
Yes.
Brodus was not home yet, right?
Right.
He had gone to Pastor Pointer's to run an errand.
No, when he
I'm
got
sorry, Pastor Turner.
Right. Well, he got off work. He went to the cigar bar, and then from the cigar bar, he told me he had to go drop something off at Jason's house. So he went and dropped something off, and then he came home.
He likes cigars.
Yes.
And Thursday nights he'd go to the cigar bar, right?
More than Thursday nights, but yeah.
But that was one of his nights,
Okay.
right? So you texted him when Latasha was there. Didn't tell him that she was there, but
Right.
texted him and just said, "This is strange."
Yeah.
And you said that it seemed a little odd, but she was happy to be there, happy to be talking to you.
Yes.
Up to this point on April the 4th of 2019, Brodus had never told you that he ventured outside of your marriage,
No.
and you had never sanctioned that.
No.
He never told you that he had been involved in a 2-year relationship with Latasha.
No.
He never told you that y'all would be sister wives.
No.
He never told you that he promised Latasha that he would tell you.
No.
Did he tell you that he saw Latasha earlier that night before she came to your apartment?
He did not.
Did he tell you after he got there that he had seen Latasha earlier that night at the cigar lounge?
No.
He acted like he had no idea she was even in town when he walked in that door, right?
Correct.
And if he had seen her at that cigar lounge earlier that night, that would not have been true. Right?
Correct.
I want to talk to you about while you and Latasha were talking, okay?
Mm-hmm.
She never threatened you, right?
No.
Was never cross with you.
No.
And she engaged with you cordially.
Yes.
Seemed genuinely happy to be there.
Yes.
Now I want to talk to you about when Brodus arrived home, okay? Can you describe his demeanor when he walked in?
Agitated.
Did he immediately come in and offer the bourbon?
No, not immediately.
Okay. When did that happen?
I would say once he kind of settled in, he had bags, he had things with him, so he set those down, told me he had brought me these aminos. He made the statement about this is an uninvited guest. And then I think that's when he started saying, what are you doing here? Where are you staying? That whole bit. And at some point around there is when he offered, does anybody want a drink?
After he made the drinks, he also sat down, right?
Yes.
And when we're looking at Exhibit 2, Brodus sat in this chair?
I can't remember which chair he sat in, to be honest.
That's okay.
One of those chairs.
And while he was seated in one of these chairs, Latasha was still seated here?
Yes,
Were you still seated over here?
yes.
Brutus made himself a drink,
Yes,
and he made Latasha a drink, right? And you didn't want a drink.
right,
You had had some champagne earlier in the night, and you were done.
fine, yes.
When Brodus was talking to Latasha about, why she was here, what she was doing, he was kind of making small talk with her, right?
It was, I guess you could call it that. It was like badgering almost. Yeah,
He still seemed agitated.
yeah.
At some point, did you notice that he kind of stopped talking to Latasha when he started engaging with you?
I didn't.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Your Honor, I have a transcript of her statement. I previously provided a copy to the state, but I have a bound copy provided as a reference. Could you look at page 8 for me? Lines 8 through 17.
Okay.
And just read those for me and let me know.
What line is 18? I'm sorry. It's not numbered.
May I approach? Yes, it should be. It's just hard to see. Oh, okay. I don't know why you're okay, I'm sorry. It's page 9. Starting here, and then just down the line.
Okay, so it says,
Oh, you don't have to read it. Just read it to yourself.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
okay.
Do you remember telling the police that he kind of stopped talking to her and started engaging only with you?
I don't, but if it's here,
You don't dispute that that's...
I know I won't dispute it.
Okay. You could just put that in.
Okay.
Thank you. Was that normal behavior for him, I guess?
I would say that it was normal for behavior for him with his life group leaders. It was not unusual for him to talk kind of rough to them and just, I would often say, I don't know why y'all put up with him. But it was usually just, that's just him, kind of a good fun kind of way of roughhousing, so to speak. So I always found it kind of cringy, but it was not unusual.
Okay. I want to talk to you now about when Latasha said that she was going to go ahead and help.
Okay.
She basically said, I'm not going to keep you guys, right? And everybody stood up. And you led the way to the door.
Right.
Latasha was behind you,
Correct.
and Brodus was behind her.
Yes.
And you got all the way outside, right? I mean, to the stairs of the apartment complex.
Right.
And Latasha and Brodus were still back towards the apartment.
Correct.
Latasha right outside the door, Brodus in the door.
Right.
Did you hear her ask him to walk her to her car?
No.
When they were over there and you were at the stairs, they were kind of had their own thing going on over there while you were trying to walk on out, right?
I don't know because my back was turned. So,
Right.
it wasn't until I turned around that I realized they weren't right, behind me.
And you were telling her, just don't speed, be careful, you've had something to drink,
Right.
right? You had no idea what was going on behind you.
No.
So then I want to talk to you about when you turned around and saw Latasha, okay? She was still at the door of your apartment.
Well, she was out from the door. Yeah.
And that's, your door is right next to your neighbor's door, right?
No, it's across the hall.
Okay, thank you. So she is standing right outside the door. Brodus is standing in the door frame. So she was closer to Brodus than you were.
Yes.
Do you remember how far away you were?
So from our front door to the stairs might be from here to the beginning of this green partition. So we're not very far from the stairs. Yeah. So if this is the front door, those are the stairs.
Okay, so.
So
you
if
and
I'm
I-
there, Brodus is here, she's maybe here. So it's like, equal space between all three of us. It's not a lot of space.
12 feet?
I don't know. I don't know.
I'm not good at guessing either. Somewhere 10 to 12 feet,
Please don't
maybe
curse for my
15
check,
feet?
ma'am.
Does that look like a good guess to you?
This looks good to me.
You don't know.
That's- I can move on. Latasha was facing Brutus,
Yeah, I would say, yeah,
and you saw her reach into her pocket, right?
yes.
And this was as y'all were walking
good.
out to her car.
This is still upstairs.
Right,
Yeah,
but that was the direction that,
correct.
okay.
Yeah.
And when you saw her reach into her pocket, you saw her pull out a gun.
Yes,
Now, prior to that moment, had you ever seen a gun?
no,
Prior to that moment, had she seemed to be a threat to you?
no,
Prior to that moment, did you think you were in harm's way being with her?
no,
She started firing
yes,
towards Brutus.
correct.
You were in the opposite direction, right?
I was behind them, yes,
And you ran to your apartment, or your neighbor's apartment,
right,
right?
right.
So you were
Truth
you weren't
hurt.
even in the apartment when the shots
That's my
started.
name, Yoshi.
No, I was still outside the apartment.
When y'all were in the apartment, the three of you, was the door closed?
After the shots were fired?
Before.
Oh, before. Yeah, the door was closed before.
Could anyone see into your apartment
No,
with the door closed?
no,
It was private.
right,
No one else other than the three of you was in the apartment.
correct.
After the door gets open, you go outside, you're visible to everyone else in the apartment complex. Well, they could see where y'all were, right? You became visible outside of your apartment.
Not really, no.
So if your neighbor had opened the door,
If my neighbor across the hall had opened the door, sure.
they could see Latasha standing.
Mm-hmm.
They could see Broda standing in the door.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing happened until after that was already out in more public area than y'all had been before, right?
Right,
You, at some point, lunged for Brotus, right?
yes.
And tried to shield him.
Well, this was after the shooting had occurred, yeah. Once we were back in the apartment by then.
Prior to that point, prior to you trying to shield him, she had not fired any shots at you, right?
No,
And when you got shot, did you realize it?
yes.
Did you grab your shoulder?
Yeah, the bullet moved me. The shot threw me, yeah.
And you were right against Brotus at that point too, right?
Until I got shot, right.
And then you said, Tasha, you shot me.
Mm-hmm.
What did she say back to you?
Something to the effect of, I didn't mean to.
And then you told her basically like, go, leave,
Yeah, just get out of here.
just get out of here. I won't tell them it was you, just go.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
She didn't move.
No,
And at some point you could hear the sirens coming.
yes,
And Latasha still never moved.
right,
She never put down the gun.
no,
And when the police came up, they had their guns drawn.
correct,
And she still didn't put down the gun.
correct,
And in fact, she pointed the gun at her own self,
yes,
towards her mouth,
yes,
towards her head,
yes,
against her chest.
yes,
And the police were trying to talk to her to get her to put the gun down.
right.
And she wasn't even really interacting with them.
She was talking back, like
She
no,
crying at that point.
probably, I don't remember.
Do you remember her saying, "What have I done?"
No,
May I approach her? You could just read right here. Right here, this paragraph. You don't have to read it out loud, just to yourself.
oh, okay.
Did you tell the police that she said, "Oh, what have I done?"
Yeah, it appears that I did.
And this was taken the day, that next morning after this happened, right?
Correct.
One of the main things that you heard Latasha saying during this was that he broke her heart.
Right,
And that was the main thing that she said to you.
yeah,
The gunshot wound that you suffered, you had to the hospital.
yes,
You were there for a couple hours, right?
yes,
And you got released.
yes,
You left the hospital.
yes,
A couple hours later, you got up. Right?
from,
To come back to the hospital.
no,
No?
No.
The surgeon and the chaplain didn't call you to come back?
no. I was still there when they told me that he died.
Okay. So you left and came back?
I never left. I never left. I was there all night. this is when he left.
Keep reading.
Okay. I'm gonna have like a little. Yeah, that was that's wrong because I didn't think the song was open on the last.
Okay. So that's just,
Yeah, that's just wrong.
and this was a stressful night, right? A very traumatic event.
Yeah,
And you had no idea why any of this happened.
right.
But eventually you were told that Broadus had passed away.
Correct.
You went and gave a statement that next day with Carnival, right?
Right.
Pastor Pointer and Pastor Turner came with you.
Right.
Did you ask them to come with you?
They're the only people that could have come because I did not know a soul in Memphis. So when everything happened, I didn't know anybody's phone number. So they called Pastor Turner. They went through hoops to get in touch with him. He and his wife showed up. He called Pastor Pointer that morning. He drove over from Little Rock. So there was really nobody else that could have come.
And they actually came into the interview room with you, right?
Yes.
And while you were talking to police, the police were saying, do you know why this happened? Right? And you have to say yes or no.
Yes,
It's just
sure.
recording. And you and the police both talked about why.
Right.
Nobody understands why.
Right.
Did Pastor Pointer ever say, actually, I know that they were in a relationship?
Yeah.
Did he ever tell you that before you went in?
Objective, that's hearsay, I don't know what the purpose of it is.
And it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, it's being offered to show whether or not he provided that information. Pastor Pointer speak up about Pastor Pointer speak up about any information. The police obviously did an investigation, right? And during your statement, they kind of talked to you about things that they found in the investigation. One of the things that they found was Broadus's phone. Do you remember that? You don't remember them asking you about his passcode?
Oh, yeah, I remember asking about passcode, yes.
And you have a cell phone? Do a lot on your cell phone, right? It's a form of communication, right?
Right.
It's a calendar.
Yes.
It's a GPS tracker, right? It's all of those things. It can be a wealth of information. And the police asked you if you had the passcode to his phone. And that would be the thing that you type in to open it up, right? And you did not know the passcode to Broadus's phone.
Correct.
So they were not able to open it. Is that right?
Right.
And so they gave you back his phone because they said, we can't use it.
I don't know if they gave it to somebody. I don't have it to this day. I don't know.
May I approach? Yes. Do you remember the police having you go through, getting you back your phone and initialing this? If you will read right here. Do you see where the police gave you back his phone?
So, yeah.
And again, this was an extraordinarily traumatic experience, right? Right. And sometimes with traumatic experiences, you may not remember everything perfectly, right? Up until on into after this case has been charged and everything, you didn't know about this relationship until well into this process.
Yeah, I would say not until the detectives confirmed for me.
I'm glad. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Read out, Rick.
There we go.
All right, you
can sit down, ma'am. Anybody need a break? All right, we're gonna take a short 10-minute recess. And we'll be back. I need to swear in, Brian. Do you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will take charge?
Okay, that's the end of hers. It looked like they're about to start court. They showing a little sign. They hadn't began speaking or anything. I said I might go and listen to her. They might be finna start. Let me see. We can definitely listen to and Miosha. Most people in this chat and I already heard. We heard the wife side of the story yesterday. Ain't nobody convinced but you. Ain't nobody like honestly. We're gonna hear it again because I'm gonna play it while we wait for the deliberations. But I don't know. You seem like I don't know. I just wish I understood where your train of thought is coming from. Okay, yeah, you already heard it. You telling the chat that if they heard the girlfriend side of the story, they would understand. What I'm telling you is these people in this chat, well, my lawyer supporters, they heard it yesterday, and their mind still is not changed. So what do you mean? KK, look, I was gonna say something to that factor that maybe she been a side chick. I just don't be want to assume stuff about people, but you can kind of get like a little, whiff of how a person is, or what they condone by what they type in the chat. Like, I don't understand why you so hard on his wife. Now, your opinion is your opinion, and I'm not asking you to change it. I just wish I knew why. I just wish I knew why. Your opinion is what it is. And I keep asking you, yet you won't tell me, but you still got all these opinions about the wife. You said she lying about knowing about the other woman. You said she lying about, you said she was fucking somebody else while they was married. There's no evidence of that. See, we work with evidence over here. You know what I'm saying? We go by what's been. That's why I do court cases, because I like to hear testimony under oath from people. So I can sort of kind of take it as truth. Of course, don't get it twisted. Some people may hit the stand, be put on the oath, and lie. But I tend to believe when people are on the oath, on the stand, that they telling the truth. Will they fuck up, slip up? This been 6 years ago. And I don't think people realize that that pastor is dead. This woman was traumatized. Now, it seems as though she may have gotten some help. She's over it. She done moved on. She got a new husband and things like that. You even calling a woman, judging her because she remarried and then she got another husband. What's she supposed to do? Call up in the corner and die?
I mean, the wife's coochie works. The girlfriend's coochie didn't work. Her first husband left her. As a matter of fact, he dropped her off some damn well. And this dude moved 500 miles away from her. So, I mean, the wife wasn't going to have no problem finding somebody else.
I'm just saying, it's been 6 years. Like, what is she supposed to not remarry? The vow say to death do us part. I'm just saying, I wish I just understood Miosha's stance on this. Like, why does she believe the wife would even lie? Don't ever say that, because I never been messing with no pastor. Y'all taking this case like, okay, all right, hold on. Oh, okay. I'm gonna just say this. That girl was married twice, Miss B. I ain't gonna talk about the woman coochie didn't work. I ain't gonna say, calm down. Now you gotta go.
It's the truth, man, and she know it. That's why she was almost about to commit suicide, but she just decided to take somebody else instead. You know what I'm saying? Maybe she thought it could work for somebody else.
Okay, so why are you telling me to calm down when I have not calmed up, Mios? Are you here to antagonize or what? I'm just trying to figure you out. Cause I'm not. People in the chat that know me know I'm not calmed up.
Yeah, just chill out. We having a conversation. You'll piss me off before you'll piss her off. Trust me.
And they left her nutty ass. KK, wait a minute, they got her nutty ass. But listen, I don't want anybody to think that I have an issue with the fact that Mioshi's sitting up here playing dumb to the fact that this woman did not know what was going on. Like she didn't. It is wives out there. The woman, you know, like man said earlier, I think maybe she was a little naive. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just trying to understand why you have such harsh feelings for it. And then you calling these people by their first name. Do you know these people? I'm just been watching you. That's all. You calling Tasha, you don't even say love Tasha, you said Tasha. You know Tasha? I pay attention to detail, man. I do.
She got the chat moving though.
You don't need to hype us up. I don't need your help in running my channel and running my live. I don't need that. I got a hype man. He right there. He talking. He may not sound hype, but he hype. Like for real. The other one over there on Ridley, so he may be taking a nap. So I don't need a hype man in the chat. Y'all act like y'all them. No, you act like you know them. You act like you know them. You act like you know other than what's being presented in this courtroom. See, we all going by what's being presented in the courtroom. And you seem like you know them personally. I mean, you really talking like you know them personally.
How many people in the chat? Let's see.
You don't care about the court. It's not your problem. So why are you here? Oh, it's Friday. Oh, Jesus. Well, I'm just trying to figure it out. Hold on. Oh, I think they started back. Y'all. Hold on.
Tanya, no code words.
Queen said, make me a mom for 5 minutes. Girl, listen. There you go. That I was waiting for that. Hold on a minute.
All I had to say is how many people in the chat, and my people started shooting.
Oh, is she gone? Is she gone? Because I can't tell on the stream, y'all. Did somebody block her?
I think they
okay,
great. Yeah, no, she got a timeout.
No, I don't do timeouts. We don't time out around here. This is not daycare. You get the fuck out. You get out. I told Tanya about that friendly shit.
Good job, snipers.
Ain't no damn timeout. The chat don't like you. She's still typing. What the fuck going on? Hold on.
See, Tanya's still a rookie at shooting people, so I got it.
You ain't got to run. We putting your ass out. You ain't got to run nowhere. The chat don't like you, ma'am. You've been saying dumb shit all day, and I've been letting it slide. That lets you know I'm in a good mood. Cause baby, you would have been sniped earlier. I've been peeping game. I watch everything. Get the fuck out. Bye. Then you talking about you don't care about the court case. See, you're one of them weirdos. Why are you here? Little lonely bastard. You remind me of a little lonely bastard. Ain't got no friends. Want to hang out with people that don't like you. Girl, it's Friday. Go get drunk, bitch. For real. Hold on, y'all. I think they back in session. And things of that nature. Ain't nobody got time for that weird ass shit. Oh boy. Hold on, y'all. Court is back in session and things of that nature. Will always be one. I don't think I had to put anybody out since the well, I ain't gonna say that. I don't know. You don't know courtroom etiquette, bitch. You don't know courtroom etiquette. I'm sorry, y'all have to laugh at weird shit like that. Motherfucker sit up in your chat just to say dumb shit. Like, what the fuck? Always one time. Always one girl. All right, y'all. Let's start closing the argument.
You may be seated. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed lunch. Ready to go forward with the closing arguments. Stay.
You broke my heart. I felt used. He broke up with me in a disappearing text message. Who does that to someone that they love? I wanted him to feel the pain that I felt. These are the words of the defendant, Latasha Daniels. And earlier this week, we told you that you would hear a lot of testimony. You would see some pictures, you would see some videos, but most importantly, we wanted you to pay attention. And a key part of paying attention is not getting distracted, not getting confused as to who the victim is. The victims in this case are Mr. and Mrs. Perry, not the defendant. The decisions that she made caused them to be victims. And once we're finished here today, you'll see that this case really isn't that complicated. It's kind of easy. She's charged with 3 counts: first-degree murder, criminal attempt first-degree murder, and employing a firearm during the commission of a dangerous felony. First-degree murder, and you'll see this in your jury instructions, is defined as a premeditated killing of another. 1, the state has to prove that the defendant unlawfully killed a victim. 2, the defendant must have acted intentionally. 3, the killing must be premeditated. So, what is considered unlawful? Well, what is considered unlawful killing? One example can be the defense of others or yourself. Intentional. What does it mean to be intentional? Does it seem like an accident? Does it seem like a mistake? Your jury instructions say that something is intentional if it's a person's conscious objective or desire to cause the death of another person. Number 3, premeditation. The killing has to be premeditated. And as we learned in voir dire, premeditation doesn't have to be a specific length of time. It could be 2 seconds, 2 days, 2 weeks, 2 months. There's no time frame. It just means that you had to think about your actions and you had time to reflect. That could be as simple as stepping out of your car, raising your arm, and the time it takes you to point the firearm at someone and shoot and kill them. Or in this case, it could be driving to the gun store, purchasing a gun, purchasing ammunition, leaving the gun store, driving 3 hours to Memphis to your married ex-boyfriend's house, and knocking on their door. So this week, we started off hearing from Tabitha Perry. She testified that her husband was an executive pastor in Little Rock. And later, he moved to Memphis along with her for a new position at Mississippi Boulevard, a prominent church here in Memphis. She also testified that they knew the defendant. They knew her from Little Rock when he was previously working over there. And on April 4th, 2019, Mrs. Perry heard a knock at her door. When she went to her door, the defendant was standing there. Now, she thought it was odd that Miss Daniels was standing there, but she didn't think too much of it because they had given their address out to several people at the church in Little Rock. After she let her in, Mrs. Perry and the defendant sat and talked about 20 minutes until Brodus Perry showed up. When Mr. Perry showed up, the defendant even told you that they sat and talked for a while. She even took a drink. And once she decided that it was time to go, Mrs. Perry and Mr. Perry led her out of their doorway. And as Mrs. Perry was leading her out of the doorway, she turned back and she saw the defendant reach into her coat pocket, remove a gun, and shoot Mr. Perry in his own doorway. Once she did that, Mrs. Perry looked to her neighbors for help. She tried to get help, and then when she saw her husband lying on the ground, she went to go help him. She pleaded with the defendant, "Why are you doing this? Why is this happening? Please stop." Well, not only did the defendant not stop, she shot Mrs. Perry. And not only did she shoot Mrs. Perry, she reloaded her gun. After Mrs. Perry, we heard from Detective Roberts. He testified that the very weapon that was used to shoot Mr. and Mrs. Perry was purchased hours prior to this incident. He testified that the defendant purchased that firearm at a gun store at around 4:30 that same day in Sherman, Arkansas. Detective Roberts told us that he spoke to Ray Palladino, the general manager of that sporting goods store. From Mr. Palladino, he received the surveillance footage. And that surveillance footage showed the defendant coming in, purchasing a gun, purchasing ammunition, and leaving. Mr. Palladino also provided Detective Roberts with a receipt. That receipt had the defendant's first and last name on it. It had the serial number of the Ruger handgun that she purchased and the last 4 digits of her credit card. It's the same credit card that Detective Roberts discovered in the defendant's vehicle when he searched it. We also heard from Dr. Curry. Now, Dr. Curry testified that she performed Mr. Perry's autopsy. She testified that the cause of death was multiple gunshot wounds and the manner of death was homicide. She testified to recovering the bullets, placing them in an envelope, initialing and dating them, and leaving them to be picked up. But Dr. Curry isn't the only doctor we heard from. Defense put on Dr. Bidding. Dr. Bidding was hired by the defendant and her team. And you heard her, she testified that she has testified for more defendants than she has prosecution. And ladies and gentlemen, think carefully about what she told you. She told you that depression and someone being suicidal does not mean that they cannot form the intent to kill someone. She also told you that she didn't even offer an opinion as to the defendant's mental state at the time of the offense. So what do we need? We need an unlawful killing, intent, premeditation. Unlawful killing. Well, there was no self-defense claim, and the only other firearm found in the residence, found in the crime scene, was in a box under a nightstand in a completely separate room. Intent. I wanted him to feel the pain that I felt. He broke my heart. You heard that from the defendant herself. Premeditation. We'll take your pick. Whether it's the drive to the gun store, the time it took to purchase, choose a firearm and ammunition, the time it took to drive 3 hours to Memphis to her ex-boyfriend's house, or the 20-minute conversation she had when she finally went up to their apartment. Criminal attempt first-degree murder. So in your jury instructions, you'll see what's on the screen right here. And that's a lot of words. But the judge is giving you the law, and the best way that I can describe it is that the defendant must have an intent to commit first-degree murder. But they fell short for some reason. The act wasn't complete. And that's how you have criminal attempt first-degree murder. We heard from Tabitha Perry, and she testified that she was shot in the shoulder. After the incident, she was transported to the hospital, and the doctors left the bullet inside of her. It wasn't until later that she had to get it surgically removed. It was causing her extreme pain, and by the time that she got it removed, it was poking out of her back. And even today, 6 years later, she is still suffering from pain from that incident. Now let's talk about transfer of intent. You heard in your jury instructions that sometimes when you intend to kill one person and you don't kill that person but you kill another person, that is how the transfer intent happens. Tabitha Perry testified that when she spoke to the police, she told them that she didn't even believe that the defendant meant to hurt her. But that's okay, because you don't have to actually hit your intended target to be charged and convicted of criminal attempt first-degree murder. As long as you had the intent to kill one person, it doesn't matter that you accidentally shot or you actually shot someone else. Your intent is still there. The only thing that's different is the person that got hurt. Employing a firearm during a dangerous felony. So on the screen here, it says that any person who employs a firearm during the commission of a dangerous felony is guilty of a crime. The state has to prove that 1, that the defendant employed a firearm. 2, the employment was during the commission of or attempt to commit criminal attempt first-degree murder against the alleged victim, Tabitha Perry. And 3, that the defendant acted intentionally, knowing, or recklessly. In addition to Mrs. Perry's testimony, we heard from Captain Draper, Officer McLean, and Special Agent Brock Sane. Draper testified that he and McLean were a few of the officers that responded to the crime scene on the offense day. And when he got there, he witnessed the defendant holding a firearm. She refused to comply with orders. Captain Draper testified to the non-lethal force that was used to unarm her. Officer McLean testified to securing and clearing the weapon that the defendant had in her possession. He noticed that there was nothing in the chamber, but yet there was a magazine in the gun. Special Agent Sane testified to the ballistics. He examined the Ruger, the casings, and the bullets from the medical examiner. He determined that all the cartridge cases and the bullets had been fired from that same handgun that was recovered off of the defendant. And now we're back at the beginning. You broke my heart. So I'm going to purchase a firearm. You broke my heart. So I'm going to purchase ammunition. You broke my heart. So I'm going to take that gun and the ammunition and drive 3 hours away to your home. You broke my heart. So I'm going to knock on your door. You broke my heart. I'm going to sit there and talk with you and your wife for about 20 minutes. You broke my heart. So I decide to leave. You broke my heart. So I'm going to shoot you and kill you in your doorway. And along the way, shoot your wife. But it's okay, because you broke my heart. Decision after decision after decision. Ladies and gentlemen, if a broken heart was an excuse or a defense to murder, I wouldn't have a job. The standard of proof in this case is beyond a reasonable doubt. Not 100% certainty, not beyond all doubt, not beyond a shadow of a doubt. What's required is certainty that lets you rest easy at night. And now it's your turn. After you consider all of the evidence and apply the law that the judge has given you and use your common sense, the state is confident that your verdict will be guilty as charged. Don't let a broken heart distract you from the human life that was lost. Thank you.
And may we approach?
Yes. Hold on, did I pause this, y'all? I think I did. Hold on. Can y'all hear me? Why come I can't hear nothing? No, they approached me. Okay. Girl, I thought I would lose my mind. I had to answer my door right quick. I didn't know what was going on. Okay, so this them on mute. Okay. All right, jurors, I want to remind you that the lawyer's statements are not evidence, and you can have no prejudice or sympathy or allow anything but the law and the evidence to have any influence upon your verdict. You must render your verdict with absolute fairness and impartiality as you think justice and truth dictate. So we're going to take a short recess, and then we'll be back for the next closing argument. So, and we're still not ready to discuss the case. Okay, so I'm going to show you excuse for about 5 minutes, and we'll come right back. Let's take a recess every damn time. Hold on. I think we can skip through that one. Hold on. Take a recess for every damn thing. Jay's doing a good job making sure. I think they've been on research. Listen, I think they've been in recess longer than they've been in the courtroom. What y'all think? Let's take a poll.
Mad? Oh, mad.
Oh yeah, I definitely agree.
What you think?
I definitely agree, man. They've been on break where the judge got a bladder control problem. She got to keep running to the bathroom or
I
something. I don't know.
thought she going to get snacks and shit. Oh my God! This day has been drawn out. They could have actually by this time, man, delivered those closing statements. And the jury. Hold on a minute, y'all. Hold on.
Yeah, Tanya, they treating us like the last day of school. Boy. Ain't getting no work done. How about we vote for no more cases in Memphis? This one got me about to go to sleep. What is this, like the fourth break today? Or the fifth? Because I still got 6 up on my channel over here. 67 people approved out of. Oh, only 3 people took the damn vote. One person said yes, and I guess 2 people said, "God daggone, they gonna take more than 6 breaks." Boy, this Judge Lucky boy, I don't live in Memphis, and I'm on my militant shit. Waste my tax money. I could buy some new computer pieces with that. They sitting there wasting my damn money. Man, the defense closing the defense has got that going on bullshit is like they did the whole case. Gonna blame it on this, blame it on that. The woman had a mental disorder. The last interaction, he fucked her too hard, made her go crazy. All kind of shit they gonna say. Yeah, that little dude gonna get up there and try to say some of everything. But not after that last time, Tanya, boy, that was a little bit too hardcore. She wanted to be part of the streets, but god daggone, she couldn't handle what it was. Goddamn. He brought the hood out on her that night, boy. She couldn't handle it. I can't believe you did me like this. Now she could sit in jail and write a book about it. Hell yeah, ain't no damn cuddling after that. You popped up unannounced. All he wanted to do was come back to the hotel, turn on his laptop, and play Call of Duty. That's all he wanted to do. But he gave her the Call of Duty.
You may proceed with the wish to make a closing statement.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon. We have told you from the very beginning that Ms. Daniels is not denying what happened.
Watch this
She
little
is
dude
not
lie.
saying, I have no responsibility. I have no accountability. That is not our position, and it has not been our position from the first time that we talked in Wood Island. We told you she is guilty of something, but she is not guilty of first-degree murder and criminal attempt first-degree murder and employing a firearm during a felony. That is not what these facts illustrate.
I'm back, man. Is she done started with the defense?
From far, far away.
Yeah, it just started 45 seconds ago.
And all
Okay.
of the
All right, great. Thank you.
When I was in high school, one of the formative trips that I took, my mom and I went to Barcelona, and we went to the Museum of Salvador Dali. This man had the most amazing brain. He could paint pictures that from far away looked like one thing, and then when you got close up on them, looked like something completely different. And I will never, ever forget standing in the top balcony of that museum, looking across the way and seeing this. And there's a little plaque that tells you, squint your eyes and look at it. What do you see? I saw Abraham Lincoln. I absolutely saw Abraham Lincoln. And then, when you walk back around, they tell you how to get up there. This is that painting close up. It's something completely different. Not only a different picture, but an entirely different emotional response. You would never think that that was the Abraham Lincoln that you had just seen. But that can be the difference between looking at something from far, far away and ignoring the details versus seeing the intricacies of what it is actually made of. I want to talk to you first about Brodus Perry. We've heard a lot about him this week. He was a pastor at St. Mark Baptist Church in Little Rock. He was the leader of the life groups there. He was married to Tabitha Perry. This is what people standing far away saw.
But when you got much more close, when you got to know Brodus Perry the way Latasha knew Brodus Perry, you started to see a different side. And sometimes even then, you miss it. He was a manipulative person. I know that he is not here anymore, and that is a tragedy. But that doesn't change the fact that during his time on earth, he manipulated the women in his life. He was controlling, and he wanted this lifestyle of ethical non-monogamy. Regarding the ethical non-monogamy, that was, when I talk about the manipulation of women in his life, that was a big source of it. He manipulated Tabitha into thinking, oh, well, this is just something that I thought about. It's okay that you don't want to do it. He manipulated Chriselle and Danielle, who he had the Marco Polo group with, in that he made this whole fiction where his wife was completely on board with this, and he was living this open, honest, and transparent lifestyle where he was ethically engaging in non-monogamy. As a pastor of the church looking for a group of people who would sanction his behavior, he found these women, educated women, and lied to them about this. He manipulated Latasha in so many ways. But regarding the ethical non-monogamy, his position was, my wife says it's okay, so my girlfriend should not be saying no. Even to Latasha, he lied about Tabitha being opposed to this lifestyle. When Latasha got involved, she thought Tabitha was on board with this ethical non-monogamy, and she was not. We heard from Brodus Perry
And
manipulating these women.
Those aren't an issue at home, but I get it, but it ain't an issue. I have been though, so if we talking, let's switch subject and get a little more serious. You know, for me, our agreements have been simple, right? No exes, nobody from Jacksonville, Florida, which is home for us, and nobody in the city that you live in, that currently live in, which means nobody in Memphis. That was the case, of course, in Little Rock, outside of Girlfriend, because Girlfriend is in Little Rock. The way that kind of happened is, short version, when she decided to open up the marriage and allow me to be on the other side of her. Girlfriend is a therapist, right? And she didn't go to her for therapy based on this therapy session she had with this other lady. And she was asking her some questions after she had just said, bro, this is what I'm gonna let you do, blah, 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 you know, it is what it is. Go from there. She asked her some questions. And so she was like, I just got a couple questions for you. And, you know, they would go play tennis together. She was one of the life group leaders. And so we had rapport, we had rapport. And she asked a question, and it was like, yeah, blase, I'm thinking about this. And what do you think about this? Or what do you think X, Y, Z could potentially become from? And I'm sorry, I'm looking to see who was in the cigar lounge, because this is not what I really frequent that often. So I'm kind of careful about who potentially is in here, because I don't want the last all pass. You know, I really want to go in and go chill in the back, but I'm not a member. But yeah, I'm trying to debate on what's going in there now. But anyway, so the next thing that she shared with her was, you know my husband like you, right? Well, he thinks you're attractive. And she was like, what? He's like, yeah, I know what he likes, and he thinks you're attractive. Not that he's been rude or anything like that. We've had conversations. Well, you know, we did, because one time we was hitting around having a watch. And she asked me, I was like, well, you got to get it. I ain't going to get it, so I'm coming across with this creepy guy, right? We're trying to spice things up. in that regard, even though that was even somewhat limited with the idea of somebody watching him. That's neither here nor there. But when the question came up, it was her right there. The shit she asked, well, who would you want? And that was the first thing I said. She's like, I know you like her. I know what. So anyway, so she said like you know, blah, blah, blah. And she said, well, if you were interested, just I'm not saying that you are, but I'm also saying I've given him this X, Y, Z, and he may come your way. And she did. But she's like, okay, cool. So we had a conversation. And after that, that's when the whole nobody in the city thing came up. It was more like, I'll give you a pass with her because I essentially gave you the alley. But nobody. So I'm trying to figure this. So fast forward, that's the whole other shit, right? Trying to get the web. So I have been thinking about, the past couple of weeks in terms of expanding, my ethical non-monogamy, and just kind of, so my wife, her and I were chatting over there, like, well, baby, I got a couple questions, I'm just curious, she knows about the, everything like that. So I was like, when did you want to know? When did you want to know that there's someone who has my interest or someone who I would like to pursue? Do you want to know the moment that I feel like it's more than just banter? Do you want to know at the moment that I would like to begin to banter? Do you want to know once I feel like it might be a thing beyond banter? Or what? Because this is kind of new for us, right? Because girlfriend, Tasha, that's easy. That's been 2 years. That's been it for the most part. Outside of me going, that's how my birthday. But it's kind of been easy in that regard. So we're trying to figure out what does that look like. So I'm just kind of really thinking through where I am with that, right? In terms of those. So there's a lot of newness. I kind of say that just to say that there's still. There's still a lot of newness even in this ethical non-monogamy that I'm wrestling with. And it's fun, right? It's fun, it's interesting, it's causing us to communicate and chat and really talk again about different things that we kind of, in a real sense, have been settled to some degree. But realizing that in this ethical non-monogamy, we got to keep things in pencil and not pen. Some things are in pencil, pen, right? There's some hard news, but gotta be flexible in terms of what that looks like. So that's why I know you talking about being sprung and giddy and all that stuff. I think because those flutters or those emotions, right, or those initial thoughts are all kind of new and very much new because this person is brand new. Like, I don't know Cherie, right? I knew Tasha, that was different. There was some level of familiarity there. And that's typically how I've always engaged with it, right? With some level of familiarity. I cannot, whether being in the same class again in terms of college or something like that, I've never kind of quote unquote cold called anyone. If that makes sense. Because I'm not, I don't think I'm that guy. So, yeah. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. I don't know if I'm gonna go in here, but now I'm thinking how far would we to go downtown? Because I'm like, it's a lot of folk in there. I don't know if I trust who's in that room right now. Shit. I just need to do better with smoking houses, cigar houses. I'm just, your opinion matters to me. Because we are in this relationship, but at the same time, like I told us even from the outset, I want to be respectful, but I also want to let you know that, your opinion matters. But at the same time, I don't want you to put me in a box, right? Because while we talked about it in theory, this is now the practice part. And with Tab being perfectly fine with the situation, because how I've handled and been honest and transparent and open with her with regard to this current relationship, me expanding it is not an issue for me. Basically, she told me, hey, we can talk about it when you think it's worth talking about. The way that you handle this I'm fine with not, I trust your judgment because you haven't given me a reason not to. It's not, I mean, it's only 2 hours away, but yes, we were in Little Rock, so we were literally that, because it was at that point, you know, wife was like, yeah, nobody at home. Like, this is an exception because I kind of threw you that, but no, you ain't dealing with nobody at home. Like, that was Jacksonville, so our hard nose, and no Jacksonville, which is hometown for us, no exes, and no place in your current city. Those are the hard no's, right? She got an exception because it was there that she realized, well, yeah, I don't think I want him to be dealing with all these people, all these women, and no doubt these women would be in the church because that's all we do is kind of hang around, or in the community or close enough. So it was kind of one of those things. But
Those are clips from approximately 13 videos where he talks and talks and talks, and none of it is true. None of it. You heard Tabitha sitting on the stand saying, my hard nose were all of those things and then some. My hard nose were him seeing anyone outside of our marriage. But that's not what he told Chriselle. That's not what he told Danielle. That's not what he told Latasha. He created this world of lies, this alternate reality in this chat room where he got everything that he wanted. He got validation. He got to have this lifestyle where he was cheating on multiple women, and it was okay. It was okay that he, as a pastor, do those things. That's what those women gave him. And for Latasha, she gave him whatever he wanted. And Tabitha was his wife. He took and took and took from these women. And the whole time, he was lying to all of them. I want to talk to you about Latasha Daniels. From far away, Latasha appears to be a professional, educated, well-rounded woman. She's a licensed clinical social worker and went into a profession to help people. Church member, active in the church, a life group leader, selected among the thousands of people in the church, and placed into a position of leadership by Brodus Perry. Did you notice in the one video, he said, what I typically do is engage with women from a position of familiarity. He knew how to attract the type of woman that he was looking for. And Latasha, when you got to know her and you got to see all of the details that make her up, she was exactly what he was looking for. She was so vulnerable because of the happiness being completely drained from her marriage, from the total lack of any emotional connection with her husband of 8 years. The traumatic history that she has had since a childhood, and always being told to keep a good face on. Her history of mental health, depression, suicidal ideations, suicidal attempts. Her dependency on other people. He knew that when he got his claws in her, she would do anything to keep him with her, including keeping his secrets. He also knew that Latasha would have to keep his secrets because she had just as much to lose as he did. He had to have someone who was
in a good job, with a good appearance. Because if they found out about this affair with the pastor, she would lose everything. All of her clients, the life that she had built up in the church, her family's opinion, all of it would be gone. And he reminded her of that. From far away, their relationship, it wasn't a affair. It was absolutely wrong. And it was neither of them took Tabitha's feelings into consideration. Neither of them. And they should have. Tabitha did not deserve that. But especially at the beginning, if you looked at that relationship more closely, there was a lot of love there. Latasha built her life around this man. He liked bourbon, so she started learning bourbon. He liked cigars, so she started learning about cigars. She got him into running with her. They joined a biking club together. All of these things that they built. And this woman who came into this relationship so starved for love and affection was receiving it, finally. And she never wanted that to stop. But when you looked at it more closely, you could also see Brodus behaving in a very controlling way, in a very manipulative way. And Latasha was getting slung back and forth between these emotions of, oh, I love you. No, we're going to have some distance. This back and forth, back and forth. Pulling her heart in two pieces. And I will disagree with the state because part of something that they have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt is intent. And one of the things that you have to look at is whether a heat of passion was present. And a broken heart definitely has to do with heat of passion. There is no emotion more powerful in this world than love. When she was with Brodus, Latasha was required to follow certain rules. Rule number 1 that she learned on day 1. You download the Confide app, you use it the way I tell you to, and you only communicate with me in this manner unless I tell you different. Rule number 2, when Brodus took trips, Latasha was expected to be there. And she had to pay her own way, whether she had the money to or not. Rule number 3, Latasha was not to call anybody to come to them. Even in the case of a medical emergency, supposed to call Pastor Pointer. He knew about their relationship. He would get Brodus help, and nobody would have to find out about Latasha. Rule number 4, Latasha was not to approach him in public. He was only to approach her because she didn't have a way of knowing if he was with someone for the church or with another pastor that may not know about their relationship. Very strict rules on what and when she could say to him. Rule number 5. When she was in a hotel room on one of their trips, she was to remain naked. Rule number 6. Towards the end of their relationship, Brodus added that she should always respond to him with either yes, sir, or no, sir. And Latasha followed all of those rules because she loved that man. And she loved the love that she felt like she was getting.
And then things changed. On March the 15th, Brodus behaved in a very different way. He treated her like a piece of trash, like someone who was there for his use, not his love, not worthy of his affection. And something in Latasha broke that day. And she decided that she was going to end her life. And yes, she did want him to feel that pain, because it was so much pain in her. And she came and never once threatened him. There was never a single allegation that she put him in any danger or threatened him or ever even pointed the gun at him. She actually gave the gun to him once he talked to her for about 2 hours. Brodus knew what to say to make Latasha do what he wanted her to do. For good or for bad. And that day, he did get the gun from her, and he took the gun and kept it. She didn't see it after that day. Which brings us to April the 4th. Her gun, Brodus had put in a cigar locker in Little Rock. Latasha did not have access to that. She opened did her normal good morning text to Brodus. And finally, when he responded, our time has come to an end. And then it disappeared. And in that moment of disappearing, 2 years of a life, of a relationship, of love, was gone. And Latasha was still emotionally fragile from the traumatic experience on the 15th in March. Still suffering from those pains, but trying to work through it. And she decided that she was right the first time. She didn't need to be in this world. She couldn't be in this world. Not anymore. She had built her whole life around this man. And he broke up with her in a disappearing text. She apologized to her family and tried to make them understand that this is not something that she just thought about, that she's been struggling, and that the struggle was just too much. For this deeply religious woman to feel like God couldn't answer her prayers anymore because she was so deep down in this depression is just heart-wrenching. And that was at 3:14 p.m. on April the 4th. I'm having some technical difficulties. Okay. There we go. And so, after writing that suicide note, she did go to buy a gun. She didn't have one anymore.
and she was going to kill herself. Yes, she planned to go buy a gun. That happened. She did not plan to go buy a gun to hurt anyone other than herself. She walked in, and you heard Mr. Palladino talk on the stand about the range of sizes and weights and prices. If you recall, when he talked about 9mm weapons, he said the cheapest 9mm weapons are in the 200s. He said that the gun that she chose is a small gun. The gun that she chose is a light gun. And when she went to that store on April the 4th, she checked out at approximately 4:47 after going through the background check and clearing it. And if you look, that gun cost $229. She bought the cheapest gun they had and just whatever ammunition they told her to get, because this was going to be the gun to take her life. So why spend a lot of money on it? After she left the gun store, she went back to her house. She did not want to stay there long because she was afraid her adult son would come home. Poured the bullets out on the bed, grabbed a handful, shoved them in her pocket, shoved the gun in her pocket, and left after leaving him as much money as she could leave him. I think it was $500. She got in her car and she started to drive. She was not driving to Memphis, Tennessee. She was driving to Jacksonville, Arkansas, to Johnson Park. This was a place that had particular significance to her because of various names associated with it. Brodus Perry was from Jacksonville, Florida. Her ex-husband's last name was Johnson, and her dad's name was Ray. All of those were men that had hurt her in her life, but that she had also loved immensely. She did not want to commit suicide at home. She did not want her adult son to find her, to have to go through that. She knew that her suicide would be hard on him, but she didn't want that weight on him. At that point in time, she believed her son would be better off without him. As she's on the way to Jacksonville, Arkansas, she looks up and sees a sign. And that sign said, "This way to Memphis." And Latasha thought to herself, if I can just see him one more time, I can find out why he is doing this, why he wants this to be over. Maybe I can change his mind. Maybe he will see that he still loves me. Maybe he will tell me that I am still worth loving. Maybe he will give me that reason to live. She drove to Memphis. I want to ask, how many times have you been in your car running through thoughts in your brain as they race, and you analyze, and you're thinking, and all of a sudden you look up and you were like, how did I get here? I was on autopilot. This was not a cool, calm, do-do-do-do-do kind of drive. This woman was planning to commit suicide. This was not a drive to hurt anyone. She wanted to talk to him, not to hurt him. And she did talk to him. She went to the Pocket, which is a cigar lounge in downtown.
She knew that he goes there on Thursdays. His wife knew the same thing. It was a frequent place that he went, not just on Thursdays. And Latasha saw him and did as she was supposed to, walked past him until he acknowledged her. When he acknowledged her, they were allowed to engage, and she talked. They said that they sat there and talked for a long time. So long that the valet pulled the car away. And finally, by the end of the conversation, Brodus had said, look, we can be together if you're going to be okay with the ethical non-monogamy. And Latasha said, then I want us to tell Tabitha. And Brodus said, okay, we'll go tell Tabitha. You go to the apartment, talk to her about tennis, talk to her about, whatever. Tell her you're in town for a conference. We'll tell her together. And so Latasha goes to their apartment. It's unclear exactly what time she arrived at the apartment. It was somewhere between 9 and 10 o'clock, but either way, for the purposes of the timeline, we have that span that we don't have an exact time for. Some things we can get exact times for based on evidence, like that receipt, or if there's a phone call or something like that we can tie exact times to. We can't with this. Somewhere between 9 and 10 o'clock, Latasha indicated that she remembered the news came on. So fair assumption there, 9 or 10. And this was in Collierville. Tabitha answered the door, and Latasha came inside. They sat on that couch and talked for 10 to 20 minutes. At no point did Latasha ever raise a gun to Tabitha. At no point did Latasha ever threaten Tabitha. At no point did any indication that she was anything other than happy to be there happen. And then Brodus got home. And when Brodus got home, Tabitha described him as being very agitated when he saw Latasha. Did he think he called her bluff? That she wouldn't really go? He knew that she was having second thoughts. Did he really think that she was going to go into the apartment to tell Tabitha after 2 years? And she was there. And he was facing down the possibility of having to confess to his wife. And instead of doing that, he offered her bourbon. He talked to her about why she was in this why she was here for a conference. And Latasha, when he walks in, becomes confused and off balance because she thinks this big conversation is about to happen and he's just making small talk. Even going so far as to say, well, if you're drinking, we probably need to clear those clothes off the guest bedroom. Latasha had never been there. And when she was there, Tabitha testified, and Latasha testified, that she didn't go into any of the bedrooms. She stayed in the main living area. That's a picture of the guest room. How would Latasha have known that there were clothes all over it? Unless Brodus said, we would have to take all those clothes off the bed. She and Tabitha and Brodus sat in that living room for 10 to 20 minutes, talking, with Latasha just waiting and waiting and waiting, thinking, well, he's talking about a bed. Maybe we're going to segue there. And he wasn't even making eye contact with her. At a certain point, he stopped even truly acknowledging her and just started talking to Tabitha. And Latasha realized he's not going to do it. He's not going to tell her.
this doesn't mean enough to him. I don't mean enough to him. So I'm just gonna go. I'm not gonna bother y'all anymore. She does want to know why. Just as a practical matter, does it make any sense that she was sitting inside of an apartment with a closed door where no one could see in for about 20 to 40 minutes? If she was intending on killing them, why would she not have done it when they were sitting in there in private? Instead of after Tabitha walks out the door into opening it up into the outside. She is outside. Latasha's standing in the doorway. If this was a cool, calm, reflective judgment, why would she wait until that point in time? If this was the plan, why would she have not done it inside the apartment? Does that make sense? But instead of harming anyone inside of that apartment, Latasha got up to leave. And when she got up to leave, Tabitha went first and came out the door. And then Latasha was standing in the doorway and Brodus was slightly behind her. Tabitha made it all the way down to the stairwell before she realized that Latasha and Brodus were not behind her. When she turned around, she saw Latasha pull out a gun and shoot Brodus. That happened. What she didn't see and what she didn't hear was the conversation that Latasha and Brodus were having at that door, where she said, "Walk me to my car. Be a gentleman. It's nighttime. Just walk me to my car." And Brodus just said, "Tabitha will do it." That emotional whiplash of being on the verge of killing herself to finding this hope that she can have the life that she has been trying to have with this man, to the disappointment of being dismissed by him, to this moment of just indifference, shattered her. Absolutely shattered her. And when she reached into her pocket to find her keys, she found her gun. And when she pulled her gun, that was not a calm and cool and reflective action. That was a heat of passion. She was so emotional in those moments. She did that act, but that was not a cool and calm act. That was a result of passion. As she's firing shots, she's yelling, "He broke my heart. He broke my heart." And when Tabitha starts trying to get close, Latasha tells her to stay back. And Tabitha, who is very confused in this situation at this point, dives in front of her husband and tries to shield his body with her body. And during that process, had a bullet hit her in the shoulder. When she said, "Latasha, you shot me," Latasha said, "I didn't mean to shoot you." And Tabitha even told the police that she believed that Latasha was not trying to shoot her. Tabitha felt like all of this emotion was directed at Brodus, because it was. But it was a lot of emotion. Officers arrive on the scene at 22:36 military time, 10:36 non-military time. When the police arrive, Latasha still has the gun in her hand. Tabitha had told her, go, just go. They're coming. I can hear the sirens. Just go. And Latasha couldn't. She couldn't move. She couldn't move. And when the police were yelling at her, telling her to put down the gun, what they saw and what they described was her staring blankly and talking softly to herself and repeatedly putting the gun up to her head or up to her mouth or up to her chest and eventually crouching down on the ground. And Officer Dunlap testified that he would have noticed if that slide was back and that chamber was empty. He didn't see that. The circumstances when the police got there, they're trained to assess. And they have this thing called the use of force continuum that officers kind of make a judgment on. Do I need to put my hands on this person, soft hands? Or do I need to pull my sidearm and kill this person? And there are things in between. Do you believe that if the police thought that she was about to shoot the officers or Tabitha or Brodus in that moment, do you have any doubt that they would have shot the guns that they had trained on her? They opted for a non-lethal force because at that point in time, they deemed her a danger to herself. There is no part of what those officers saw that was cool and calm and reflective in Latasha Daniels. They saw a woman in an emotional crisis. While the police were there, after Latasha was taken into custody, they called the EMTs who came and rendered aid to both Tabitha and Brodus. They were then taken to the hospital where they both underwent surgery. Tabitha, thankfully, was okay. Brodus was not. He did die of these gunshot wounds. That has never been in dispute. There are several things that are not in dispute. It's just a difference of whether you look at it from far away or come in close to actually analyze it, to see the details that make it up. Tabitha came in to testify, and she talked to you about what she saw on April the 4th and what she experienced. And she was utterly confused by all of this because she had no idea what was going on. She had no idea why Latasha would be there because Brodus hadn't told her that he saw her earlier in the night. She had no idea that Brodus and Latasha had had a 2-year-long relationship. That this woman was desperately in love with her husband. She had no idea. And that wasn't fair to her. That absolutely was not fair to her. But even Tabitha came forward to say that she didn't think that Latasha meant to shoot her. She also told y'all that she watched the clips that we watched before. She never said any of those things. She never had those conversations. She never had those conversations with Latasha. She didn't alley-oop him any woman. The hard nose for her was anyone. But he lied to his wife about that. And he lied to Latasha about that. He lied to Chrishell and Danielle about that. The police department then start their investigation. They took Tabitha's statement. Chrishell actually reached out to the police department to provide them these videos because she believed that Tabitha knew all of this, that this would be so helpful to them because obviously Tabitha knew everything and he was being so honest and transparent that they needed to have this information. Instead, they handed over evidence that showed that Brodus was manipulating all of these women. They collected the receipt. They collected the video surveillance from the gun store. They did a faraway view of what this was. And they looked at it and said, well, she bought a gun, she drove to Memphis, she went to Collierville, and she shot them. None of those facts are in dispute. Not a single one of them. But there's a lot more to it. There's a lot more to it. When she made that drive, she didn't go straight to Collierville. When she made that drive, she went downtown. Dr. Erica Curry came in and testified, talked about the gunshot wounds, trajectories, things like that. The fact that Brodus was shot multiple times is not in dispute. The fact that Latasha is the one who shot him is not in dispute. She is not coming here to tell you, I didn't do this. She's coming here to tell you that when I did this, I was so overcome by my emotions that I behaved in a way that I would not normally behave. I would note, with the autopsy, it does show no stippling, no muzzle imprint. What that means is that the barrel of the gun was 3 feet or more away. When Latasha was describing where everyone was sitting, and I believe Tabitha did too, Brodus was sitting directly next to Latasha. He was in the blue chair. She was on the end of the couch. She was within arm's reach of him. And nothing happened. The other doctor that testified was Dr. Bidding. She is both a clinical and a forensic psychologist. The difference in those two things are one can kind of look at your whole picture and gather information for a legal process, and the other one can gather your whole picture and look at it for a diagnosis process. She does both of those things. She has a very impressive CV to go along with it. And when she met with Latasha, she did find a significant trauma history. She did not find malingering, which means no evidence of no evidence that Latasha was not being honest in her answers on these psychological tests. She actually found that she tended to underreport her symptoms, which was consistent with her history of always having to put on a good face. Dr. Bidding does not just blindly rely on what someone tells her. She listens to what someone tells her and then compares it to outside sources, especially for that legal process. And she did that here. And she found evidence to corroborate what Latasha was telling her. She read the police reports, including narratives about Latasha's appearance on the scene. She read Tabitha Perry's statement describing what had happened. She watched the video of Brodus Perry talking to Chriselle and Danielle about seeing Latasha at the cigar bar that night before going home to Carterville. He read Latasha's journals. She read Latasha's journals. And all of those corroborated what Latasha was telling her. She had a history of depression, and she would not, the state was right, she would not offer an opinion on her state of mind at the moment of the offense. And that's what matters legally, is at the moment. However, she did have a position about her mental state around the time of the offense. The reason that she could not speak to at the moment of the offense was because Latasha has trouble remembering those moments, just like Tabitha did, because trauma can do that to your memory. Around the time of the offense, again, corroborating by all of those items of information, she believed that Latasha was exhibiting depressive symptoms and emotional dysregulation. She was in turmoil. She told you sometimes people who truly want to die are hoping that someone will give them a reason to live. And that's what
KK, you
Latasha
ain't
was
shit,
doing
KK.
when she parked her car in downtown Memphis. She truly wanted
Did you call that
to
lady
die.
a little fella?
But she was hoping with every part of herself that Brodus would give her.
Man,
a
your
reason
client
to live.
guilty. Speed this shit up.
Y'all crazy. Oh, y'all crazy. Talking about that lady.
Latasha talked to you,
No,
and she told you her story. From a young age,
oh shit.
all the way up to reaching out to Brodus for counseling, through their relationship, about his rules, about her love, about the fact that he had told her that Tabitha was on board with this. He just hadn't told her yet about Latasha. She told you about that emotional whiplash that she suffered for that last month leading up to April the 4th. She was getting pulled by her heart in so many different directions. And
We
she
didn't man
talked to
call
you
her that,
about the
Tanya.
fact that the moment that her hand went into her pocket was a moment when she was shattering. That was the word that she used. In that moment, she shattered. The timeline in the case supports what Latasha told you happened. At 3:14, we have a suicide note written, which is before going to buy.
Girl,
a
I
gun.
must have missed that one. I probably heard it. I don't know. I
She
feel
then
like
takes
we've
a
been here
quick
for 3
trip
days.
home and then leaves for the park. Driving down 440, where there's a split for Memphis. She proceeds towards Memphis and arrives downtown, speaks with Brodus for a long time. Latasha then drives to Collierville, sits in the parking lot, calls Brodus, starts to have some second thoughts, and Brodus says, no, go on in. Go on in. Latasha goes to the apartment. Tabitha lets her in. They talk for 10 to 20 minutes. Brodus arrives back home. They talk for 10 to 20 minutes, and then Latasha says, I'm going to leave now. Police respond at 22:36, again, 10:36 Central Time. And by 10:36, Latasha is still standing there with the weapon in her hand. If she left Arkansas at 5 o'clock, and it only takes 3 hours to get to Carterville, why was it 10:36 when police arrived? Unless there was something that happened in between. And we know that there was something that happened in between because Brodus made a video saying, guess who I just saw as I'm walking out of the cigar lounge? All of that corroborates what Ms. Daniels came here to tell you. And I can tell you, sitting on that stand is not easy, especially talking about the things that she had to sit up there and talk about. She's not proud of what she did. She is extremely remorseful for what happened that day. When the prosecutor during cross-examination said, you went there to shoot him, didn't you? She said, no. No, ma'am, I loved him. I would never hurt him. No. That was not my intention. Because she didn't come to Memphis to hurt him. She was planning on hurting herself. And she walked into that apartment happy to be there in the hopes that she would get some semblance of that love back. Very briefly, I'm going to talk to you all about the law. You have your jury instructions, and there are some that I would like for you to cue in on because they're very important. If you remember during jury selection, voir dire, we talked about criminal offenses and what's required. And what's required is an act and an intent. You have to have both. When you look at what are called lesser included offenses, the act never changes. The intent is what changes. On count 1, the lesser included offenses are all of the offenses: first degree murder, second degree murder, voluntary manslaughter, reckless homicide, criminally negligent homicide. As I told you, Latasha Daniels pleads not guilty to first degree murder. I submit that the appropriate charge in this case, as it pertains to Brodus Perry, is voluntary manslaughter. Voluntary manslaughter is an intentional and knowing killing that occurs during a heat of passion. That is exactly what the facts before us in this trial have laid out. Premeditation requires the exercise of reflection and judgment, careful consideration, sufficient freedom from excitement and passion so as to be capable of premeditation. When you are in that emotional state of passion, you can't reason properly. That's why premeditation requires the absence of all of those emotions to truly and thoughtfully judge and reflect on your actions before you take them. The emotions cloud that ability and impair that ability. A heat of passion means any of the human emotions known as anger, rage, sudden resentment, terror, or similar emotions which render the mind incapable of cold reflection. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that that is exactly what we have here. This was a voluntary manslaughter. This was not a first-degree murder. And I told you from day one that Ms. Daniels was not coming here to tell you I didn't do anything wrong. She knows what she did was wrong. She feels that every day. But that doesn't mean that that was a cool, premeditated act. Count 2, the account pertaining to Tabitha Perry, Archie. Criminal attempt first degree, criminal attempt second degree, criminal attempt voluntary manslaughter, and reckless endangerment. Those are the lesser included offenses as they pertain to her. I submit to you that the actions that led to Ms. Perry's injury was reckless endangerment. The process that involved Ms. Perry getting shot, she actually put herself into that line of fire, and Ms. Daniels did not even mean to shoot her. Ms. Perry even believes that Latasha was not trying to shoot her. Tabitha told the police that. Tabitha told y'all that. The police told you that. She tried to shield Brodus, and in the process she got hurt. And that was an unacceptable risk that Latasha took when she fired those shots. And she should have known that firing those shots in that apartment could have ended up hurting Tabitha. And that's exactly what happened. The definition of recklessly in your jury instructions is found on page 9. And that is where, when you look at reckless endangerment, it will refer you back to the other definitions. That's where you find recklessly. A person acts recklessly when they are aware of but consciously disregard a risk that is substantial and unjustifiable that the alleged victim will be killed. Because it's under the reckless homicide, they refer to actual killing. It's applicable also to the reckless endangerment without a killing. The risk must be of such a nature and degree that its disregard constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care that an ordinary person would exercise under the circumstances as viewed from an accused person's standpoint. She had absolutely no intention to hurt Tabitha, but firing those shots was a risk that she would, and she hurt Tabitha. I submit to you that the appropriate charge on count 2 is reckless endangerment. All of these must be proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. And we talked for a long time in voir dire about beyond a reasonable doubt. The prosecution must present evidence that is so convincing that it leaves no other logical explanation for the facts except that the accused is guilty of the charged offense to a moral certainty. One of the elements that must be proven is the intent, is Latasha Daniels' intent. So if you come down and you have one version of this event where this is a cool, calm, premeditated murder, and you have another version of events where this is a woman who was in an emotional distress, and both of those are reasonable based on the evidence, then the state has not carried their burden as to first-degree murder. The appropriate charge would be voluntary manslaughter. And that burden is very, very high. You can see both of those things if you step back and look at it and understand that while you may see two faces, you may see an apple core. And it's reasonable to see both of those things. no matter which one you looked up and immediately saw, or which one you prefer, both are reasonable as an explanation of what you see in that picture. This is the state's case. From far, far away, looking at these facts. Facts that are not in dispute. But they are missing the actual picture and showing you something that isn't really what this was. I'm asking you to look at all of the evidence that has been presented to you over the course of this week and to see the details of what that picture actually is. Thank you.
Any jurors in the room? State, go.
You've heard all the evidence and most of the arguments. And the assumption at this point, based on our history, is I'm not going to be up here for an hour and a half, right? And I thought about that yesterday and more today, and I hope you appreciate that. But I don't want you to take that to mean that I don't have anything to say about this case, or that I don't want you to understand how significant that the proof is in this case. Because it's significant. And it's almost so clear that it just doesn't take a whole lot of time to explain it to you or to prove it to you. So if I can just take a few minutes to go back through there just to remind you of what we're looking at. The proof is clear even by her admission that she got a text that morning that said this relationship is over. I don't want to be in it anymore. And that shouldn't have been, and probably wasn't, a huge surprise to her. Because for the past months, weeks, she was even going to break up with him at one point. You know, really since he had moved from Little Rock, the relationship hadn't been the same. So what did she do in response to that? And she can tell you, this is what I plan to do. But the proof is she immediately went to buy a gun and immediately drove to Memphis to find him. 3 hours. And that's not disputed. She says, I was going to kill myself. But she wound up in Memphis with him. And she wound up at his house. She was still there when the police arrived. She shot him multiple times and shot Tabitha Perry Archie in the process. I mean, that's overwhelming proof of intentional premeditated murder, and she agrees all that happened. Do you remember there was a discussion, I believe it was in jury selection, about we do things different here than we do in the real world? I mean, I don't really know what that means. Because what we know is that in the real world, Brodus Perry is not here to tell his story. That he was shot and killed in his own home in front of his wife. And we know that Tabitha was shot while kneeling next to her husband, trying to protect him and help him and begging her to stop. You know, there's a lot of talk about reflection and judgment and cool, calm, and collected. Well, she was cool, calm, and collected enough to say, according to her, Tabitha, get out of the way. She doesn't remember anything, but she knows she didn't mean to shoot Tabitha. I mean, that's in the real world. And this is hard. I know. Talking about Tabitha, it's a good time just to point out, I mean, there is transferred intent. And so we don't have to prove she was trying to kill Tabitha. Just that she was trying to kill somebody, and she was trying to kill somebody. She did kill somebody. And in that process, she shot and caused serious bodily injury to Miss Archie. So when you have a case like that, with those facts that line up perfect, I get the text, I go buy the gun, I drive to Memphis, I show up at his house, and I shoot and kill him. You got to come up with something as a defense, right? So the defense is, I'm the victim. And I'm going to talk about that a little bit in a minute, but I want to talk to y'all a little bit about who she is, who is claiming that she's the victim in this case. It's an almost 40-year-old grown woman who has a doctorate degree, who has been twice married and twice divorced, who runs her own business, and who voluntarily entered into and started this affair with Brodus Perry. She admitted that. I liked the way he made me feel. I was wanting that kind of relationship at that time. She knew he was married. She had dinner with, she played tennis with his wife. She knew that Tabitha wasn't aware of this affair. You know, that there's rules. Brodus had rules. Well, I mean, one of the rules was we've got to talk to each other on this app that's not easily traceable. Is that a rule? Or is that what you would expect? Two people who were married because they were both married when this started, that they might come together and say, you know, we probably don't need to text each other and email each other on our phones and on our computers, because we got to hide this. Is that a rule? Is that manipulative? Can't go out in public with just the two of us because we don't want to be seen as a couple. Is that a rule? Or is that what you expect? When two people who are married decide they're going to have a sexual relationship and hide it from their spouse. Is that manipulative? Did she ever say anything about he forced me to be in this relationship? Did I miss something with that? Or did she say she liked it? She wanted it to be in that relationship. I can't put your plane tickets on my card. Is that a rule? Is that what you call that? You know, she couldn't make one trip, so she said, so I decided to go on the Jerusalem trip because I couldn't make it on the wherever the other trip was, Cuba or something. So hey, I want to go on this other one because I didn't get to make that one. Is that you're expected to go? Or you want to go hang out with the married guy of my friend at a hotel room in Israel? Which is it? I don't want you to call 911 if there's like some kind of medical emergency. If you were staying in a hotel room with the person you're having an affair with, do you want her calling 911? How does that make Brodus Perry manipulative? She drank bourbon with him, she smoked cigars with him. She knew about his interest in this book. She read the book. She understood that he was interested in this non-monogamy lifestyle. She even tried to recruit one of her friends to help him out with that. A 38-year-old grown woman with a doctorate degree who run a business and has been twice married and twice divorced. You know, one of the things that happens when you kill somebody is there's only one side of the story that gets to be told, because there's only one person that's left alive. And so we spent a lot of time talking about how bad Brodus Perry was. We played videos for his widow and made her sit there and say, no, I didn't know that. He was lying to me. You know, it seems illogical, but it's sometimes easier to feel sympathy toward the person who's still alive than it is the person who died. Because that's the only story you get. And she made terrible decisions. And you feel bad for her because she made those decisions. But they were her decisions. If Brodus was here, would he say, I'm sorry, I wish I hadn't done that way? We'll never know, will we? Did he make mistakes? You know, I want to quote to you from the jury instructions because I think it's important. Because you can't look at her and say, I feel sorry for her because she made that decision. This is a quote. You can have no prejudice or sympathy or allow anything but the law and the evidence to have any influence upon your verdict. So feel sympathy toward her, but don't let that affect your verdict. You'd be inhuman not to feel sympathy toward her. But we talked about earlier, during jury selection, how sympathy and prejudice are not appropriate, and how you look at the facts, and if you determine that she intentionally, unlawfully, and premeditatedly killed him, it doesn't matter how sorry you feel for her. Because you're not supposed to use sympathy. Was Brodus honest? He lied to his wife. He lied to his church. He lied to two people in a book club on an app where they sent videos back and forth to each other who he had never met. You want to be married to Brodus? Maybe not. Did he lie to the defendant? I don't know if we know that. I mean, she knew he was married. She knew they were hiding the affair. She knew Tabitha didn't know. She knew about the book. She knew he wanted the non-monogamous lifestyle. She knew that early in the relationship. She read the book. What do you lie to her about? Probably more honest with her than he was anybody else. He may have lied to her. Lying and being immoral is not a capital offense. Latosa Jane has also made a lot of choices. She got to tell you she's not proud of him. Rose didn't. She made a choice to start the affair. She made a choice to continue the affair. She even made that choice after she claims that he made her feel bad in the hotel room to continue that affair. She made the choice to hide the affair. She chose to go purchase a gun after she got that text. She chose to drive from Little Rock to Memphis. She chose to go to the Perry's house. She chose to take her gun into their home. And you'll note that premeditation, if done prior to the act, like, so you can premeditate a murder, and then you can go to do that murder, and you can be overcome by adrenaline, excitement, any other emotion you can think of. But if you premeditated it before you do that, and then you follow through with the murder, that don't negate the planning that you did beforehand. Why didn't she shoot him when the door was closed? Think about it all you want to. It's probably hard to pull out a gun and shoot somebody, even if you plan to. You can plan that all the way from Little Rock to Memphis, and it still may be hard to pull the trigger. She made a decision to shoot and kill Brodus Perry, and she made a decision to shoot Tabitha. One of the defense witnesses was Dr. Bidding. What do we glean from her that's helpful? Because I don't doubt she was depressed, and that's what Dr. Bidding said. She was depressed. And I'm not taking that lightly. Depression is an awful disease that affects millions of people. But Dr. Bidding said it doesn't mean that you can't. Dr. Bidding said it doesn't mean that they commit violent acts because they're suffering from depression. Depression doesn't cause that, and depression doesn't cause you to lose your ability to plan, use judgment. And she specifically said that depression is not a cause of impulsivity. So if depression doesn't negate intent and premeditation, it doesn't keep her from being cool, calm, collected, it doesn't keep her from using reflection and judgment, is that helpful to us? You also heard from Dr. Bidding about this defense under Tennessee law called insanity. And what she said was, there's a defense in Tennessee. And if a person is of this mental state where you can't appreciate the wrongfulness of your actions, then they can be found not guilty of the crime, because there are two things, the act and the intent. And she said, this insanity applies when someone is not able to appreciate the wrongfulness of their actions because of their mental state. And I said, well, did you evaluate the defendant for the criteria for insanity? Yes, it was not there. Insanity would not the criteria were not met when I evaluated the defendant for that. You also heard Dr. Bidding talk about what she called diminished capacity, which in Tennessee is this: you might still be guilty of something, but you're not guilty of the more serious offense because your capacity is diminished because of your mental state. And again, I asked Dr. Bidding, a defense expert, a witness called by the defense, what about when you evaluated Latasha Daniels for this diminished capacity? Didn't meet the criteria for that. Well, Dr. Bidding, the defense expert, what about post-traumatic stress disorder? Did she meet the criteria for that? No. No, she didn't meet the criteria for post-traumatic stress disorder. Dr. Bidding, the defense expert, does potentially wanting to harm herself, does that negate intention and premeditation? Can't say that it does negate intention and premeditation. Well, tell us, Dr. Bidding, about her mental state at the time she committed this offense. I'm unable to provide an opinion about her mental state at the time she committed this offense. What about Dr. Bidding's testimony did you find helpful? I found helpful the fact that she said she did appear to exercise judgment just prior to this homicide. And she did appear to engage in planning in the moments leading up to this homicide. So we've talked about she used judgment, had a cool, calm, and collected thought when she told Tabitha to get out of the way. I don't want to shoot you. Dr. Bidding says she has cool, calm, and collected thoughts all day, up to the moments before the homicide. Then we heard from Officer Duncan, who said he pointed, I saw her point the gun at herself. She was holding the gun. When I got to the door, I said, drop it. She pointed the gun at herself. At some point during that day, did she intend to harm herself? I don't doubt that. But I can tell you what she had at that moment. She had the judgment and reflection not to harm herself. She had the judgment and reflection not to point that weapon at the Collierville Police Department because they had a gun pointed at her. Where's the lack of judgment and reflection? Was she devastated? Was she in love? Were her feelings hurt? Had she spent 2 years in a relationship with a married man and she realized he wasn't going to leave his wife? I don't doubt that. Did she know what she was doing? Yes. And it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate for her. It's unfortunate for Brodus Perry's family. Unfortunate for the widow of Brodus Perry. But that doesn't change what happened. Did she plan this all the way from Little Rock. And I'm gonna change a little bit and talk about something different here, and I want to be very clear about what I mean when I'm doing this. I submit the proof shows that she did plan this from the time she got the text. But I want to talk about why I think that's not required. It's impossible to know what she was thinking because we can't read her mind. Was she planning to kill Brodus and herself? Maybe. That doesn't negate the fact that she killed Brodus and that she did it on purpose, intentionally, with premeditation. Did Brodus ask her to go to his house? I mean, his reaction says no. The history between the two of them says no. A hidden out. Got to have somebody with us. We went 2 years, we hadn't told her. He didn't want Tabitha to know. So the history between them indicates no. So the evidence is contrary to her description of what happened. And again, I'm going to emphasize that because I'm going to make another argument. But I want to read. The evidence is contrary to what she describes as happening. But it really doesn't matter. She's asking you to consider voluntary manslaughter. And the kind of the difference is the killing resulted from a state of passion produced by adequate provocation from the alleged victim, sufficient to lead a reasonable person to act in an irrational manner. Well, there's no question she acted in an irrational manner because it's hardly ever rational to point a gun and shoot a guy 7 times who's not threatening you, doesn't have a weapon, and is not even, there's not even a chance he's harming you physically. No even history of him harming you physically. So that's never a rational act. So the second part of that is very important because it can't be adequate provocation that makes Latasha Daniels act in an irrational manner because she did. And all you would have to say is, yep, there was some provocation that made me act irrationally, so I'm not guilty of homicide. I'm not guilty of murder 1. It says sufficient to lead a reasonable person to act in an irrational manner. Did what happened to her, is that enough to make a reasonable person act that way? To point a loaded gun at an individual who's unarmed and not threatening you and pull the trigger not once, not twice, not 3 times, not 4 times, not 5 times, not 6 times, but 7 times. Somebody talked to you about the classic law school example of voluntary manslaughter, where someone comes home and they find their spouse in bed with somebody else having an affair. And before they have time to reflect on that or cool down, they kill either their spouse or the person they're having the affair with. And that is the classic law school example. Latasha Daniels doesn't fit the classic law school example. Her spouse was not having an affair. She didn't react immediately to some huge thing like that. Somebody hit my child or whatever. She knew this relationship was coming to an end. And she knew about this affair for 2 years. And she knew Tabitha didn't know about it. So again, it's not voluntary manslaughter. So I want to look at her story and set aside all the other evidence for just a moment. Not conceding there's not all the other evidence, but I want to just set it aside for a minute. What was the adequate provocation? He wouldn't walk me to the door? To my car? It's the only provocation I heard. Because right before that, she was talking, and she even made a decision, I feel like I'm being played, was what her testimony was. I'm embarrassed. I want to leave. Is that a person overcome but doesn't know what they're doing? And she had known since that morning he was ready for this relationship to end. And she had known for months that the relationship was not what it had been. That's not provocation that would lead a reasonable person to act in an irrational manner. It may be provocation that would break your heart, that would hurt your feelings, that would cause you to be really upset and really mad and really regretful, maybe ashamed, maybe embarrassed. She told you why she did this. And to convict, all you got to do is listen to her. She told Brodus. I don't know if he heard her because he had a bullet in his head. You broke my heart. That's why she did it. The evidence suggests that she made the decision to kill him. Maybe herself that morning. But even if she made it when he declined to walk her to the car, it's first-degree murder. There's no time period required for premeditation. Some of the things you can look at, she shot an unarmed, unthreatening person. She was making decisions that she felt like she was being played. She was embarrassed. She was walking to the door. She reached in her pocket and pulled out the gun that she had brought into their home. She didn't go back out to her car to get the gun. Was it for protection from her car to the door, or did she forget it was there? We heard both sides of that story. And she shot him 7 times. And killed him. How can that not be intentional and premeditated? Even disregarding all the evidence except what she tells you. How can that not be intentional and premeditated? Especially considering Dr. Biding's testimony. And all the things she did. Tabitha, get out of the way. Not pointing the gun at the police. Not harming herself. Where was this total loss of judgment? She was hurt. She was mad. She was embarrassed. She didn't like what Brodus had done to her. What Brodus had done to her. I ask you to follow the law, follow the evidence to it. And if you do that, I submit you'll find that she's guilty as charged on all 3 counts of the indictment. Thank you.
All right, now it's time to select our alternates.
That guy's on the prosecution team.
All right, Mr. Lord and people will be our jury. I'm going to send you back with the instructions, the indictment, and the exhibits. I think except the firearm. The first thing you will need to do is select a 4-person. And when you have a verdict, you will write your verdict on the verdict form. I will review the form to make sure that it's in proper form, and then I will have the jury foreman read the verdict. So I'm going to show the people who are on the jury, excuse the alternates. If you could remain, you can finally discuss the case. So I'm going to show you excuse at this time.
Folks, so come with me, bring your paperwork with you.
All right, Mr. Lord.
All right, y'all. So for right now, we're in deliberations. We're on verdict watch. So as promised, I guess I will play replay because we've already seen it, but we're gonna watch it again. Hindsight is 2020. Let's go back and watch. KK said guilty on all charges. I know that's right. Oh, this is just formalities, honey. Let's go back and watch the testimony of. Now, earlier we watched the testimony of the wife. We rewatched the testimony of the wife. It may not. You might be surprised. 360. For one, let me tell you something. These folks may have their mind already made up. For one. For two, it's Friday. These people want to go home. These people want to go home. But we're gonna go back. We did rewatch the testimony of the wife earlier. So now we're gonna rewatch the testimony of this defendant. Okay, so let's get into it. Y'all continue to engage in the chat. I love it. All right, let me pull it up real quick. All right, y'all. Let's see now. All right, y'all. Let's listen to the testimony of the defendant.
Would you please state and spell your name?
Latasha Daniels, LATOSHIA DANIELS.
Now, Ms. Daniels, what you are doing right now is called a moment hearing, okay?
Okay.
And what that means is that we are talking about your rights and your decisions, okay?
Okay.
You have an absolute right not to testify. Do you understand that?
Yes.
That's called the right against self-incrimination. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You have the right not to give proof in a case against you. Have we discussed that right?
Yes, we have.
Do you understand that if you decided to remain silent, the judge would tell the jury that they cannot hold that against you?
Yes.
Do you understand that you also have an absolute right to testify?
Yes.
And that this is one of the few decisions that is yours and yours alone, right?
Yes.
Mr. Horn and I cannot make this decision for you. Do you understand that?
I do understand.
Have you spoken with myself and Mr. Horn, though, about this decision?
I have.
Have you been present throughout all of the trial?
I have.
Have you been able to hear and observe all of the witnesses?
I have.
Have you been able to see all of the exhibits?
I have.
Are you aware not only of the proofs that's come forward at trial, but also of all of the discovery in your case?
I am aware of all of it.
Have you discussed that discovery and the evidence with both me and Mr. Horn?
I have.
Have you discussed the charges against you?
I have.
You understand you're charged with first-degree murder.
Yes.
Have you and I discussed the elements of first-degree murder?
Yes.
Do you understand the state has to prove each of those elements beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yes.
Do you understand all of the elements of criminal attempt first-degree murder?
Yes.
Do you understand that the state has to prove all of those elements beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yes.
Do you understand the elements required for employing a firearm during a felony?
Yes.
Do you understand the state has to prove all of those beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yes.
Do you understand the elements and understand the burden of proof?
Yes.
And even, this was a superseding indictment, right?
Yes.
And you and I had discussed previously the issues in the old indictment.
Correct.
And we discussed how the new indictment kind of changed some things, right?
Yes.
You've had several discussions throughout this entire process with your whole defense team, right?
Yes.
We have prepared for trial together.
We have.
We prepared specifically regarding your testimony.
Yes.
After everything that you've heard, everything that we've discussed, and everything that you've considered, have you made a decision on whether or not you want to testify?
I have.
What is that decision?
I choose to testify.
Thank you.
The defendant is knowingly and voluntarily made a decision to testify. All right, get the jury in.
Will we take a break to discuss instructions?
Yes. You can raise your right hand. You swear firm to tell the whole truth.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you may have a seat.
Can you please state and spell your name?
Latasha, LATOSHIA Daniels, DANIELS.
Before we get into all of the allegations here, have you ever testified in a situation like this before?
No,
Is this a comfortable situation?
not at all.
Please let me know if you need anything. I want to talk to you about, first, your childhood. Your childhood, okay?
Okay.
Can you tell me about your parents?
My parents, my father was retired military and a minister, and my mom, she was my mother.
Was your biological father the man that you call dad?
No, I was raised by my stepfather, and so I called him father, and my biological father I called Papa.
Now, the dad that you lived with, right? What did he do for a living?
Once he retired from the military, he was, from my knowledge, he worked at MM Cones, and he retired from there. And then he began to work for the Salvation Army, where he ran the community community center where the youth would go. And so once he retired from there, he was just home, sitting on the porch and buying land and doing gardens.
At any point did he become an ordained minister?
He did. I was in elementary, but I do recall him becoming an ordained minister.
What would you consider his reputation to have been within your community?
He was highly respected in our community. Everyone knew of my father and respected him well.
Did they know that you were your father's daughter?
Oh yes, to the point to where, like, if anybody seen my sisters and I, they would say, "That's Mr. Briggs' daughters." Like, they knew that who we were.
Did that mean something in that community to be his daughter?
Most definitely, and we carried ourselves accordingly.
Now, how were things at home outside of public?
Things at home wasn't as what they seemed in public. My father did physically abuse my mother, and I was the one who would at nights wake up and beg him to stop.
Did you have any siblings in the home?
I did. I had 2 little sisters.
Did the 3 of you hear as your dad would beat your mom?
I'm not sure if they did, but I did, and I often would wake up and ask him to stop, and even sometimes try pulling them apart.
When you were in public, did you let that side of your life show?
Oh, not at all. I went to school and I did the things that I was supposed to do, participated in sports, and just carried myself, I guess, in a normal fashion.
Is that what was expected of you?
Yes, we didn't say or tell what was going on inside of the home.
Now, I want to talk to you about late in your teens, okay?
Mm-hmm.
When you were 17, you got pregnant.
I did.
What happened when you got pregnant?
I shared with my dad. Well, I don't know if I shared with him or not, but I was told once he found out that I needed to get married.
Did you get married?
I did.
And was that to Rodney?
Yes.
How would you describe your relationship with Rodney?
In the beginning, it was good. We both had graduated from high school, and so we was building a life together. We moved from our hometown to Little Rock, Arkansas, and purchased a home, and we were doing well. Rodney decided to go to police academy, and during that time I helped him. I made sure he studied. I did everything that I could to ensure that he made it through police academy and was successful. Once he, probably months after joining the force, things began to shift. He would ask me to do certain things that I was like out of the norm, but I was in college, and so he would then say, well, you're probably going to want somebody from college, and I didn't understand it because like I loved Rodney. I wanted our family. But even though we didn't argue, we grew distant, and I never understood why until I found out that he was having an affair.
Did you actually catch him in the act?
Not in the beginning, but during, he decided that we was going to separate, and one day while I was at school, he had packed up all my stuff, put it in a U-Haul, and drove it to my mom's house.
How long were you married to Rodney?
For 4 years.
Did you eventually get divorced?
We did.
Now, after that divorce, did you attempt suicide?
I actually did it right before we actually finalized the divorce.
Did you commit suicide because of the divorce? I'm sorry, attempt to commit suicide because of the divorce.
Yes, I just didn't feel like I felt like a failure. That was the one thing. I felt like a failure. I didn't think that I was enough. And so I didn't feel I had anything to offer.
But you did go on to get an education, right?
I did.
And you didn't let your divorce or your teen pregnancy, you didn't let those things stop you from trying to get better in your life, right?
Right. I wanted to push forward. I wanted to be successful. And I mean, I had to be. So I kept going.
And you eventually became a licensed clinical social worker.
I did.
Now, I want to talk to you about your second marriage, okay? That was to Brian.
Yes.
Now, how long were you married to Brian?
I was married to Brian for 8 years.
Was that relationship positive?
No.
Did you feel loved in that relationship?
No.
Did you feel wanted in that relationship?
Not at all.
Would you describe Brian as being emotionally distant,
He very much was so.
emotionally neglectful?
Yes.
Did you try to get Brian to go into marriage counseling?
Yes, we had a discussion and he didn't want to do it.
Did you determine that you would go get your own counseling?
Yes.
Did you go see a psychologist?
I did not.
Why?
Because of the field that I was in, I just wanted, I wanted spiritual guidance, but also because of me being in private practice, I was afraid of being that individual that was getting the water cooler talk per se. Just in my field, I didn't have anyone that I felt like I could really go to and trust because I was very closed off. I didn't share my business with anybody. And so going through that and being in private practice, I didn't want to take what was my income because I needed to be able to take care of the things in my life. So I did not, but I did know that spiritually I wanted some direction.
Why did you feel like you needed spiritual direction?
Just from my first marriage, when I went to my dad and told him that I was getting a divorce, the one thing he said to me that just resonated with me was that he said he would have gotten an attorney. I'm taking away my children, but it was all just like, I just felt like it was kind of like a punishment from God. And so I just didn't want to be in another failed marriage. I just didn't.
Did your dad consider it your failure that you got divorced?
Yes,
Did you seek out spiritual counseling?
I did.
Now, I want to talk to you about St. Mark's, okay? Do you
Okay,
need some water?
yes.
May I approach you? Yes. Thank you. What is St. Mark's?
It's the church that I attended in Little Rock, Arkansas.
Is it a big church or a small church?
It's a big church.
Did you have any particular role within the church?
Yes, I participated in evangelism, but eventually became a life group leader.
How were you selected to become a life group leader?
One Sunday, was talking to, just in shaking hands with some of the pastors, Pastor Perry, Brodus Perry, he had asked me, he was like, you thinking about being a life group member? And at that time, I was like, I'll consider it. And then eventually I did go ahead and sign up to become a life group leader.
And this was prior to you reaching out for that spiritual counseling, right?
Correct.
How many members go to St. Mark's?
At the time, approximately 6,000.
How many people were selected to be life group leaders?
In our first set of leadership training, it may have been approximately 60 to 80 of us.
Okay. And were you then subdivided into groups?
Yes, we were divided into cohorts.
How many people were in each cohort?
About 8 to 10.
How many people were in your cohort?
It was about 8 of us.
Who was the supervisor, the supervising pastor for your cohort?
Brodus was our leader.
Would you consider y'all's group to have been a close group?
We were very close.
Did you become close with Pastor Perry through that group?
I did.
Is that why you reached out to him for spiritual counseling?
Yes, I trusted him.
Now, I want to talk to you about that counseling, okay? When you approached Brodus Perry about counseling, did you explain why you wanted counseling?
I did.
What did you tell him?
I told him that my husband and I were having some marital issues and I just needed to figure out spiritually which direction. I just needed some spiritual guidance on direction.
Did Pastor Perry agree to meet with you?
He did.
Where did y'all meet?
We met at my office.
Why?
I didn't feel comfortable with being in the church, and I wanted to be in a safe space because this was, again, something that I was not fully embracing, that I had to deal with, and I wanted to be in a space where I knew that I could be able to be vulnerable.
During the first counseling session, what did you discuss?
Everything that was going on within my marriage.
How long was the first counseling session?
It was about 2 hours.
Were you emotional during that process?
Yes,
Were you open?
I was.
Did you tell him very personal, private things?
I did.
How long, well, at the end of that session, did you determine at that time that you were going to ask for a second session?
Yes.
How long until you had a second session?
It was approximately 2 to 3 weeks before the next one.
Did it feel good to get all of that off of your chest?
Yes,
Did you reach out to Brodus Perry for a second counseling session?
I did.
Did he say that he would come do a second counseling session?
He did.
When you had your second counseling session, did you ask him about any odd behavior from the first session?
I did.
What was that?
In the first session, from the moment he walked through the door, he had his hands in his coat pocket, his jacket pocket, and he sat there the entire time during the session with his hands in his pocket. So I found that to be a little strange, but I didn't say anything in the first session. So I asked him during the section session, because he came in and he didn't have his hands in his pocket. And I was like, what was that with you having your hands in your pockets? And at that time, he told me it was because he was trying to maintain his professionalism.
Was that the first time that you had any indication that he might be interested in you?
That was the first time.
Did you proceed to start with the second counseling session?
We did.
What happened after you started the counseling session?
As I was talking and sharing, Brodus reached over and grabbed, I had a 2-arm chair, and he pulled me toward him and began to passionately kiss me. And from there, in that session, we did have sex for the first time.
Were you proud of that encounter?
In hindsight, no, but at that time, he was giving me everything that I had been missing for a long time.
Did you know that he was married?
I did.
Did you know his wife?
At that time, I had seen her at church, but didn't know of her.
You got to know her better later?
Yes.
How did you feel about the fact that Brodus was married?
At that time, honestly, I did not think about it. I knew that we both were married, and I was engaged in what he was giving me.
Had you had any attention like that in a long time?
No, I hadn't. In
Had you
years.
had any emotional attention?
Not in years.
Physical attention?
Not like that, no.
After your counseling sessions, did you end up getting divorced?
That was in February, and I did end up getting divorced in December of that year.
That's when it was finalized?
Yes.
And did Pastor Perry encourage you to get divorced?
We talked about it, and there were times whenever we would be on trips, he would make mention of, oh, we can't do that until you get a divorce, or we can't do this until you get a divorce.
Now, I want to talk to you about your relationship with Brodus Perry, okay?
Okay.
After y'all had sex, did Brodus give you any particular instructions?
Yes. He immediately told me to download a app for us to be able to communicate. That app was called Confide.
Tell the jury what the Confide app did.
The Confide app, it's whenever you would send a message, and when you read that message, it would disappear. You couldn't screenshot it or anything like that. It would immediately disappear once you took your finger off the screen.
Did Brodus teach you how to use that app?
As we continued the app, it was probably maybe a week or two later, he found out that if you had, like, other people had your phone number in your phone and they had that app, then they could see you on it. So he had me to change my name on it and also change the way that I attached it to my account. So I went from having my phone number to coming up with a email address. So I made a new email address to be able to attach it that nobody else had.
And he taught you what all you needed to do for that app to do that?
Correct.
So that it could not be traceable back to you?
Correct.
And he did that all very quickly?
Yes.
Did he have, or was it almost a rule, was it a rule, that you had to use that app to talk to him?
Most definitely. That was our main form of communication. As the relationship went on, if he wanted to use a different form of communication, like an email or maybe even direct messaging, he would then tell me, go to this platform or go to that one. But it was not, if I was to reach out to him without him reaching out to me first, I had to use a Confide app.
Did he set any other rules for your relationship?
Yes. As far as it came to trips that he wanted me to go on with him, I was the one who had to pay my way as far as airfare or travel, and then he would, you know, his words would, he would then take care of the rest, meaning that I would have somewhere to stay. When I was in the hotel rooms, I was to stay naked. I couldn't have on any clothes. I had to, and the only way I would have clothes on is if, like, you know, we were getting ready to go out. But other than that, when in the hotel room, I had to be naked. I couldn't, if something was to have happened to him as far as medically, he did not want me to call 911. I would have to call, who we referenced him as the professor, but it was Pastor Pointer. I would have to call him in order to get him emergency attention. He said verbatim lots of times, do not call 911.
Did he add any rules towards the end of your relationship?
At the end of the relationship, he wanted me to say yes, sir, and no, sir to him.
Now, I want to kind of break those down individually, okay?
Okay.
You were required to use the Confide app.
Yes.
I want to talk to you about the travel, okay? What kind of trips did Brodus want you to come on?
The very first one was to Vegas. He had some convention or something that he was at, and so that was the first one. He had invited me to go to Cuba with him that year, but he ended up right at the last minute changing it, saying that Tabitha wanted to go with him, so she went with him, and he was like, well, since you're not going to Cuba, go ahead and sign up to go to Israel for the church group trip. So I signed up to go to Israel and paid my way for that. I traveled with him to Savannah whenever he would go with Pastor Pointer.
Were there some trips that were for the pastors?
Yes.
And then other trips that were for the church group members?
The only church group that trip we went on was to Israel. The rest of them would be if he was doing something on his own, I guess, speaking engagement wise, or if he was following Pastor Pointer.
And then were there also personal trips?
And then we had personal trips.
If Brodus told you that he wanted you to go on that trip, was it expected that you would be on that trip?
I was on that trip.
Now I want to talk to you about the hotel room rule, okay? What would happen when Brodus would walk in and you were wearing clothing in a hotel room?
Once I did it and just, I don't know if I was cold or what, but when he was like, why do you still have on clothes? And when that happened, he withdrew affection from me. Like he was very cold, didn't want to be intimate until after I got undressed. But even then, it was then like a punishment for I had to wait for him to decide that he was going to then give affection.
Now I want to talk to you about Pastor Pointer, okay?
Okay.
You called him the professor?
Yes.
Yeah. Hey, Terry.
What you want, Mark?
They got a counter up in everything. I'm actually shocked they ain't got no quiet screen, but this is good because they got their own little thing going, so we can find.
I know, I saw that. I wanted to click on it and listen, but we're gonna listen to this first, and then I go.
Well, they're right now they replaying the closing arguments, which we just kind of ended. So this is good, the in between. But they normally it would just be a blank screen. So I'm glad that they doing this. But I'm glad you playing this back too, because I want to know, like, did the nigga actually give her the address? Did they question if he actually gave it to her? Could they corroborate this?
She finna go into all that. Just pay attention, ADHD.
I know, that's why I said I'm glad you playing this, because I remember it.
Oh, okay, yeah. She gonna get into all that. I think she said something about they had met up at the cigar bar. It's bits and pieces for me. I'm tired of looking at that.
She was just looking for the nigga at first. That's why I said I believe she called this nigga so many times he just decided to call her back. Like, what the fuck going on? Is it an emergency?
That wig is traumatizing me, Trey. I'm gonna just be real.
It's long and luxurious. Leave her wig alone.
No, it's not. No,
it's
no,
better than Q's. It is better than Q's.
See.
No,
I'm not gonna play with
you. We're gonna have us a wig in Memphis, baby. They gonna have them a wig on.
That woman did she get that wig? She got that wig from Memphis. She had to get it from down there around yonder.
In jail. She got it out of commissary. That's a jail wig. Her lawyer went and bought it for her.
The lawyer ain't do a good job, baby. You don't send no girl back.
It is long and luxurious.
Okay, so if your partner had that wig on, you would love it. You'll just run your fingers through it and things of that sort.
I don't touch wigs. I don't complain about them, but I don't touch them.
Trey, you a weird motherfucker. You know that. You are so fucking. I bet you got rules and shit. Don't put your toe on me. Don't grab this. Leave my ball alone. You probably got rules and shit. Like, oh boy.
Now, I don't have no rules, but like everybody know I don't like feet, so it's kind of a known thing. Don't rub your feet on me and shit. It's just known because people know I don't like feet. I don't.
You don't like to play footsies?
Fuck no, not even with socks on. But that's the only way I tolerate some feet rubbing on legs and shit you ever have on some motherfucking socks. I don't like feet.
You a weird motherfucker. I be there told you, nigga, just go, just leave. I don't even want to be around you no more. Just go.
I don't touch wigs, but if wigs are anything like weave, we couldn't touch weave no goddamn way. Don't touch my hair, so I just don't touch them.
You know where Trey. You ought to be ashamed.
What I'm gonna do? Pull it. If I pull the motherfucker, you gonna complain. You gonna try to pull my wig out, so I just don't.
Wigs are adjustable, man. The wigs are adjustable.
We do not touch the hair unless it's a verified afro or something that they let us know we can run our hands through. Other than that,
you know what? So the only way, okay, so you would touch it if a woman got natural hair. You would rub your fingers.
If she lets me know that I could pull her hair and play in it, then yes. And most women don't say that, so you just don't do it.
Damn. How do we you'll get cussed out for years if you mess it up?
Thank you. That's what I'm saying. So you just don't even do it.
Damn.
You already got to deal with the frizziness and poofiness after the sex, and let fuck around and pull it too hard, and it just came loose.
I like my ponytail gray. I like my ponytail
and
gray.
That's more money out your pocket for that bullshit.
No, there's more money out his pocket.
That's what I'm saying.
There's more money out his pocket.
Reinstalled, and it just be a whole bunch of bullshit. No, we're speaking English.
Trey, I be wanting to. Where's my phone? I be wanting to block motherfuckers in your chat so bad. No, bitch, it's called redneck. How about that?
You can still do it from StreamYard. I think it works the same way.
Yeah, let me escort you out. It's not called Ebonics. It's called redneck. Red.
No, we were speaking English. I'm sorry you didn't understand. Maybe you're not from the country like us.
It say this comment is on your guest destination. Only your guest can read.
Let me see if I can do it. Let me see if I can do it.
I don't care about you being black. The hell you coming in here asking about Ebonics for? I'm telling y'all, don't come in my chat with that bullshit.
So
I don't do weird motherfuckers.
Why wouldn't you assume it was another language? Why I gotta be Ebonics? You black, you should know Ebonics.
Red full of shit. The red don't get no sex. Motherfucker.
Red said he was joking, guys. He was a joke.
I don't want to hear it, Red.
It was a poor joke. He said it was a joke nonetheless.
I don't care. He offended me.
He offended you.
Now you see, the last bitch that told me to calm down got blocked. Red, don't play with me. I will go on my device and block your ass. Don't play with me, Red.
How are you offended? Hey, Allie. How are you offended?
Hey, Allie.
You know we a little country. We do have a little country twang. He might not.
Call me country. Don't be talking about. Call me country then. Don't be coming in here talking about no damn Ebonics. Call me country. You can call me country all day long. I don't give a damn.
It was English.
Red.
It was English.
Red.
Mixed with a little accent. That's all.
I love my southern black folks. I do it to my family. See what I'm talking about, Red? Red, don't make me beat your ass, Red. Go on somewhere now. Not your southern black folks. Y'all find out the hard way when I was a younger man. The irony is I was just following instructions. KK, you talking about with the hair? red pee in the bed. Tanya, let me cut this down. Listen, I'm finna cut this content back on before I be done cut somebody else out. What's that? Person number 2 or 3 today? Did I cuss out 2 or 3 people today? You know what? It's been a long week. Let me cut this. Yeah, this is the defendant's testimony, everybody, for those that don't know. Hey, Melissa, Lady Marie. I don't know what's wrong with these people. Tanya over there talking about red pee in the bed.
It's the
Not
vertical.
cool by y'all, queen. It be Trey chat for me. His chat get on my nerves sometimes.
His petticoat chat be off the chain.
It sure do. It's ratchet over there, Trey. It's ratchet on petticoat.
That's the ghetto. Petticoat is the ghetto. I ain't gonna even hold y'all. They do what the fuck they want to over there.
Oh Lord. Okay, y'all. Here we go.
Except hit the like, you selfish motherfuckers.
Trey, don't be cussing out your chat. Now you acting like me.
Let me see how many likes I got over yonder.
Oh gosh.
What was his position within St. Mark's?
He was the lead pastor of St. Mark.
Did he know about your relationship with Brodus?
Yes, we hung out together a lot.
Do you know, is that why Pastor Pointer was supposed to be his medical emergency contact?
Correct.
Now, I want to talk to you about the beginning of your relationship with Brodus, okay? How would you describe y'all's relationship at the beginning?
At the beginning, it was, I'm gonna have to say, amazing. I felt beautiful. He showed me so much attention. We did all kind of things together. It was, I mean, like, even we gelled intellectually. It was a great relationship.
Everything that you didn't have before?
Everything I didn't have before. Even to the fact I show up in my office and he had me a dozen of roses sent to me. It was just like everything that I wanted, everything that I even shared with him that I didn't have, he was giving it to me.
Did you also give him things?
I did.
What kind of things did Brodus like?
As the relationship progressed, he got into cigars, and that was a big thing for him, to the point to where he had someone to draw him up a logo, and then I selected the name, so he became the Smoking Savant. And so the more expensive the cigar, the better for him. Then it went from cigars to bourbon, and he had to have the best of the bourbons.
Did you buy him the best of the bourbons?
Yes, I did.
Did you buy him the best of cigars?
I did.
Did you buy him other things?
He wanted this Toomey briefcase for work. I think it was like $400. I got him that. He was working out, and so he needed more workout clothes, and so I purchased him like $400 worth of gear in Nike gear. There was a time when he wanted to redo his closet and get some things organized, and I bought all the organization things to make sure that whatever he needed, I did it so that he could be good.
Did he also expect you to do that?
It got to a point to where it did become an expectation.
At the beginning of your relationship, at some point, did Tabitha go to Florida?
Yes, in 2017, it was around, I think, October. Brodus said that he had sent Tabitha back to Florida and that they were separated. He said that he just needed, he was feeling this urge of, he had this thing of saying that he was always wanting to be single. He never knew what it meant to be a single man. And so in that instance, he was sending her back so he could explore that to some degree.
Did he indicate to you that they were separated?
Yes.
How long was she in Florida?
At least till after Christmas.
So over a month?
Yes.
2 months?
Yes.
So during that period of time, were you staying with him a lot?
Yes, I stayed probably about 3 or 4 nights with him during that time. And we also went out of the country.
Now, I want to talk to you about when y'all would travel together, kind of what you would, or I'm sorry, not when you traveled, the things that y'all would do together.
Okay.
Travel was one of them, right?
Yes.
And did you both get interested in bourbon?
I did start eventually tasting them. He would always ask me to taste and try to figure out the notes or the different contents of them, but it wasn't something that I just enjoyed.
What about cigars?
Again, I did begin to smoke certain cigars. He picked out one that was better for me than the others that wasn't too strong.
Did you go with him to cigar lounges?
Yes. Everywhere we traveled, we would find cigar lounges.
Did you actually pay his dues to cigar clubs?
The first, I paid 2 sets of dues. The first set of dues was at Dave's and Sons, and those weren't that much. And then the second one was at a club called 1836.
Were those expensive?
They were $125.
A month?
Yes.
Did he ask you to pay that?
No,
You just did
I
to
did
make him
because
happy?
yes.
Did you engage in any physical activities together?
We ran together. We eventually began cycling. He got upset with me because I did not purchase his bike. I was like, I can't afford your $2,500 bike and mine, and that did cause him to be upset. But he eventually got his bike and I got mine, and we joined a cycling club together. We also exercised together. We would go swimming. So we did those things.
Around those kind of activities, did you have any particular rules that you had to follow?
Now, if we were at the cigar lounge and we was not hanging out with a certain group, he would have me to call a certain individual to invite her to come so that it looked like it was more of a church thing than it was just he and I hanging out. And that was just kind of the case even with the running. It was going to always be somebody from the church, even though they didn't know they were a third party. It was the way of being able for us to still be together, but it not look like it was just us together. It would always be someone from the church.
And who made that rule to have somebody else always there?
That was him.
I want to talk to you now about ethical non-monogamy, okay?
Yes.
Did Brodus talk to you about ethical non-monogamy?
Yes.
Was this a lifestyle that he was interested in?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what Brodus told you about ethical non-monogamy? What is it?
It is where individuals are able to have multiple relationships, but everyone in the relationship must consent.
Did Brodus tell you that he had talked to Tabitha about ethical non-monogamy?
He did.
Did he tell you that Tabitha had said she was comfortable with it, but he just hadn't told her about you yet?
He said that she had given him permission to be open on his side of the marriage.
So she was not allowed to be open on her side,
Correct.
but he told you that she had given him permission to go outside,
Yes.
but he had not told her about you, to your knowledge.
No, not to my knowledge.
Did Brodus ever give you a book to read?
The Ethical Slut is the book that he wanted me to read so that I could have a more foundation and knowledge of this lifestyle that he was wanting to be in.
Did you read that book?
I did.
Were you interested in the lifestyle espoused by that book?
No, I was not.
How soon into the relationship did Brodus Perry start discussing this concept of ethical non-monogamy?
Actually, it started, so we were just having conversations about things in life that we wanted to do, bucket list type of things that we were curious in. And at that time, he was like, one of the things I want to do is have a threesome. And I was like, oh yeah, no, that's nothing I've ever thought about. But he was like, well, I've had one before, but I paid for it. And this time I want to have one where I don't have to pay for it. And so he began to speak about, the term he would use is Tabitha and I being sister wives. Didn't quite know what that meant, but as things went on, he would start to talk about me watching them have sex. And he was like, but I think she'll be on board with it, just give it time. But so this would be the dialogue. And that dialogue just continued on to where it went from watchers to now wanting to have the threesomes. And then that's when the Ethical Slut was introduced. And so it was just like a progression of this lifestyle that he wanted.
So kind of breaking that down, how far into the relationship did he start discuss wanting a watcher with you?
It was pretty early on. I would have to say it was before they took their trip to Cuba, which was around his birthday in May, that he began to talk. He was talking about the watcher. So that was 3 months.
Was that a different trip than the birthday trip that he took where he had the threesome?
Yes, that was a different trip.
Okay. Did the threesome birthday trip happen while y'all were together or before?
It happened while we were together.
Did you know that he was going to do that?
The threesome trip in Cuba?
No, when he went and paid for the threesome.
Oh, that was well before I knew him.
Okay. At any point, did you watch him and Tabitha have sex?
No.
Was Tabitha ever invited to watch you and Brodus have sex?
No.
Were you comfortable with the concept of a watcher?
No.
Was Brodus persistent about a watcher?
Very much so.
Explain that for me.
Everywhere we went, he would
he would even text me and say, hey, you need to find us a watcher. And so I got to the point, I was like, if I can find somebody, hopefully I can get him to stop. So I asked a friend of mine if she would do it for us. And she was like, if I do, we taking it to our grave. He had me to tell her to download Confide, and we were able to dialogue 3-way. And the things that he was asking her to do, she just backed out.
Did that whole thing make you very uncomfortable?
Very much so.
Why were you willing to even entertain it?
I wanted to make him happy.
So now I want to talk to you about Brodus wanting to expand the ethical non-monogamy. Well, I guess first, was he actually engaging in ethical non-monogamy?
No.
Tabitha had no idea any of this was going on, right?
No.
As far as you knew, she knew that that's what he wanted, but he hadn't told her.
As far as I knew, correct.
And you've heard differently from even that here.
Yes.
Did Brodus ask you about expanding the relationship beyond you?
He did.
When he asked you about that, how did you respond?
I told him I didn't want to.
Did he tell you, well, my wife's on board with it, so why isn't my girlfriend?
That's exactly what he said.
Did that cause problems between you and Brodus?
At first, no, but as it continued to go on, it did. Especially after he joined like this, he called it a book club, but they met on Marco Polo talking about the book, The Ethical Slut. And so the more that he engaged in that, it became to where it was because he was more like, why are you not on board with this? And I'm like, why would I be? Like, it doesn't make sense because we already have limited time together. So why would I say, yes, you can be able to be with multiple women? And so it was that part, it was hard.
Did you love Brodus Perry?
I shouldn't have, but I did.
Were you in love with Brodus Perry?
I was.
Were you wanting to build a life with Brodus Perry?
I wanted what we had at that time, yes.
And y'all saw each other frequently, right?
We saw each other just about every day. I would cook for him, and so he would come to my office to eat lunch. If he didn't come to the office, I would drop it off for him. But it got to the point to where he knew my code to my office, so he would just come in. He knew where to get his lunch, warm it up, and if I had a session, of course, he would wait out in his vehicle. But other than that, he would come in and we would sit there and have lunch every day.
How did Brodus react when you told him that you were not open to expanding to allow him to have more girlfriends?
He was emotionally distant. He would just he would tell me, well, you need to go and find someone. And I'd be like, I don't want anyone but you. And so he knew that would play on like my insecurities. So one time when he said, you need to go out and find someone, I said, well, what if I do? And he said, well, then we won't be together. So he knew that was going to get to me because I wanted to be with him. I enjoyed our time together when we did have it. And so he used the emotional part, the affection. He would give it to me, withdraw it if I wasn't really complying with what he wanted.
Since all of this has happened, have you had time to really retrospectively consider your relationship with Brodus?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I want to talk to you, we'll get back to that. I want to talk to you about that Marco Polo group, okay?
Okay.
Brodus was in an ethical non-monogamy group with 2 other women, right?
Yes.
Were you a part of that group?
I was not.
Were you ever allowed to be involved with that group?
I wasn't.
But you knew about it?
Yes.
Would he have let you contribute?
That was the first time that any activity that he done that he didn't even invite me to do.
Did he actively keep it from you?
I would say so, because with any other thing he did, even to joining like a bourbon society, like we had memberships to a lot of things together, but that was one thing that he did not invite me to.
I want to talk to you about when Brodus and Tabitha Perry moved to Memphis, okay?
Okay.
Mississippi Boulevard reached out to Brodus, right?
To my knowledge, according to him, the pastor from Mississippi Boulevard reached out to Pastor Pointer, and then Pastor Pointer shared that with Brodus.
Had Brodus, to your knowledge, had any issues at St. Mark's?
Yes, he would tell me a lot about conflict that he was having with some of his coworkers. And then there was one instance where, according to him, he had misuse of a credit card.
Your Honor, this is going to the context of their relationship, just getting background on, this is going to her.
buying things, paying for things. This is a debt that she repaid for him, and that's what it's going into.
Any further questions?
I'm going to rephrase my question a little bit, okay? At some point, did a situation arise where you had to pay back money to the church for Brodus?
Yes.
How much was that?
The debt was $2,500, but I ended up getting him $2,300, and he got very upset with me about it
Why did he get upset with you then?
because he wanted me to do the full price.
And that was not your debt, right?
No,
So, did Brodus talk to you when this other church reached out to him?
he did.
Did he discuss with you whether or not he should accept it?
Yes.
What did you tell him?
I told him I thought it was a great opportunity for him.
Why?
Because of the things that was being shared to me, that some things he was dealing with within the employment at St. Mark. I thought that would be a great thing for him. So he sent me his resume, told me to change it to performance based, and I did that, and he went to the interview.
Is Mississippi Boulevard a prestigious church?
To my knowledge,
And you're not from here, right?
no,
You've never lived in Memphis?
I have not.
Did he eventually, to your knowledge, accept that position at Mississippi Boulevard?
Yes,
Did the church have a going away party for Brodus and Tabitha Perry?
I planned a going away party. Actually, he had two. He had one at the Cigar Lounge and then one for the church.
Who planned the party at the Cigar Lounge?
I did.
Who planned the party at the church?
I did.
Who paid for the majority of the gifts?
I did. And then he gave me a backstory on how to be able to elicit money from the other members of the church so that he could have a certain amount of money for when he left.
What do you mean?
Like it was, hey, reach out to the life groups and tell them, I'm going away and we're going to do monetary gifts. So that's what I did.
Did he get monetary gifts from that?
He did.
Before Brodus left, did he give you his new address in Memphis?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk to you about after they moved, okay?
Okay.
Did your relationship with Brodus Perry continue after he moved to Memphis?
Yes.
There you go, Trey. Trey. Now
I'm
you
here.
can- He gave her the address before they moved.
Wow. And she
Yeah.
never showed up until the day that she decided to kill him.
Right. That's fucked up. That nigga, ooh, baby.
So he may have been shocked she pulled up to the house. He may have just been lying to her. And he probably didn't remember he gave her the goddamn address. He didn't give it
That
to her.
man
then.
knew he gave that woman that address.
He didn't give it to her.
Man, he know the temperature. Man, he should have had his pistol out and ready. No cops called or nothing. Out of there, so I know I could have.
For an hour of deliberation, still no goddamn verdict. That's why I said it always take. We think they should be back in 20 minutes. They don't
Not
never
really.
do
Not
it.
20 minutes, Trey. Not 20.
They voted at lunch. What the fuck is the hold up? Nobody paying attention to that goddamn judge.
Oh my God, Jesus help us all. I can't believe that man got that one. Huh?
I said guilty.
I can't believe that man gave that woman his address. That's some man. If he gave her his address in Memphis, that means he wasn't planning on not messing with her no more.
How many months prior to her? How many months ago was that though? Like,
he gave her the address before they even moved. When he gave her she just
so
said
he gave her the address. I was just saying though, was it like 3 months, 4 months? But I guess he gave her the address, but then after he had given her the address, he broke up with her.
Man, money boy.
He broke up with her through text.
He did wait till he got to Memphis to break up with her. So yeah.
Yeah, he gave her the address probably while they were still fucking, which would still be crazy because you giving her where you lay your head at. But he broke up with her sometime after he gave her the address.
Yeah. He broke up with her after they actually moved.
Did he give it? I mean, it's a couple of variables. I mean, there's a couple of ways, a couple of reasons why he could have gave it to her.
Here we go. Here we go.
So we can
Let's
see the
go.
new house that was living in.
I mean, he could have gave it to her so she could make her own move on his wife while he wasn't around.
You think, boy, stop.
I mean, the dude wanted a threesome, so we don't know what length he would go to. You know what I'm saying, to try to set something up.
He wanted his wife, sir. He was still with her.
I know he wanted his wife, but in order for the threesome to work, the two women got to jail.
Oh, I thought you meant he wanted her to kill her. Okay, you said
Oh,
he
no,
wanted
no.
her to go over there and talk her out her panties
Yeah,
Damn.
without telling his wife.
without telling him, so that way it'll be easy on him just to slide up in. You know what I'm saying? If it comes to be.
Yeah,
I
that
mean, the
doesn't
dude got a
make
sick
sense
mind.
at all. that doesn't make sense at all. I think that nigga don't
Maybe on
even,
that wild shit. Maybe on some wild shit. For real.
I don't believe that nigga remembered he gave her the address.
Trey, I'm not going for that neither.
I don't think he remembered.
give somebody no
Time could have
address
went
if they
past.
did.
3 months could have went past.
3 months.
I'm just
Man.
saying, from the time he gave her the address till he broke up with her, 3 months could have passed. I don't know how much time. I think he said they were only living in that house for 6 months. So at
He got
least
a
6
bad
months.
memory.
At least 6 months could have passed. Like when he remembered, like I gave this bitch my address. He could have forgot.
So he can remember Bible verse, but
She
giving her
had
his
an
damn
address.
address.
I'm trying to understand what was the purpose of him giving her the address in the first damn place.
Yeah, especially before they moved. The only thing I could
Disrespectful
think,
ass. Disrespectful.
I
it
shot
was
my
before
conspiracy.
they
I'm done.
moved. So the only thing I could think of is maybe he was trying to show her the goddamn house that they was moving in. This is the house we finna live in. Yada yada yada.
First of
'Cause
all,
he-
it was
'cause he
an
gave the
apartment. Not
address
that much
before
to
they
look
moved.
at. First of
Huh?
all, it was an apartment. Not that much to look at. Wasn't all that.
Oh well, damn. I don't know. I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. It don't make sense. Like this dude was just straight up. He just didn't give a fuck. Like, if you gonna fuck around, why are you giving this? Why are you giving your mistress access to your wife? You freaky motherfucker.
I'm sticking with my conspiracy because I got to think about how my brother moved. I think he probably would have gave that woman the address to go creep
What
on his
brother?
wife when he wasn't around. My older brother. I got an
Oh,
older
okay.
brother. He looked like Snoop Dogg too. But what you call
Damn.
the young Snoop Dogg, not the old Snoop Dogg. I don't know what that was on the stage the
They
other night.
both
But
like Snoop Dogg ain't aged that much, not to me.
oh shoot, he look more like Bones right now. Yeah.
It's the weed. It's the weed. It's the weed.
He stopped smoking last year or 2 years ago.
Yeah, he did, didn't he? He was the last person I would have thought would have stopped smoking. Like for real. That's probably why he live now. Anywho, here we go, y'all.
Would Brodus come back to Little Rock?
He would.
Do you know why he would come? Why he would come back?
Yes, the main reason why he would come back is because of his orthodontics appointments. And then also he was building up a business and a consulting business, and he was beginning to he had one client that he was coming back to begin to do some consulting with.
What would happen when he came in town between the two of y'all?
We would meet up at the hotel and hang out.
I want to, and was that he would come in town and he would contact you?
Yes.
And y'all would get together?
Yes.
Now I want to talk to you about April the 15th. I'm sorry, not April the 15th, March the 15th of 2019, okay?
Okay.
Did Brodus come in town that day?
He did.
Did he text you?
He did.
Did you meet him at the hotel?
I did.
Do you recall what hotel?
I think it may have been Spring Hill.
What happened after you went to the hotel?
The first time I went to the hotel, it was, just a drop off. He had asked me to bring him, to go buy him something to eat and to stop by and get him some bourbon. after I brought that to him, we made an agreement to meet up later on. I had called him and as it was getting later and say, hey, what time are we going to meet up? And he was just like, I don't know. I'll let you know. But he never called. So I was at home and I was like, I'm just going to break up with him. Like, I'm not going to do this treatment. Like, no. I went to the lounge. I still had some gifts to give him, and he was coming out. And I said, unlock your car, and I started putting the gifts in. But once he got closer to me, he just hugged me and gave me the key to the room and was like, go to the room. So I was like, okay, and I did.
Once he hugged you, was it all better?
It was.
Is that kind of how it went with Brodus?
Yes.
So tell me about what happened after that.
That was one of the times that I still had my clothes on. So of course, when he got in there, he's like, why you still got clothes on? And I was like, oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I got undressed. I did tell him, I said, I was coming to break up with you because of the way you were treating me. And he laughed it off and was like, well, why didn't you? And I was like, because I really do love you. He came over to the bed, started tickling me. We laughed it off. And then as we began to engage in what I thought was going to be lovemaking, was not that night.
Can you tell me what happened?
As I was performing oral sex on him, he began to thrust himself inside my mouth really hard. And I told him that was hurting. Then he grabbed my hair. I had long hair, and he wrapped my hair around his hand and he started yanking it. And when he wasn't thrusting himself in my mouth, he was pulling my hair really hard. And with his other hand, he would just hit me and hit me and hit me. And I was like, it's hurting. And he was like, you better not bite me. You better not bite me. And then after that, we had sex, and it was just rough, and it was hard, and it was just not what I was used to. And then once we finished, something he never ever does was he rolled over and just gave me the cold shoulder, and I was like, "You're not gonna hold me?" And he was like, "No."
Listen, I don't mean to take this to the gutter.
This is bullshit.
I don't mean to take this straight to the After Dark channel, but girl, what is the complaint? My God.
She wanted love making, and he was rough.
Girl, listen, sometimes it ain't listen, girl. First of all, that wasn't love y'all had going on, girl. Let me tell you something about something. Ain't that wrong with some look? I'm not diminishing this lady's trauma or her fake ass trauma.
That wasn't no damn trauma. That was
I'm
rough
just
sex.
saying, I don't see what the problem is.
She didn't even say she complained during the sex, except for when she said it hurt my mouth, and he said, you better not bite me. But when the rough sex came, she didn't say she complained. She just said it was rough. And she complained that the nigga didn't hug her afterwards.
He didn't cuddle.
He went to sleep.
He was drunk. He had been at that damn lounge smoking cigars and drinking bourbon. Okay. See, this is what happens when you force yourself on a man, because you should have stayed your ass at home, fucking with that lady husband. And I ain't saying the woman deserved no bad treatment. All I'm saying is truth hurts.
She wasn't treated bad.
That's what I'm listen to me. Let me finish. All I'm saying is truth hurts is I don't see what the problem was with the sex. It sounded like a good time to me.
She wanted love. She didn't want sex. She wanted love, and he gave her bourbon dick.
Ain't nothing wrong with a little bourbon dick.
She ain't bite that dick.
I don't understand.
She ain't bite that dick neither. He had been watching porn, and he was doing that rough, that white porn foreplay shit with her. He was smacking her while he was fucking her mouth and pulling her hair. He was doing it like white girls. He was doing it like white girls. She was a bit shocked.
You mean to tell me he did it like a gaggle, man? Come on, man.
Well, no, that's not. That's not necessarily gagging activities unless you're trying to make her throw up. She ain't say he was doing that. He just was pumping a little too goddamn hard. He wasn't trying to make her throw up on
Man,
you.
I
He
still
was
don't
just
understand.
doing the kinky shit because some girls do like to be smacked and shit. They like choked and it. So he already
No,
was had her. He had the hand in one hand and he was smacking her with the other one. Not full fledged him smacking
You
her,
can
but
pull
like
my hair. You can slap me on my ass. You could choke me slightly. Just don't smack me in my face. Then it's gonna be a problem.
No, it's not a smack. It's like the cupping of the cheek type smack. It ain't no full fledged you smacking the shit out the bitch because you mad at her. Not pimp slapping her. You're cupping the cheek, kind of like how you would grab her cheek, but you just
yes.
Yeah, that's the slapping. He just was. He was probably his first time doing it. He was rough and he had bourbon dick.
I'm just trying to see why this bad wig lady is complaining about it. It sounds like a good session to me, bitch. Only thing you got mad because he didn't cuddle. When he don't, let me tell you what you do when he don't cuddle. You turn around and you start doing things to yourself to make him turn his hands back around. That's what you do, bitch. You don't cry. You don't curl up in a ball and go to crying, talking about, oh, I just want to be held. No. You do what you need to do to make him come back for some more.
You know what I'm saying? He gave me the cold shoulder. You ain't the only one who'd have been through that shit. It happens sometimes.
I'm sick of these old. Ooh, girl,
Nigga
you want to be
tired.
a church lady, but you a cheater. Quit acting like a church lady.
She was a church lady.
No, she wasn't because she was cheating. She wasn't no damn church lady. Girl, you better take that treatment and shut the fuck up. I'm sick of it. Okay, we're gonna come back to the courthouse, y'all. We left the courthouse for a minute because I'm tired of whining bitches that don't know how to take good dick. I'm just saying.
How did that make you feel?
I felt so used.
He was married, bitch. You supposed to felt used. Hey,
Did that affect
married,
you?
ma'am. And a pastor.
Yes.
I was fucking
like,
in a
what is
hotel.
always happened to me?
Yeah, you all in a hotel, girl. You was in the hotel, motel, Holiday Inn, and things of that nature. What the hell?
He could have came to your house. He went to the
No, she
hotel.
couldn't because the grown son. No, he couldn't because the grown son didn't know she was screwing the pastor. She had a grown son that lived with her. Mm-hmm.
We'll see.
And the son probably didn't know she was screwing the pastor. That's what it was.
Imagine being the side bitch talking about I felt used. You the side bitch. That's your sole purpose is to be used.
Girl, stop it, bad wig lady.
Did you decide anything when you were in that emotional state?
Well, that particular night, I just was, that morning, we stayed the night together, and that morning he got up and he left. He was getting dressed, and I was like, where are you going? Like, we always shower together. And he was like, and I was like, where are you going with still smelling like me? And he was like, none of your business. I was like, since when did you not tell me your schedule? And he left. Well, he was getting ready to leave. So I got up and I got dressed. And as I got dressed, I grabbed the key card for the room off the thing, and he laughed it off, and I left. And later on, I texted and said, hey, are we meeting up again? And he was like, I'll let you know.
See, that's what I'm talking
Of course,
about
the
right
day
there.
went on.
See, that's what I'm talking about right there. If he did you so bad the night before, why are you calling him for more, bitch? Like, you got to make it make sense, Trey.
Why are you asking him where you going smelling like me? I thought your feelings was hurt because he didn't want to cuddle.
Now, you done said in this whole night you was going to break up with him. Then it went to the sex was too rough and you felt used and abused and things of that nature. But you calling him, asking him when in that session. When we going to do it again?
You mean back up or not?
See, she felt different in the morning when she woke up. She enjoyed the dirty self.
make it all make sense. I'm just saying, if look, let me tell you something. If I live with a nigga, he make me feel like a certain type of way to where I don't want to feel like that no more, and I feel like you treated me like a hooker, and things of that sort, and I ain't want to be treated like a hooker, I'm not going back. I'm not going back.
Yeah, if you feel
bad
ghetto
wig lady,
gag,
this ain't looking good for you. This ain't looking good for you, bad wig lady.
yeah, if you feel ghetto gags, you probably shouldn't have wanted more of the ghetto gag because you probably would have got the same sex again later that night.
Exactly. Absolutely. Jawbone. Girl, get out of here.
I rearranged everything thinking that he was going to end up we would see each other earlier that day, but I didn't. And so that night, when I still didn't hear from him, I decided to head to the room. And as I was going, he was there. But in my wanting to head to the room, I had made the decision that I was going to kill myself in front of him because I just wanted him to feel the pain that he was causing me. So
just playing with the whole I wanted to kill myself but never doing it for me. Let me tell you something about people that want to do it, sis. They do. They don't play with it.
Tell the truth. Did she even own a gun at this particular juncture of the story?
Yeah, because she gonna talk about how he took the gun and just listen. But I'm just saying, Trey, it's bullshit, Trey. It is bullshit. I'm sorry. I ain't going. I'm not falling for the banana in the tailpipe.
I was gonna kill myself in front of him. She wanted that. He had that.
And why you need an audience to do it? Like, I'm not understanding. This time you say you were gonna kill yourself in front of him, and then you went to the house with his wife to kill yourself. Why do you need an audience to kill yourself?
Well, I can explain this one because he got that don't call 911 rule. If it's an emergency or something, don't call 911. If she killed herself in front of him, he can't walk away from that. He got to call 911. His wife got to he got to answer some questions to the police. His wife may find out. That's why she wanted to perhaps do it that time, because she wanted his wife to know, which is why the bitch popped up at his house, which is why the wife was shocked and he was shocked she was there. She wanted the wife to know. He broke up with her and she wanted the wife to know about it. I put in all this time with you, and you just gonna break up with me and she don't know? Nah, she wanted to try to fuck up his marriage.
She better be lucky that wasn't a ghetto chick. Boy, it could have went the other way.
Baby, you better tell it.
Absolutely. You would have got your ass whooped first, and then the nigga would have got called. Who is this bitch? Who ass I just whooped?
I wouldn't know. Get her again. I didn't hear nothing. I didn't see nothing.
Oh, this is. Oh my God. Okay.
in the room, he was already in there by the time I parked and got in. And I pulled out my gun and I told him, "You about to feel the same pain that you've been giving me."
Did you ever threaten him?
No.
Did you threaten yourself?
I told him I was gonna kill myself.
What did he do?
Why are we supposed to feel sorry
for this? He kept saying that he loved me and that we can fix it. And I was just like, no, you treated me.
I think this is when he decided to break up with that crazy. He said that bitch crazy. Yes. I believe that's when he probably decided to break up with her.
Like, she gonna
that would do it.
I got to witness this shit. Plus, I got to explain to the police that I didn't kill this bitch and all hell no, bye.
Yeah, I think that's when he decided when he went back to Memphis, he was gonna break up with her. I bet you. Who wants that?
It always be the ones with degrees and shit.
I mean, he should have known. He should have known she wasn't right, man. Look at them Rosa Parks glasses.
You know what? See, this is what we not gonna do.
Those are just for court, sir. She wore contacts outside of it. This is for court and pity in the court. She want to look as old as possible. Old and frail and victimless, but why are we feeling? I don't feel sorry for her. She's telling us to feel sorry for her because she was emotional because she was in love with a nigga that she knew was married. Well, I don't feel sorry for that. You chose that route. That's what come
I
with
don't
it.
feel sorry neither. And I'm a woman. I don't feel sorry for her. I'm sorry. You know?
If this was your nigga and he was doing all this other shit with another bitch, yeah, I could feel you. But he was married and you was cool with it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You wanted to be treated like the wife, bitch, and you was not the wife. That's what you hoes fuck up at. You think you're supposed to get the wife treatment. You're not the wife. You're the hooker whore.
She got it a little bit, but he just didn't want to deal with her no more.
That man used her for bourbon and cigars, Trey, and sex.
He tricked off too, though.
He used her for bourbon, cigars, and sex. And you
Well, he
see what she
definitely-
said
he
when he
definitely
first got
used
there.
her for
He
the
told
sex.
her to bring him something to damn eat and some bourbon. She had a purpose. Don't get it twisted.
Yeah, he used it for sex, but they tricked off on each other. He spent money too.
You know, bitches get
And she
greedy.
talking about
You go
these
in the
roses and all
relationship
that
knowing
shit.
you go in the relationship knowing the motherfucking rules, then you get greedy. They get good and you just get greedy and wanna switch the
go
roles,
crazy.
and switch the positions.
You go crazy.
So if this would have went on for another year, do you think she'll be claiming that he turned her into an alcoholic?
Maybe. Cause she did say he introduced her to the bourbon and she started sipping. So
But he introduced her to bourbon, but that ain't introducing her to alcohol. Bourbon is a specific type of liquor.
That's true. That's true. I'm just sick of the whining and crying after you done did all this shit. You knew what you was getting into.
Absolutely. That's why I'm like, I don't agree with what the prosecutor saying. You have to feel sympathy for her if you're not a human being. Well, I guess I'm not human then, because she chose all these decisions. She wanted to break up with him 17 times. She didn't. It ain't take him 17 times to break up with her. It took him one time, and she lost her damn mind.
Lost it. Went berserk. Hey, Nicole, girl. Went berserk.
Well, now that's the one thing
bad.
she said.
And
He
he
bought,
was just
but
like,
he
that's
bought
not-
us- he bought us cigars. He took on these trips that she paid for. Like, so she said.
But if you listen to her, right, you right, Trey. If you listen to her, she was the one spending out the money. She done paid his fraud credit card. She paid for shit. Come on now. And then you being a fool and you paying for it? Girl, you just violated. Trey, you watching the other channel? Because I don't want to miss it now.
Yeah, she probably spent more, but his ass was spending too.
Yeah, he had to spend a little bit. You watching the other channel for them to come back?
Yep. The counter's still up at when the counter stopped, that's how I know they back. They'd have moved to another case. But the time is still moving.
I love you, I love you. And eventually he talked me into putting the gun on the counter and coming over and sitting and talking to him.
Did that restore a reason for you to live in that moment?
It did.
Was this the first time that you had gotten to the point of hopelessness that you felt like you needed to kill yourself?
Not in a relationship, no.
Have you struggled for a long time with depression and suicidal ideations?
Yes.
After Rhodas convinced you to put down the gun, did he take the gun away from you?
No.
Did he take the gun from the counter?
It wasn't until I got ready to leave when I went back to try to get it, and then he pushed me out of the way and he got it.
He didn't want you to be able to leave with the gun?
No.
Hi, Natasha.
And
hey, girl.
Was he worried what you would do with it?
Yes, but he made me promise to meet him the next morning at the lounge.
Do you know where he put the gun?
At that time, I did not.
But he kept it from you, right?
Yes.
And you later found out that he had placed it in a locker at the cigar lounge?
Yes.
After that happened, did you realize that you needed a little bit of time?
Yes.
What did you do?
I made a plan to go and be with my friend. She is a therapist, but I just needed to get away, and she had an extra room. And so I just told her that I needed her to watch me and to just be there if I needed her.
Was she in Little Rock?
She lived in Pine Bluff, Arkansas.
So how far away from Little Rock?
About a 45-minute drive.
Is she someone that you also worked with?
Yes.
At that point in time, were you pretty desperate for?
Yes, I even was going to go and be with another friend of mine who was a clinician, but she lived in St. Louis. But she then, by the time it was for me to leave one friend to go to her, was then going through some marital issues herself, so I decided not to go to her house.
During the time that you stayed with your friend, were you speaking with Brodus?
Very limited.
When you got back to Little Rock, did you resume speaking with Brodus?
I did.
Were y'all still together at that point?
Yes.
I want to talk to you about April the 4th, 2019, okay?
Yes.
Can you tell me about the text that you got on April the 4th?
I had sent a regular good morning text. I didn't hear anything from him that morning. And then later in the afternoon, I seen what he had responded. And so I opened it up. And it said, I think our time is up. So he had broke up with me via disappearing text.
How did that make you feel?
I felt so used and worthless, and I just felt like trash. Like, who does that to somebody who they say that they love?
You're a bad person. How did you react after you read that?
He crying more than the damn wife.
A suicide note to my family, because I was just like, I'm tired of the pain, I'm tired of it all, and I just wanted the pain to end. So I wrote a note and made a plan to take my life.
You're a man.
Hey, Drew, how was it? So you didn't write a note. You ain't write no note when you was gonna kill yourself in front of him and you talked yourself out of it. You was just fine with the family, just not knowing and just bam. But on this second attempt, I don't know why the fuck he made you feel so bad, because who does somebody like that? You was gonna write a note to your family. Didn't do it. Then you was supposed to kill yourself in front of them at the house. Didn't do it. Couldn't go. Did you even attempt to, did you even put the gun to your head one time?
She one of the ones y'all do know is women out there that use that suicide thing as a they weaponize it. They weaponize it. They
bitch fucking with me.
What?
Hell yeah, they do.
Dead bitch fuck with me. I'm a egg you on to do it. Do it. Don't be no pussy.
No, Trey.
And don't be
You shouldn't do that, Trey.
If you got your mind made up, ain't nothing I'm gonna say gonna stop you. So I'm gonna help you get there. Do it, pussy.
Don't do that. Don't ever do that, Trey. If somebody tell you they gonna unlie themselves, don't tell them to do it.
I mean, you might as well. I mean, it got to be something within some of these women, man, that to act like this. I don't see
Women ain't
anyone
the
try
only
to
one
drive
that
off the
do it.
road.
Let's not do that, militant.
Crazy ass men.
I said some. I made sure that I know
I'm
I said
just saying,
some.
it's some men that do it too,
You're
militant.
supposed to grow out of that in your 20s. You do that
But
shit
we
in
ain't
your
talking
20s.
about men right now. We're talking about this crazy woman and her
Get
sisters.
older, you realize you don't like pussy.
I get it.
You really, as a man, you do that shit in your 20s, but after you did said that shit once or twice, you realize you sound crazy and pussy as hell. You sound real feminine. I'm gonna kill myself
I ain't never did that.
over again.
I ain't never done it. I ain't gonna never do it. Let me tell you something, and I'm telling you, the people that really be, the people that really be serious about it, they don't tell nobody, y'all. They don't announce it. They just do it. People need to stop playing with that for real. Ooh, excuse me.
I had two friends, two
Yeah, she
old teammates that did it.
Murder suicide.
They didn't tell nobody there was something wrong.
She had the perfect opportunity to do murder suicide. She did not. She ain't never intended on killing herself.
Child. She played with it enough though. That's why that man broke up with. I'm telling you.
While the wife was next door calling the police, she could have blew her brains out and laid right next to that nigga. Like
He
so
said-
many crazy people have done. She didn't intend on killing herself. Just him. She was heartbroken.
Man, she was crazy, and praying wasn't helping.
No less than 25.
Child.
This was a crime of passion. No less than 25.
That's what you think should happen.
Yes, no less than anything like no less than 25. Well, fuck it. No less than 20. I'll take it back. Anywhere between 20 and 25, I'd be cool with the thing. It was a crime of passion.
That's a life sentence.
It wasn't necessarily gory and all that. But she still be able to get out while she about 60. I think she's out. Has she been out on bond or she been in jail this entire 8 years?
I think she been in jail. I'm not sure though. I'm not sure.
6 years, she got, if she get 25, she got 19 more to go. But then about, I guess probably the next 5 or 6 years, they would be eligible for parole.
I mean, you can't let her out. She's suicidal.
As long as she gets some more time added on the time she's already served, I feel like it's justice. Life ain't always justice, but she got to do more goddamn tasks. She need to do at least 20.
From all this crazy stuff she did,
She do need to do at least 20. I agree with that.
man, she need at least 5 years of booty juice. Got daggone sitting in a crazy house.
Man, what the hell is booty juice? What?
I don't know what booty juice is. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Let me explain booty juice. They call booty juice that stuff when they're in the crazy hospital and they pull out those shots to calm them down or make them act a certain way. They give them a shot in the ass. They call that booty juice.
Okay, that's booty juice. Okay, then. Damn.
So she had to at least do 15 years before she get probation or parole. Parole.
She definitely needs some time because she knew what she was doing. She putting on the egg, but she knew exactly what she was doing. And I feel, let me tell you something. I don't usually say this. I feel like the whole do it again. I feel like she'll find another dude that gonna digmatize her. She gonna go damn crazy, and she'll do it again and play crazy.
It's the reason she had been divorced twice, and she was older than past.
Man, this is the effects of Tyler Perry or too much Lifetime.
You know what? Don't be trying to do that. Some people just crazy, man.
She just went crazy. The nigga didn't want her no more, and she felt like she had.
You can't make somebody. I don't know what make people think you can make somebody want you. You can't make somebody want you if you with a person that you feel like you done threatened. Tell me I'm gonna kill myself, and he stay with you. Girl, it's sympathy. You can't make anybody want you, and if the person don't want you, you should move the fuck on. My pride, I got an ego. Shit. I was born with an ego. I'm not finna stand with now that I feel like I'm not finna beg you. I'm not finna chase you. I'm gonna kill myself. Try by. I'm not doing none of that. And I know a lot of women have daddy issues. I feel like I got daddy issues, but my daddy issues work in reverse. My daddy issues don't work like these motherfucking daddy issues. My daddy issues that my daddy made me feel like I was the shit. Okay? And I'm not finna be doing all that extra shit. Bitch, bye. You want me to call the bitch to come pick you up? Or you gonna get your ass in your car and get the fuck on? What you gonna do? That's me. I'm sorry. Mm-hmm.
Latasha, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
This is the note that I wrote to my family.
Your Honor, I'd ask that that be made the next numbered exhibit.
In objection.
B-22.
Who showed the suicide letter as exhibit 22?
Latasha, can you tell me the date and time of that letter?
April 4th, 2019 at 3:14 p.m.
Can you read that letter to the jury?
To my family, I'm sorry that I have let you down. I tried my best to be the person you all thought I was. I tried to be the person you could count on and be proud of. However, I have been depressed for a long time. I did well with coping until the past 2 years. My world changed February 24th, 2017. And the shit just keeps getting worse. I know what I have been through may be nothing to some. And you don't understand why I couldn't bounce back. I have fought hard for so long to keep things together. I didn't trust anyone to know deep down how bad I was struggling. Only a few people knew, but they couldn't help me. To my fellas, I'm so sorry that I have let you down. I have fought hard to be the best mother I could be to each of you. I pray that what I have taught you will stick with you forever. Please don't be ashamed of me. Mother, thank you for being my mother. Please know that although you didn't think I loved you, I really did. I wanted so badly for us to be close. There was many times I just wanted to crawl into your arms and have you hold me. I'm sorry for being a failure. I tried to make you proud of me. Words can't explain or express the pain I feel at this moment. I have pretended for so long to be happy. I have tried to work through the pain and begin to heal, but just as my life would have it, yet another loss appears to remind me just how much of a failure I am. I don't have any insurance and I don't have any money, so please just have me cremated and don't worry about
Wait a
service.
minute. Hold the fuck on. Hold the heck. Who
Get
that's
up.
finna take their life gonna worry about insurance and being
A PhD with no insurance, no money.
and she had her own business and everything.
I thought y'all were gonna bring up how much money she was spending on him. So she
How you
didn't
buying a
have
nigga bourbon?
She wasn't
Because if
spending
you ain't
that
got no
damn much.
insurance, ma'am. How you buying a nigga bourbon and cigars and burgers and shit and you ain't got no insurance, ma'am?
She wasn't spending that damn much. Cause remember, she said the nigga got mad that she ain't buy him no $2,500 bike. She was like, nigga, I gotta buy my own bike. She wasn't spending that goddamn much. She was spending a couple $100s. But
Man, she was
she wasn't spending no thousands at a time because that bike, she was like, hell no.
she spent a couple hundred on some grape juice, olive oil, and some communion crackers.
You know what? I don't understand how this woman was so educated and stuff and didn't have no like where they do that at?
I think she lied.
I think that that suicide letter was part of the plan, part of the
She had some insurance through her damn job.
I think she wrote that letter. I think she wrote that letter because I feel like this is all premeditated. I think she wrote that letter knowing what she was going to do and knowing she was going to use this defense. I really do, y'all. I'm saying this woman is educated on. This woman gave anger management counseling to others. This woman had PhDs and shit.
She's
like
a
this woman,
psychologist, pretty much.
Yes. I think she premeditated this and thought she was gonna be able to fake her way out of it. I'm sorry, that's my opinion. That's what she give me. It is what it is.
I don't want to be a burden. I'm sorry for letting all you down. I love you as all so much, and I wish I could live myself as much as I wish I could love myself as much as I love you all. Please take care of my fellas and always remind them of my love for them. I'm not being selfish. I just don't know how. I don't know. Okay.
That's
I don't
definitely
know
selfish, man.
Yeah, but it says, I'm sorry for
Stop
letting all of you
crying.
down, and I love you all so much. I wish I could love myself as much as I love you all. Please take care of my fellas and always remind them of my love for them. I'm not being selfish. I just don't know how to continue bearing the pain I have felt for over 25 years of my life. With each loss, hurt, disappointment, etc., I've experienced through the years, it only added to my
He ain't
current
had
state of
nothing to do
mind.
with that.
I thought I could continue to push through and
He
be
ain't been one
strong,
for
the strong
25
Tasha
years.
everyone know, but I can't. I'm weak, and I have been for over the past year and a half. I thought I would bounce back. I prayed consistently, but I guess God no longer hears my prayers since I wasn't doing His will. I'm not perfect. I've messed up so many times in my life. The thing I wanted to be the most successful in, I messed up not once, but twice. Well, really 3 times. I will leave that for you all to find in my journal.
You wrote that at 3:14 p.m.
Yes,
Where did you leave that?
I left it in my phone because I knew my little sister would find it because she helped me with my appointments. And that's the phone she used for making my appointments.
Did you leave it for her to find?
Yes.
What did you do after you wrote that note?
I drove to Sherwood to go purchase a gun.
Why did you go purchase a gun?
That's
Because
what
I
the
didn't have
uncle
my
was
other one.
saying.
What was the purpose of the
These,
gun?
that's what I want
I
to
wanted
tell
to
you.
end
A
my
couple of these places like Pine Bluff and Sherwood that sound so familiar. I'm just saying.
Yeah, they're from Little Rock, home of the uncle
life,
from.
and I felt like that was going to be the
Uh-huh.
best way to do it.
When you went to that store, were you buying a gun to kill yourself, or were you buying a gun to kill someone else?
I was buying a gun to kill myself. I had a whole plan.
What was your plan?
I didn't want to do it at my house because my son lived with me. So I decided, as I was just thinking about all the pain, to go to this park in Jacksonville, Arkansas.
How far away from Little Rock was that park?
Jacksonville might be about a 20-minute drive from my home. And the reason why I chose that was because but the Jacksonville part of it was attached to him. And the name of the park was Johnson Park, which was attached to my second ex-husband. And then Ray Road, my daddy's middle name was Ray, so I just associated with all the pain from
Does all this. And she said her second ex-husband. How many times that woman been married?
Twice.
She
been
put a
married
lot of
twice
thought.
and divorced.
This represented this. This represented this road, and this road represent. Girl.
Yeah, she took talking about the past 25 years. That nigga wasn't with you. That was 2 husbands before him.
And why you choose to kill him? I mean, I'm saying not that I'm saying she should have killed the other husbands. What I'm saying is, what I mean. I
They
don't
was
know.
married
This is
till you
weird.
gave you kids.
Yeah, this is weird. This is really weird.
We're an hour and 42 minutes into deliberations. Still no verdict. Still nothing. Will they make it to 2 hours?
in my life. And so that's where I was going to go.
How did you go there?
I was going to drive in my car. It's from my home, it would have been straight down 440.
Is that an interstate?
Yes.
What happened while you were driving to Johnson Park?
As I was driving, I saw the Memphis exit, And so then I was like, go talk to him, Tasha. Just go let him see you. Go see why. And that's what I did. I just drove to work and see him face to face and hope that
So
I
he
could
didn't know
get
you were
something from
coming.
him besides the fact that he broke up with me with a disappearing text. And as I was driving, he did text me, and as he was telling me that he still loved me. So I was trying to just figure out what was going on.
What did you do after you saw the Memphis exit?
I took it and I drove to Memphis.
Where did you go?
As you were
I went
driving,
down to where I knew he would possibly be, which was a lounge. I guess it's in the downtown Memphis area called the Pocket. At the time, I
so she was
Go ahead.
driving.
Go ahead.
So she was just driving, supposed to, and she just so happened to see the Memphis exit, and she was like, "Go see him, Tasha. Just go see him. Go get a reason." And as she was driving, he texts her and says how much he misses her, but he don't know that she's on the way to him. He don't know that she in Memphis. She done took the exit to Memphis. He ain't said where you went, pull up on me or nothing, but he did text you and say, "I missed you." Oh, that's
Well, actually, he said he still love her.
all of that. Still, that was one text message, but he didn't know she was looking for him actively.
Right.
He just randomly texted her that as she was driving to Memphis. The day before when she bought the gun and the suicide note and all that shit, he ain't text her and said he loved her still. It was the night she was actually hunting him down.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
it was a fairly new lounge that he, when he got employment at Mississippi Boulevard, one of the members there had told him about.
Did you go to the Pocket because Brodus told you he goes to the Pocket on Thursday?
Yes.
Do you remember what time you arrived?
I don't. I just know it was dark, and I know that I circled around for approximately 30 minutes trying to find a parking spot because I didn't know that you couldn't like park on the street. Like everything down there was paid. Like, and yeah.
Just to back up for a second, when you went to the gun store to buy the gun to kill yourself, what did you take with you?
Just my license and my debit card.
Where was your purse?
I guess I had left it at home.
Did you bring just necessities with you to the gun store?
Yes.
And you left the gun store right after you finished purchasing the gun, right?
Yes.
How did you select the gun?
I went with what was the cheapest that was on. They have a wall that has all the guns, the names, and the prices, and I just chose the cheapest one.
How did you select ammunition?
Whatever the guy told me to get, I got it. Because I was about to walk out the store he was like, do you need ammunition? I was like, oh yeah. And so he told me whatever he recommended, I was like, yes.
And did you see on the video where he was showing you different types of ammunition?
Yes.
Is that what he was saying?
Right. And I told you couldn't hear, but I was like, I don't know. Just whatever you tell me.
When you left the gun store, what did you do with the gun?
I think it was still in the bag. I went home because I did wanted to leave my son something. So I had stopped at the ATM and got out whatever money I could get. And so when I got home, I put that in his room, and then I changed clothes. And I dumped some bullets out on the bed and just grabbed a handful of them and took the gun and left the house.
What did you do with the handful of bullets in the gun?
Once I got in my car, because I was trying to hurry up and leave because I didn't want him to come home while I was there, I loaded the gun in my car. And once whatever was left over, I put everything into my coat pocket that was sitting in the passenger seat.
Now, when you parked downtown, where did you go?
I started walking in the direction in which I knew the lounge was. And once I got on the street, I started walking up the street, and I actually saw Brodus coming out of the lounge, and I walked past him.
Were there any rules in your relationship regarding how to behave when you saw him in public?
Yes, I was not to approach him because I never knew who he may have in his company. So I was not to approach him, but if he acknowledged me, then I could have, talk to him.
Did you come within his sight?
Yes.
Did he acknowledge you?
Yes.
You actually walked right.
I walked past him, and so he said, "So you're just gonna walk past me and not say anything?"
At that point in time, did y'all engage in a conversation?
Yes.
After you talked with Brodus, what'd y'all figure out?
Well, we decided that because his thing was I still wasn't wanted to be on board with him and this non-monogamy and have been able to see other women. So we came to I told him, well, we still haven't told Tab. You've always said something about telling Tab, so we haven't told Tabitha. And he said, okay, we'll tell Tabitha. He told me to go to the apartment and just talk to her about tenants until he got there, and that once he was there, we would tell her. He had to go to his boss house to drop off something. And so he gave me a backstory as to what to tell her if she asked me while I was in town, and we left. But before leaving, we came to the resolve that once we told Tabitha about the relationship, we had a trip that was planned to go. We was going to Kentucky. If she said yes, then that would be a new start, a fresh start. But if she said no, then that would be the trip that we would end.
Did Brodus indicate to you that he was going to tell Tabitha while y'all were at the apartment
Yes.
about your relationship?
Yes.
And what would have happened, or would you have been allowed to tell Tabitha without his okay?
I didn't know.
What, would you have been able to continue a relationship with Brodus if you had done that?
No.
So I want to talk to you then about when you left downtown, okay? Where did you go?
I put in the address that he had given me, and so that address did say Collierville. I didn't know how far away it was or anything. I just placed it in the GPS.
Do you remember what time you arrived at the apartment?
I know it was late. I just remember when we were there and we were talking, I remember the news coming on.
Probably around 9 o'clock?
Yes.
So you left Little Rock, Arkansas at approximately 5 o'clock, right? And drove to downtown Memphis, right?
Yes, yes.
That takes about 2.5 hours?
Yes.
How long would you say that you were talking with Brodus?
We talked for a while because I remember the valet pulling the car up a ways and getting out, and just because he was sitting in there waiting on him and we never did, so he just pulled it up and we continued to talk.
So then you left downtown, it was dark?
Yes.
Drove to Collierville?
Yes.
What did you do when you arrived at the apartment?
I circled around because it was dark and I really couldn't see like numbers or anything. So I circled around, and then I guess eventually I found the building number, and I parked and found my way to their apartment according to the address.
If I may just have one moment, Your Honor. This is part of Exhibit 12. Latasha, is that your car?
Yes.
Is this also a photograph of your vehicle?
Yes.
Which vehicle is yours in that picture?
The silver one?
This one?
Yes.
While you were sitting in your car, did you call Brodus?
I did. And I shared with him that I was a little nervous and could we just go somewhere and talk? And he said, no, we're going, you wanted to talk to Tabitha, we're going to talk to her.
Did he answer every time you called him?
I didn't call him a lot, but I did that night.
Before you walked inside, was there a time you called him and he didn't answer?
No,
Okay, not that you recall?
not the right call.
After you had talked to him and he said, no, we're going to do this, what did you do?
I went to the apartment and knocked on the door.
Were you wearing your coat?
Yes.
When did you put on your coat?
When I got out of the car to go to find him at the lounge.
Is that when you were walking around downtown at night by yourself?
Yes.
Did you ever take your coat off after leaving downtown?
No.
When you left downtown, how would you describe your feelings?
I was a little hopeful. I was like, okay, maybe, we can get some resolve. We can get back to normal. And so that's what I was focused on.
And when he insisted on telling Tabitha, did you get even more hope?
Yes.
So what did you do? Did you get out of your car?
Yes, I got out of my car.
Were you still wearing your jacket?
Yes.
Did it register to you that you had a gun in your pocket?
It did not.
Did you go to the apartment?
I did.
What did you do when you got to the door?
I knocked on the door. And I can't remember, but I ended up bending down. And that's when she said, I'm not going to open the door for someone I don't see. And so I knocked again. And that's when she was like, Tasha, is that you?
What do you mean you bent down?
I don't know if I couldn't remember if it was time or sure or something. I just remember bending down, which is why she didn't see me when I knocked the first time.
You just don't remember?
No, I don't. Yeah.
Who answered the door?
Tabitha.
What did she do when she answered the door?
She, once she opened it, she embraced me and said hello and welcomed me in.
Did you go inside?
I did.
Where did you go when you went inside?
She positioned for me to toward the couch, and she sat on one end and I sat on the other.
And that would be Your Honor, if I may put, this is part of the cumulative exhibit. Is this the couch that you're referring to?
Yes.
And you were seated on this side?
I was.
And Tabitha was seated on this side?
Yes.
Did you talk to Tabitha?
Yes, we talked. We talked about tennis, but right before we kind of got into the tennis talk, she had made a phone call to Brodus.
And what did she say to him?
She told him, she asked how long it was going to be before he got there. And then she told him she had a surprise for him.
When Tabitha let you into the apartment, did she close the door behind you?
Yes.
You and Tabitha were sitting alone in the apartment with a closed door, right?
Yes.
Would anybody outside of the apartment have been able to see in through that door?
No.
How long did you sit talking with Tabitha?
Again, I know the news ended up coming on, so maybe 15 minutes or so.
At any point, did you pull your gun out and threaten Tabitha?
No.
At any point, did you verbally threaten Tabitha?
No.
At any point, were you trying to hurt Tabitha?
Not at all.
Were you happy to be there about to have this conversation with Tabitha?
Yes.
Was Brodus there yet?
No.
Now, I want to talk to you about when Brodus Perry arrived, okay?
Okay.
When he walked in the door, could you see him?
Yes.
Can you describe his demeanor when he saw you?
When he came in, he didn't look surprised or anything, which is what I thought he would do since he knew I was going to be there. But he was just like, I think Tab was like, surprise. And he was like, this is not a surprise. I thought you had some keto cookies for me. And from there, he was like, what are you doing here? And then I went with the story again that I was in town for a conference. And we just kind of started engaging in small talk. He came and sat beside me. And then after about a minute or so, it was like, would you like a pour?
What is a pour?
A pour is some bourbon.
Did you accept the pour of bourbon?
I did.
Where was Brodus seated?
He was approximately a foot or two from me.
I'm putting back up from the cumulative exhibit.
That blue chair?
This blue chair right
Yes.
here? And you were seated here?
Yes.
And Tabitha was still seated here?
Yes.
After you accepted the pour of bourbon from him, did he make any comments about you drinking?
He came back and sat down, and as we were talking, he would make references to me drinking and would say, well, I think you're going to have to stay the night. So I'm thinking, okay, well, this is about to get into this conversation. But he never would give me eye contact. But he would continue to make, like, we have to clean off the bed in there because it has a lot of clothes on it. And, but I'm still looking at him to get, like, to see where you going with this. But he never did lead into the conversation.
Like bullshit.
He actually started asking me questions like, so where are you staying in Memphis? And I'm like, that wasn't part of what you.
This sounds like bullshit. And she at no point blurted out, you ain't gonna tell your wife about us? Nothing.
That's what I'm saying. That's what kind of behooves me too.
Y'all just sitting there making small talk in front of his wife. You gonna have to stay here.
At some point he stopped talking to her.
She said she wasn't making eye contact and all that, but then she was thinking that he said we got to clean out the guest room and all that. So that don't sound like a nigga that's like, why you here? She giving mixed signals on what the hell was happening.
Mm-hmm.
He shocked you showed up, but y'all had a plan. Was that part of the plan for him to be shocked?
Told me you was going to say. So I don't know Memphis. He knows I didn't know Memphis. And so I didn't know what to say. I finally said an Airbnb.
You knew it well enough to get to his ass. Now, how did you know about that damn cigar shop that he go to in Memphis if you have never been there?
Because he told her one time and her crazy ass remember. That's what the lady said. She said, did you know that he was there? Because that's where he went on Thursdays. Preacher habit.
Mm-hmm.
And then Tabitha was like, where? And I was like, downtown. And then that conversation ended. And he continued to say something about me staying the night, but never going into the conversation of what we were supposed to be talking about.
Had you ever been into that apartment before?
No.
On April the 4th, when you were there, what part of the apartment did you go into?
I walked through the front door, which led into a small little hallway and right into the kitchen area.
And then into the living room?
And then yes.
Did you go into any bedroom?
No.
Did I miss it again? So when they came up with this plan at the bar, and she was supposed to go talk about tennis with his wife till he pulled up because he had to drop some off to his husband, did he re-give her the address?
I didn't hear that.
I just thought about, I don't know why I didn't think about that during it, and it just popped into my brain now, but that's why I reacted like that. Did I miss it again?
I did not hear that. Mm-hmm. She already had it, right, KK?
Yeah, we know she been had it once, but if he don't, how the fuck does he remember? Oh, Miss B said yes, he did give it to her again that night. Okay, but he gave you the address and y'all was supposed to talk about it, but when he got there, y'all got there together. He ain't talk about it at all. Could have been full
this shit don't make sense. It don't make sense.
Could have been full of that bourbon when he came up with this plan.
This is part of the cumulative exhibit 13. Did you ever go into the guest bedroom?
I did not.
What is all over the bed in the guest bedroom?
Clothes.
Had you seen that?
No.
But those are the clothes Brodus was talking about?
Yes.
When he was talking about clearing off the bed, you sleeping over, did you think that was his jumping off point to talk to Tabitha?
I thought so.
How were you feeling at that point?
Very nervous.
Were you also excited?
I think I was more nervous because I just didn't know which way it was going to go, but hopeful.
At some point, you lost hope.
Yes.
And you said you were going to leave.
Yes.
Why did you decide to leave?
I saw that it wasn't going anywhere. Like I said, he was not giving me eye contact. So I knew, or I felt like he had changed his mind. And I just didn't want to keep sitting there feeling, at that point, stupid.
What happened after you said you were going to leave?
Tabitha got up, he got up, and so she began to tell me about watching for the police, because I had been drinking.
Had you drank a lot?
No, not at all. But she still was just letting me know. And she began to walk toward the door. And I asked him, would he walk me out? He said no. And I said, Why not, sir? That's Southern hospitality for you to walk a woman outside when it's dark. Because I wanted to just get him to see like what happened. Why didn't you follow through? But he refused to walk me out. So Tabitha opened the door and was walking out. I was still trying to get him to walk me out. And as I reached into my pockets to get my keys, I remember being outside the door, and then the next thing I was standing in their kitchen.
Do you deny that you shot Curtis?
Wait, how
I
do you
do not.
get from the
Deny
standing in the
that you
door
shot
to the
Tabitha?
kitchen?
I don't, but I know it wasn't intentional.
Did you?
How do you get from the door to the kitchen?
She pretty much saying she blacked out. She don't know how she ended up there. Mm-hmm. That's her defense. She had a break. She had a mental break. Mm-hmm. She chased him back into the apartment. Well, actually, he wasn't outside of the apartment. Like, if you pay attention, the wife was in the front, she was in the middle, and he was in the back. And they were all walking towards the front door. Her and the wife had stepped outside the door. He was standing in the doorway.
Yeah, because he wasn't walking her outside.
Yeah, because she had asked him to walk her to the car, and he was like, oh, girl, what her name, Tabitha, do?
Yeah,
So he was standing in the
he
doorway.
knew she was going to act a goddamn fool in that parking lot.
Yeah. So they were standing outside the apartment. He was right in the doorway. How she ended up in the damn kitchen, I don't know.
She pushed her
So my
way back
ass
in.
would have been running out the door. My ass would have been running.
She pushed her way back in there to see that nigga.
Mm. Mm.
Mean to shoot Tabitha?
No, I wasn't trying to hurt anybody.
When you went to that apartment that day, did you intend to use your gun on either Brodus or Tabitha?
No.
When you went there, what was your purpose in going there?
Thinking that I was going to get some kind of ending to the relationship.
And what do you mean?
Like, okay, of course, after I got to, talk to him at the lounge, we had a plan.
It contradicts what you said at the lounge. You went to the lounge to get some type of ending to the conversation because you claimed
He had ended the damn relationship before she brought her ass there.
Yes, and then at the he ain't know you was coming to the cigar lounge. You walked past and he saw you. Like, what's up? And then you said he told you to come to y'all house, and you went to his house not to end it, but to tell his wife because you was gonna be on board with the monogamy thing or non-monogamy thing. But now you went to his house to end it. See, did she change her story up or she lying?
She lying, Troy.
Cause that ain't what she initially said. I went to the house because the lady said, "What's your resolution?" And you was like, "Well, he was initially mad that I wasn't on board with the non-monogamy thing, having other women." And I told him, let's tell Tab because we never told her. We always said we was. And he was like, bet, here go the backstory so we could tell her. But now she's saying she went to, when the lady said, why you go to their motherfucking house? Oh, I went to the house to end it. Not to kill nobody, but to end the relationship. All in the same testimony.
You had 6 years to get this right, ma'am. 6. Just saying.
Either going to be a start or an ending, but it was something that I could see, like I knew it wasn't just a disappearing text but still I love you, So I went to the apartment, I guess, for lack of a better word, to get some resolve.
Did you have hope given that Tabitha was open to the open marriage?
I was nervous about that because, like I said, he had told me she had these rules about not nobody that you know and things like that. So I'm like, she knows me. So I don't know what that was going to be like. I didn't even think about anything beyond that.
As far as Tabitha goes, this is a person that you became friendly with, right?
Correct.
How did you
balance that with having an affair with her husband?
It was very hard. She, like, we started off, she had approached me to invite me to lunch. It came out of nowhere, and I didn't know, like, what was really going on, because by this time, Brodus had been talking about us being sister wives. And so when she asked me, I was a little confused, because I'm like, okay, you know, has he talked to her about it? But she never said anything about our relationship. Even when we began to play tennis, it was her who initiated it. So it was uncomfortable for me, but we were friendly. And it was hard, but I still did it because I wasn't going to tell her, because I love Brodus.
When Brodus told you that he wouldn't walk you outside, he said, Tab will do it. How did that make you feel?
Rejected, unworthy, stupid. I was so stupid. And it hurt so bad.
Were you angry or were you hurt?
I was hurt.
Were you thinking clearly when you pulled the trigger?
No.
Were you reacting to that situation?
Yes.
Was that a traumatic situation for you too, in retrospect?
Oh, yes. I hate what happened. I'm so very sorry. I never wanted to hurt anybody. I've spent most of my life helping. I never would intentionally try to hurt anybody.
Did you ever plan to kill Brodus Perry?
Never.
When you drove to Memphis, were you driving to Memphis to kill Brodus Perry?
No.
Why did you drive to Memphis?
I drove because I just wanted to see him.
Why?
I wanted him to explain why he did that.
Did you hope he would say, we can be together?
Yes.
Did he give you that hope when you went to the apartment?
He did.
Did he yank that hope away?
He did. As he often did.
Did you break that moment?
I shattered.
Did you ever intend to hurt Tabitha?
No.
Did you even realize that you had shot her?
No.
That's all I have.
Cross-examination.
She ain't wiped her eyes now time, but
I'm
she
going to take you
thirsty
back
though.
to April 4th, 2019, at around 4 o'clock. You remember yesterday when we introduced that surveillance footage of you at the gun store, right?
Yes. Yes.
And you know that that was you in the gun store.
That was me.
And you purchased a gun that day.
I did.
And you also purchased ammunition that day.
I did.
And when you went to that gun store, you brought your state-issued ID, correct?
Yes.
And you brought your credit card, correct?
I did.
And once you left with that gun and the ammunition, you didn't go to Jacksonville, did you?
No.
You drove to Memphis.
No. I drove home.
But you eventually ended up in Memphis, did you not?
That is correct.
And you chose to go see Brodus Perry, correct?
Yes, I chose to go see him.
A man that you chose to be involved with.
When I first encountered Mr. Perry for counseling, I did not choose to be with him. I went to him for direction, not a relationship.
It's a yes or no question. You chose to be involved with him after you met him, did you not?
Yes.
And when you got to Memphis, and after you talked to Mr. Perry, you drove to his apartment, correct?
Yes, I drove to his apartment.
And from Sherman, Arkansas to Memphis, it's about a 3-hour drive, right?
According to what has been said, I wasn't counting.
And when you got to that apartment, you talked to Mrs. Perry.
Yes.
And when you got to that apartment, you stayed there and you talked with her for about 20 minutes. Correct?
Yes, we talked for about 20 minutes.
And then once Mr. Perry got there, you talked to him.
Yes.
And while they were gracious enough to walk you out of their apartment after an unexpected visit, you got your gun out, didn't you?
It wasn't unexpected from him.
But for Miss Perry, it was.
It was.
And after you exited, you decided to take your gun out, correct?
No.
And after you exited, you shot Mrs. Perry, did you not?
My
Yes or
actions
no?
resulted in them being shot, yes.
And then you shot Mr. Carey, did you not?
It wasn't a conscious decision, but yes.
But you didn't do it because you lost control. You did it because you thought he deserved it.
No, I love Brodus. I would have never intentionally hurt him. No, ma'am.
You did it because he broke your heart.
No, ma'am.
No further questions.
Were you in a good state of mind that day?
I was not. I was not.
All day?
I was not my healthy self. No.
When you came to Memphis, did you come to Memphis out of anger or out of love?
I came out of love.
Did Brodus expect you to be there when he walked in?
How you
Yes.
come out of love when you
Did that really
said
go the way
you
that you
wanted to
expected
make
it?
him
It did not.
think?
Did it end the way you expected it to?
It most definitely did not.
That ain't no damn love. I wanted to make him talk to me, give me an answer. How is that coming out of love?
This fool's lying. You didn't see
and
that
she
last,
gets to lie in her answers.
what you
Did
call
you
it, that
shoot
last
him?
question?
No, my actions caused them to be shot, but I ain't shoot him. What the fuck?
Like she looked dead in the air on that last question.
Unexpected visit. It wasn't unexpected for him. It was for her though, wasn't it? Ooh. Ooh.
Did you go there to hurt anyone?
No, I did not.
Who did you plan to hurt?
I
that
wanted
day?
to hurt myself. I wanted to end my own life that day. That's it, and that's all.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
No recalls, Your Honor.
You may sit.
You may call your next witness?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
That was a quick little. The prosecution just did a quick little jet, and sat her ass down.
Yeah, there was no need for them to there was no need. She fucked herself up in her direct testimony. There was no need for them to do no lengthy cross-examination at all.
She went home, but she didn't leave the gun there. Why didn't you drop the gun off? You drove home. I drove out of love, not anger. Love.
Okay, 6:19. I wonder how long they gonna
Yeah, still nothing. They still live over here, but they have now taken the counter down. So now I have to go to my local sources and see what they doing. They were doing it yesterday.
Yeah, Memphis something. I saw that Memphis station.
Well, it was on Facebook, YouTube though. That was the sucky part.
They don't need to be taking all night. Shit. I already been on here what?
8 hours. That's why I said it always take us longer than we think. That's why we can't be on no juries. Man. We trying to keep the verdict under an hour. We got shit to do.
Oh Lord, mercy.
I think that they should use the same niggas for jurors for like a minimum of 6 trials.
So you got to remember the rule is a jury of your peers. They have to switch it up.
It is a jury up here to be a different trial, but the same jurors.
Because the defendants ain't always the same.
No, but the jury is the same. We need a jury that's not.
The jury is not supposed to be the same. It's supposed to be a jury of your peers.
They ain't gonna play. We know we'll give them 6 trials now.
Can't do it like that.
They gonna give you all guilties or 3 guilties, 3 not guilties.
See,
it saves some money. Well, actually, no, it wouldn't save money. It'd just be paying us. It'll make it worth them people goddamn time.
I know
These
the
people
next
don't be
Memphis
want. Some
case-
people don't even want to be on one jury. Somebody keeping them for 6. People don't be want to do jury duty.
We do another Memphis case, I am calling in.
Me too.
She should have been up the river on Tuesday.
This thing to the end earlier today. They wasted a whole day, basically, like most of the day. They wasted.
Then they said if they don't come to a decision, they gonna bring their regular ass back tomorrow.
On a Saturday, man.
Yep. The way this screen went black, I'm leaning. Let me check. I gotta check. I think it was on Facebook.
Better hope it ain't no feminists up in the jury. They holding
Lord.
everything up. She didn't mean to do it. He lied to her. That's why she did it.
Here you go.
I'm just saying.
Well, yeah, it's on Facebook. I knew somebody that had it. It's not on there though. Court is still in session as the jury, so yeah, it's just like it's doing the same thing. I do believe Court TV did say that they had a question, but they didn't stop their coverage of it now. And I hate they took the
Let
time.
me go to their coverage then. Let me go to the coverage they did. We gotta watch something or I'm gonna get the fuck up out of here.
They coverage is done, right? It's just a blank screen. Well, not a blank screen, but it's the thumbnail. I'm looking at it on Facebook.
Trey, I can go back. I can go back. I can rewind it back.
Oh, okay. All right.
See, we got a feminist in the chat right now. Look at that. He was
Who a feminist?
Sadistic, and he used her.
So what?
There go one right there.
So what? She like he didn't use her because he didn't lie to her. She knew this nigga was married. She knew she was committing adultery.
Yes, she did.
She was a Christian just like him. The wrath of God did not scare her from sucking that man's dick. She ain't no damn victim.
Hey.
She ain't no damn victim. He broke up with her, not the other way around. She didn't break up with him and he went crazy and tried to kill her. No, that's not what happened at all. That nigga broke up with her and went home to his wife. And he wasn't even at the bar with no new bitches. He just didn't want her. She was crazy. She said she was going to kill herself in front of him. He like, bitch, you finna blow up the spot. I can't be around you. You was a liability.
Nice way to put it, Trey. Not blow up the spot.
Yeah, you blowing up the spot. How the fuck I'm explaining this to the parishioner? This shit gonna be on the news. Half the hotel room woman kill herself. That shit is gonna make the motherfucking ass of the news. I got to explain this shit to my wife. Why y'all in the hotel?
No explanation needed. Shit. None needed.
You supposed to be in Arkansas on business, and this bitch done killed herself in the room with you. Was she a hooker? Who was she? Well, wife already knew who she was because they played tennis with her.
That wife had no clue what that man was doing with his lying ass.
What kind of lie he told, he still was gonna have to explain. His spot was gonna be blew up, no matter what lie he told.
So why did she end up inviting her to play tennis?
She said it was his
They
idea.
was church members. They was friends, sort of, kind of.
Oh, she knew back then. She knew something going on. She was trying to get info.
So you trying to say the lady played up under the lady to get info about her own husband?
That she didn't get.
Make it make sense, man.
Give me 5 minutes. I'll try.
I know you're gonna come up with something. I already know. I already know.
allegedly starved to death are suing the child's mother and the Indiana Department of Child Services for not doing more to help her. We want to caution you, this next video of Kinsley Welty's legs may be hard to watch. Anthony McClure has been charged
only in darkness.
The jury, well, actually, I want to let you know the jury has begun deliberations there in the Broke My Heart murder trial of Latasha Daniels. Now they've been at it. As you can see, the clock is up about 15 minutes or so. Meanwhile, we're still catching you up on closing arguments. So let's get back into court. They're still being delivered by the defense.
You don't deserve that. But especially at the beginning, if you look at that relationship more closely, there was a lot of love there. Latasha built her life around this man. He liked bourbon, so she started learning bourbon. He liked cigars, so she started learning about cigars. She got him into running with her. They joined a biking club together. All of these things that they built. And this woman who came into this relationship so starved for love and affection was receiving it, finally. And she never wanted that to stop. But when you looked at it more closely, you could also see Brodus behaving in a very controlling way, in a very manipulative way. And Latasha was getting flung back and forth between these emotions of, oh, I love you. No, we're gonna have some distance. This back and forth, pulling her heart in two pieces. And I will disagree with the state because part of something that they have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt is intent. And one of the things that you have to look at is whether a heat of passion was present. And a broken heart definitely has to do with heat of passion. There is no emotion more powerful in this world than love. When she was with Brodus, Latasha was required to follow certain rules. Rule number 1 that she learned on day 1. You only communicate with me in this manner unless I tell you different. Rule number 2, when Brodus took trips, Latasha was expected to be there, and she had to pay her own way, whether she had the money to or not. Rule number 3, Latasha was not to call anybody to come to them. Even in the case of a medical emergency, she was supposed to call Pastor Pointer. He knew about their relationship. He would get Brodus help, and nobody would have to find out about Latasha. Rule number 4, Latasha was not to approach him in public. He was only to approach her because she didn't have a way of knowing if he was with someone for the church or with another pastor that may not know about their relationship. Very strict rules on what and when she could say to him. Rule number 5, when she was in a hotel room on one of their trips, she was to remain naked. Rule number 6, towards the end of their relationship, Brodus added that she should always respond to him with either yes, sir, or no, sir. And Latasha followed all of those.
Wow,
rules
he's so abusive.
because she loved that man. And she loved the love that she felt like she was getting. And then things changed. On March the 15th, Brodus behaved in a very different way. He treated her like a piece of trash, like someone who was there for his use, not his love, not worthy of his affection.
Y'all want me to tell y'all why the whole the abuse thing, the controlling thing won't work? Now let's be clear. There is a such thing as emotional, mental, and psychological abuse, which is probably what she's claiming. But what really for me, honestly, for her, since she want to claim this whole controlling thing, did he ever hit her? I don't think nobody testified that he ever hit her. Did I miss it? Did he hit her in the hotel when she had the gun? I'm just wondering if I missed with somebody. He never hit her. Okay, I ain't think so. Yeah. So that whole controlling thing, to me, honestly, I don't know. That's kind of weak. Yeah, I don't believe he ever hit her. Okay.
He had rules for when he was with her, not when he was away from her.
Huh?
He had rules for when she was with him, not while she wasn't with him.
So he didn't try to like control. It was just the nature of their relationship, sort of like that. What you call that SMM type shit? Yeah, I'm talking about.
I don't even think that it was as the prosecutor pointed out. It was steps a nigga that's cheating take. That calling me sir and shit, that was for his own ego, but everything else was, if she ain't had the money to go on no goddamn trip, she just couldn't show up. He couldn't make her go. How the fuck he gonna make her? She said whether she had the money or not. Apparently she came up with the money, but what was he gonna do if she didn't show up? Nothing.
Right. If she ain't got the money, hell, she can't show up. Your ass wasn't paying.
Yeah, he gonna foot the bill if he want her there.
Yeah, sounds like some domination BS. See, even with that comes certain things like
okay. Go real time. We got movement in the court on Facebook, and we got movement on law and
Did you call me throw goat?
No, I said real time. We got movement in the court.
Oh hell, I thought
I'm looking at it on Facebook movement. I see Court TV updated they shit. They showing the wall.
Yeah.
Oh, dang. Okay, there we go. It took them over 2 hours.
Got a verdict already?
What you mean already? It's been 2 hours. Guilty.
Guilty. I'm ready to go cook my chicken.
All right, you may be seated. I understand the jury has reached a verdict. Yes, ma'am. Ms. Harvey, you will be. You can stand and read the verdict. Each of the verdict forms.
Do I need to start from State of Tennessee versus State of Tennessee versus LaTosha Daniels, indictment number 25-01253. Verdict form count 1. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of second-degree murder as included in count 1 of indictment number 25-01253. State of Tennessee versus LaTosha Daniels, indictment number 25-01253. Verdict form count 2. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of reckless endangerment as included in count 2 of indictment number 25-01253.
I knew it.
State of Tennessee versus LaTosha Daniels, indictment number 25-01253. Verdict form count 3. We, the jury, find the defendant not guilty in count 3 of indictment number 25-01253.
Who's guilty and not guilty?
Well, actually, wait a minute, hold on, y'all. Let me explain what just happened. I don't even know what the third charge was. I'm confused. But the first charge, they found her instead of first degree. They found in the first charge they found her guilty of second degree murder instead of first, and the second charge they found her guilty of reckless endangerment instead of murder. So she beat one of the murder charges. actually, or the attempted murder of the wife. She beat
instead
that.
of attempted murder, they gave her reckless endangerment.
All
I
that,
thought it
all
was,
that time
I
she
thought it
was
was
allowing.
between second degree and manslaughter.
What you say, man?
I forgot what I said. I'm mad.
I don't know the third charge neither, Tanya. I was just remembering first degree murder, and yeah. Okay, let's continue this.
Your verdict. Yes. Is that your verdict? 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 Is that your verdict? Yes. Is that your verdict?
Yes.
Is that your verdict? Yes. Is that your verdict? Yes. Now that you have concluded your service on this case, I thank you for your patience and conscientious attention to your duty as jurors. You have not only fulfilled your civic duty, but you have also made a personal contribution to the ideal of equal justice for all people. You may have questions about the confidentiality of the proceedings. Because the case is over, you are free to discuss the case with any person you choose. However, you do not have to talk to anyone about the case if you do not want to. If you tell someone you do not wish to talk about it and they continue to bother you, let the court know, for we can protect your privacy. If you do decide to discuss the case with anyone, I would suggest you treat it with a degree of solemnity, so that whatever you say, you will be willing to say in the presence of your fellow jurors or under oath here in open court in the presence of all the parties. Also, if you do decide to discuss the case, please respect the privacy of the views of your fellow jurors. Your fellow jurors fully and freely stated their opinions and deliberations with the understanding they were being expressed in confidence. Again, I thank you for your willingness to give up your time away from your accustomed pursuits and faithfully discharge your duties as jurors. You are now excused. I will be back to speak with you shortly, so I'll show you excused to the jury room. Ms. Daniels, if you would please stand. A jury of your peers has found you guilty of second-degree murder in count 1. The jury has found you guilty in count 2 of reckless endangerment, and the jury has found you not guilty in count 3. As a 13th juror, I approve that verdict. We'll show your bond revoked, and we'll show this matter set for sentencing.
Thank you.
Wait, so she was out on bond.
Yeah,
huh?
I see her bond revoked now. So shit, you might well should have let her stay out for sentencing, unless she gonna get a different bond hearing for it. But shit,
Yeah.
We'll need to do a pre-sentence report. If we could get a shorter date to get the pre-sentence report back.
Okay.
That way we don't have to reset it once we get it.
Okay.
We can reserve January the 12th
Or
and
just
then get a sooner date for the report.
Actually hoping to be in Cabo that week.
On January 12th?
I'm hoping.
Okay.
my nigga said I'm gonna be in Cabo that
We
week.
can get a December date and then pick a date. That's fine. It's just to get the report.
December 17th.
December the 17th, a good day. All
Yes, Your
right.
Honor.
Yes.
All right, we'll show this matter set for sentencing on December the 17th. All right, we can show court adjourned.
All right. So the court stands adjourned till Monday morning, 9 a.m.
They coming back Monday?
Probably just the lawyers. The jury's done.
I know the jury's done.
Probably just the lawyers for their whatever the fuck shit. She ain't gonna be back there Monday. Oh well, Monday could be to see if she gets bond until sentencing. Since she can prove she's already been out on bond, she ain't no risk.
So, but at least she got to go to jail this weekend. Damn.
Well, at least it's Friday.
And she should have been in jail. The hell, get away with murdering a black man. Got that's fucked up.
I'm taking.
I kept it nice over here. Y'all should hear what the hell I said on my channel.
I'm going to watch
it. They gave her a bond, seeing as how she lived in Arkansas.
I mean, I can't believe this shit.
I'm going to watch. I'm going to listen, man. When I get off of here.
Oh, I use some bad. I use some very colorful language for this woman.
She had to
because this shit don't make no sense. If we smack a woman, we can't use none of these excuses to even get out of a little bit of jail time. We just talking about jail time. You ain't going to
prison. You don't have feelings, man. Your heart, you know what I'm saying? Your heart cannot be broken, sir, even though they'll ask you who hurt you.
And that's just a smack. She straight up shot this dude dead in his living room or in the kitchen. Well, it was in his damn house.
Listen, she did listen, people. She did get second-degree murder for the man.
That's not
even
enough.
Though I think it was premeditated. She got off on that. I think it was premeditated. I think it should have been first degree. And then she got, for the woman, she got reckless endangerment, which kind of sort of made sense. And I kind of figured they were going to do that with the wife. Because even the wife said, the woman said she didn't mean to shoot her, but, you know. I mean, other than the fact that I think that she should have got first degree murder, you know, when it came to that man. Because I definitely feel like it was premeditated. I do. Yeah, I don't see how people get that wrong. To me, honestly, I don't see how people get that wrong.
As long as she get her 20 years, well, she ain't had no time served, so yeah, she need to do 20 to 25.
Shit, I thought she was locked up all this time.
Man, you got rappers out here and people out, man. They getting 5 to 6 years. She ain't getting no 20.
What you think she gonna get mad?
These normal people. Yes, she is.
She might get anywhere between, I would say, 5 to 10.
I don't think
but
so.
I don't think no 20.
Cause she got 2 charges. She's guilty on what does reckless endangerment carry? Cause I think the second degree murder carries 20 to life. If I'm not mistaken.
Because if she get 20 years, in most states, 20 or 25 years is considered life. You know what I'm saying? I don't see after giving us second degree murder, and I don't see them giving her 20 years. It looked rigged to me. I've been saying that for the last couple of days.
I think she should have got first degree too, Natasha.
Aggravated assault in Tennessee could carry up to 20 years.
So what about reckless endangerment?
I don't know about that one. I can look it up.
Google it, sir. That's your Google train.
Hey, I can look it up.
We finna get out of here. I'm tired.
Went through a wall or anything.
Tired as hell. Been a long damn week.
It can be a misdemeanor or a felony depending on aggravating factors. It's a misdemeanor, it's 1129. Felony, 1 to 15 years for class E felony. It doesn't say, but yeah, I guess it's 1 to 15 years.
15?
Required. Anywhere up in there. They're gonna run concurrent though.
Or that woman judge gonna work some magic. She gonna get anywhere between 5 to 10. I mean, that's the way it looked all week, Truth. I mean, what was the reason for all these breaks?
I disagree.
It looked like she was trying to. I was calling it out for the last 2 days. It's like it looked like she's trying to set this up to make it not go to. I mean, I could be wrong, but
they found her guilty, G.
It ain't guilty enough.
The plan didn't work.
She said she said one give
Unless
me
you think
another.
she gonna come in there and sentence her to 2 years probation.
No, that ain't gonna happen. That is not gonna happen. Man, oh man, oh man. I'm tired, y'all.
Me
I
too, and I
appreciate
gotta
y'all.
stay up and watch the Tigers. They don't come on to 8.
Ooh, Trey, I
Gotta
feel
watch
sorry for you. Cause I ain't finna get off of him.
We starting the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Well,
they
I'm gonna
all
see y'all
night.
back. I'm gonna see y'all back tomorrow. I ain't doing no live over there tonight. He's right. She thought the waterworks would let her walk. Oh, absolutely. Truth, do you like your girl hair? Who Adrian talking about that wig, that lace wig she done botched? I'm not gonna say I'm a fan of it, but I'm gonna say look a whole lot better than what she had on her head. I will say that.
She got that wig from Wisconsin.
I will say that, Natasha. It look a whole lot hell of a better than what she been having on her head, girl. She done got rid of the dead. She done buried the possum.
I'm trying to see the strawberry garden, man. What the fuck is going on? Have you seen any updates?
Child, I don't be looking for no updates. And when you text me with one, I get mad as hell. Thank you, Ann. We enjoyed you too, Ann. Thank you, Lady Marie.
Stop the cap.
Do what now?
You chuckle and you watch it. Stop the cap.
I watch it when you review it. Hell.
And Money Boy
When
stopped the
we gonna
fun.
do it? We gonna do it
What-
next week, Miss Anya. Now that we through with the trial, I
What
may
happened
do
to
it this
Paul Wall,
weekend.
man?
Hold on, I may do it this weekend, Tanya. I may do it this weekend. Just let me rest up and get my thoughts together tonight. Natasha, they help for missing in action. She's trying to wait for her strawberry tree to grow. Y'all gotta stop. Y'all know she be wanting to come back with some
Make a
change.
papaya salad. We want to see some papaya salad or something.
I wonder if
And
she
she-
gonna make one because papaya salad is really good.
Probably
I
not.
would love to have a papaya tree.
She gonna get cussed out. She pull anything from that tree.
That is her tree. That's her property. So
You
she
gonna
can,
cause her-
if that tree is on her property, she can pull all the papayas she wants.
Yeah, man,
Don't
man,
do
I'm worried about her and those burglar bars. That's what I'm worried about. The indoor burglar bars. I'm worried that a fire or something break out and she ain't gonna be able to escape.
You a lie. It'd be we got content.
She
Oh,
better
my
stay.
God.
She better stay indoors before she turn into a shish kebab.
My God, today. She don't go nowhere, no way. She don't go nowhere for real. On time she goes somewhere. She said good with life for everything. On time she goes somewhere when she trying to make a little content. That's it. She don't go nowhere. That's why that girl was telling her she needed to get out. Mm-hmm.
I'm sick of
Every time.
Brittany musclehead ass talk about American politics. talk about what them Nigerian presidents doing. Bitch, don't worry about Trump. This is so bad. And it's the most unemployment for black people. Well, at one point in time, they was the most employed ever. So it shit happen. It be trends.
Did you call that girl a musclehead?
I did, musclehead little bastard. Then she tried to Q. That's what Q. She stunted on you. She showed her slave doing her makeup a little bit in her house, a little bit with it. She ain't have to do nothing but sit there and talk like she Oprah or some shit. That's on you, Q. You going talking to the gay nail tech, the best nail tech in Nigeria.
Oh, y'all, the lawyers are speaking. I want to hear what the lawyers got to say. Hold on, y'all.
Yeah, they gonna be.
We got action. Hold on. Huh? Hold on. Damn, which one?
They ended. Oh, did they end the strike?
I see somebody got the lawyers talking. Oh, that's another channel. That's ABC 24 Memphis. That's your local channel. Got the lawyers talking. I need to find it.
Ended the stream. I saw it on Facebook. Oh well, you know what? I didn't check ABC 24. I always forget about them.
Yeah, I want to hear what the lawyers got to say, y'all. Hold on. Y'all can stay if y'all want. I appreciate it. Because when I get out here, I'm going to give me a good night's rest, and we're going to start back up tomorrow.
In this case.
Okay, let me pull it up right quick. We got action.
We hear from the defense at this time. We see them approaching the podium. Let's hear from them now.
I can't get this thing to go back. Damn.
Like the jury polls, your pay equally you. And
all right, I just stopped it. We already heard it all.
As jurors, you are now excused. I will be back to speak with you shortly, so I'll show you excused to the jury room.
And defense today. Now, first, just as a bit of a reminder, Daniels was accused of shooting Mississippi Boulevard Baptist Church pastor Brodus Perry in November of 2019 at his apartment in Collierville. Now, during closing arguments today, the defense harped on the fact that they are not saying Daniels
I'm tired,
completely
baby. You
blameless
probably get no
in this case.
tonight, but
They
I'll
said
get
that
back
she
tomorrow
is guilty, but
in the
not
morning,
guilty of the counts and charges that were initially against her. Now, in opposition to that, the prosecution has noted that they don't believe emotions, they don't believe a heart posture of any way should intentionally get in the way of a ruling that would really serve justice for Brodus Perry in this particular case. Now, again, she was accused in that shooting, found guilty of second-degree murder, found guilty of reckless endangerment, but not guilty on that third count there. As a bit of background, to tell you a bit more about this case, again, she was accused of shooting Brodus Perry at his apartment in Collierville in 2019. She was also accused of shooting his wife. That's also something that has been coming out into these investigations and reports as well. She testified that she had a sexual relationship with Perry that began during a counseling session. He was a well-known and respected pastor, according to what she had testified there. And she claimed that her stepfather was also somebody who was well known in the community, but that there were frequent intervention and disputes between him and her mother at this time. Now, she also said that she was aware that Perry was married when their sexual relationship began. This is according to her testimony, and that she knew more about his wife and got to know her a little bit better through their relationship. She was very visibly emotional at that time when she recounted from the time they met to the time this relationship began. But she also had talked about how she says their primary mode of communication was through messaging, and how there were some discrepancies with some deleted messages immediately after they were sent. So there was quite a bit of detail that she had really recounted in there. You can see her there. She was visibly emotional during that testimony that she gave when she took the stand. But she also talked a lot about the order in which she knew him. She talked about gaining some trust through him, and as those counseling sessions initially began, that's when a deeper relationship really began to form throughout all of that, and eventually leading up to this unfortunate incident there. Again, I think it's really important to note how much the defense in this case was saying that she was not completely blameless in this circumstance and in this situation. They said that she had some fault, that she had never once taken the position that she was somebody who was not at fault in this situation, just that she should not be found guilty in the particular charges that were brought forward in this case there. Now, of course, the prosecution took a different position in saying that those emotions should not get in the way of getting justice for Brodus Perry in this case. And clearly, ultimately, the jury found that a guilty verdict was the way to go in the majority of this case. Now, again, This incident happened in 2019. There were a lot of very specific instances that were talked about throughout the duration of this trial that lasted for several days in this case. She talked about claims that Brodus Perry was rough and, quote, cold with her in a way that she was not used to, especially after she testified that their sexual relationship had began. She also said that the incident made her feel used and in a bad emotional state. And she said that he was often cold towards her during a certain period of time. Again, she did testify that she was aware that he was married and that she was familiar and eventually became closer with his wife, especially after that more intimate relationship began. She also decided to stay with a friend in Pine Bluff after that specific incident. She talked about needing to get away after she says that cold and rough relationship between the two of them eventually began. She did not specifically say what had caused that or why she felt that turn initially happened, but that was certainly a turning point for her in the emotional relationship that she testified she had between her and Perry at that time. She also discussed the events of the day of his murder, April 4th, 2019. She said that she got a text from Perry in that morning, but did not get a response until hours after that happened. She said that there was a breakup that eventually happened there that eventually made her feel worthless in this situation. We do have sound that just came from that verdict and what we were hearing read there. We want to take you to that so you can listen to it now.
State of Tennessee versus Latasha Daniels, indictment number 25-01253. Verdict form count 1. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of second-degree murder as included in count 1 of indictment number 25-01253. State of Tennessee versus Latasha Daniels, indictment number 25-01253. Verdict form count 2. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of reckless endangerment as included in count 2 of indictment number 25-01253. State of Tennessee versus Latasha Daniels, indictment number 25-01253. Verdict form count 3. We, the jury, find the defendant not guilty in count 3 of indictment number 25-01253.
So there you just heard that verdict being read there. Again, Latasha Daniels was found guilty of second-degree murder. She was also found guilty of reckless endangerment, but not guilty of the third count in this case. And again, throughout the duration of this trial, we did hear a lot of specific details about the intimate relationship that Daniels testified she had between Pastor Brodus Perry and about how specifically close they were. She went over text messages. She went over intimate other relationship details, saying that they had a sexual relationship in this case, and even talked about when they eventually broke up, how she wanted to do harm to herself and the several hours that she spent driving to Memphis before Perry's shooting took place, before Perry was killed in that case. So again, lots of very intimate details provided there. I think a really important point to mention there is the way that they were asking about those messages, the way that they were asking about the specifics and how she was able to convey how heartbroken she was between the time that they met, between when she says that he began acting cold-hearted to her after that intimate relationship began, and then eventually when that breakup happened and her wanting to harm herself before spending those hours driving and eventually that shooting in April taking place. There were very specific details mentioned there. She talked about how Daniel specifically talked about how she had not been her normal healthy self in all of this, and that she had not really been in a good mental state for the entire day that the murder took place, which was April 4th, 2019. She also take you down to the courthouse now so you can hear from them.
You are irritated. 2018.
December, I don't remember what date it is. I don't anticipate that she'll be sentenced on that day. That's more just to make sure the progress of the pre-sentence report is in, and then I think we will get a date to sentence her in December, and it may be the first of the year before we actually get a sentence.
And lastly, what factors do you think might have played a role in the verdict?
Well, I mean, you know, the difference between first and second degree murder is premeditation. And the jury, it seems obvious to me, that just made a determination that we had not met our burden of proof on premeditation. We had proved that it was a knowing killing of another person, but we just didn't quite get there on premeditation. And like I said, we can disagree with it and respect it at, both at the same time, and that's where we are. It's not exactly what we asked for, but it's not a bad verdict.
All right, that's it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
I had one thing else.
Okay.
Yeah, this a lot of work went into this case. Carterville PD put a lot of work into it, Tennessee Bureau of Investigations, the medical examiner's office, and a lot of people at our office. So the case was a cumulative effort between a lot of agencies and a lot of work, and we appreciate everything that they did on that as well. Thank you. So by statute, as the range offender that she is, murder, second degree murder carries 15 to 25, and then the reckless endangerment's a Class D. It carries 2 to 4 years.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Hold on, what did he say? Hold on, dude. Come back. Hold on.
Thank you. So by statute, as the range offender that she is, murder, second degree murder carries 15 to 25, and then the reckless endangerment's a Class D. It carries 2 to 4 years.
Damn.
All right, thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
And there we just heard from an attorney of the state, their prosecution in this case, who spoke about the difference between first and second degree murder and the burden of proof that they had in this case. They said the difference between first and second degree murder was premeditation, and that they
what do y'all
simply
think
were
about
not
that? I
able.
think they proved premeditation. What y'all think? Maybe I'm just doing too much.
Yeah, they did.
I thought they did too.
I mean, that's why I said something don't look right, and I seen it 2 days ago, just by how they were moving.
Who was moving, man? Who was moving, man? Because they were going on lunch all the time.
Yeah, it seemed like every time some questions come up, or you know what I'm saying, something that said, they was just automatically going to a break. It looked like they was regrouping. It looked like they had enough time to regroup or whatever the prosecutors were throwing out. That's just to me.
Okay. I'm lost as far as they didn't prove premeditation, because I honestly think they did. That's why he's angry. That man upset. He upset. But you won, dude. Damn.
They wanted to premeditate it.
Yeah, because it's already bad enough. Cause see, for that wife, she can only get 2 to 4. Cause that's that. And the wife didn't pass. She was harmed though, but I think for that man, she should have got first degree. Honestly, I do.
You went into his house and killed him in his house. Let a robber do that.
And then the mere fact that the lady drove all that way to get to him, you had all that time to change your mind, and you had all that time to map out on your brain what you was gonna do, which means it was premeditated. That shit was premeditated. That lady got that gun that same day.
Too many Madea movies.
Not too many Madea movies. Don't put this on Tyler Perry. Tyler Perry ain't got nothing to do with that lady shooting that damn man. That was all on him, because he shouldn't have been lying and cheating and playing around on his wife.
She should have had a brain.
He shouldn't have never gave her that address neither, man.
She should have had a brain.
Hey.
She should have had a brain.
I agree with that too as well. You're not gonna get me on that one, because I agree. I do. Because, not only did you put your own life in danger, you put your wife's life in danger. That lady had no clue what you had going on. It's not fair.
Yeah,
prove
verdict.
that in this particular case. And of course, the jury.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
I was answering Miss Lynn. Yeah, the verdict came in. She got second degree.
She got
Some
second
bullcrap.
degree murder for the guy, Miss Lynn, and she got reckless endangerment for the wife. Mm-hmm.
Found Daniels, again, to recap, guilty of second degree murder, reckless endangerment, but not guilty of count 3 in this case. We hear from the defense at this time. We see them approaching the podium. Let's hear from them now.
I'm waiting for you to say what count. I am waiting for you to say what count 3 is, Moose Mouth, because I can't remember. And you're the damn reporter, and you can't even say it. Now I'm mad. Now I got to look it up. You're not reporting, ma'am. What was count 3? Damn.
One of the things that you guys focused on was, Perry's manipulation and their relationship and how that really resulted in what you guys described as a crime of passion. So how do you all feel with this verdict that came down today?
I mean, I have mixed feelings. From day one, we believe that this was a voluntary manslaughter. We believe count 2, the reckless, was criminal intent reckless homicide was a fair verdict, and we were happy about the not guilty verdict on count 3. So again, we always thought that this was a crime of passion and that there was adequate provocation based upon his manipulation and the things that he did to her during the course of their relationship.
And you all called LaTosha Daniels to testify. Tell me what was the things that you guys thought about when you made that decision.
There was so much of this story that only LaTosha could tell. The police only had so much information, and Tabitha Perry did not have a lot of this information. So there was all of these gaps that there was no explanation for, that LaTosha had to be the one to fill in for the jury. But also, she wanted to tell her story to this jury. She wanted them to understand how she felt when this was happening. And that's why we did push for that voluntary manslaughter and the reckless endangerment, because she was under such emotional distress when this happened that she was not thinking clearly.
When you go to sentencing, will you push the fact that she has no criminal record and try and see if you can get, I think it carries 15 to 25 years, will you try and push for the lower end of that due to no criminal record in the past?
Absolutely. So second-degree murder in Tennessee has, for someone with no prior criminal history, has 2 potential ranges of punishment. There's a mitigated range that carries 13.5 years, and then there is a standard range 1 offender for someone with no prior felonies. That carries 15 to 25 years. We will absolutely be arguing that a woman who is 46 years old and has absolutely no criminal history and has done so much to try to better those around her while she was incarcerated. She wrote a book for incarcerated
now I'm totally
mothers.
confused. Okay, so listen, people. Listen. On count 1, the jury found Daniels guilty of second-degree murder, not first-degree murder. We get that. On count 2, Daniels was found guilty of reckless endangerment, not attempted first-degree murder. On count 3, she was found not guilty of employment of a firearm during a felony. How is that possible? Didn't she use that gun to shoot this dude that she was just found guilty of doing? So how in the hell is she not guilty?
She wasn't a
of
felon.
employment of a firearm during a felony?
Oh, during the felony. Oh, I don't know.
Who are these wackadoodles? Who's the jury? Trey, go find your peoples.
He paid for them. Paid for their lunch and everything. All the breaks they took, he done paid for all of them.
That don't make sense.
They went
She
to happy
used
hour
the
too.
gun to commit the felony. So how is she not guilty of employment of a firearm during a felony? Make it make sense. See, this is why my brain be hurting sometimes. This is really why.
She wrote a book for the children of incarcerated mothers. She has lived her life trying to help people. What happened on April the 4th of 2019 was not the actions that ever would have happened with Latasha Daniels if she was not in that state of distress.
And how is she feeling? I know
So
you guys have
once
probably been
again,
able to
blame the victim. Okay.
talk to her. How is she feeling right now?
I mean, go ahead.
I think she's a little bit in shock. I think she's struggling with the idea that she's going to probably have to spend at least another decade in prison. But I think she also understands that, you know, this happened for a reason, and the way she handled her previous incarceration, I think she's going to be fine.
Could that prior
Oh,
prison
wait a
time
minute.
count
So she must have spent some time in there before making bond. If she was out on bond, because he's talking like she's done some time. Mm-hmm.
Oh, absolutely. Whatever jail time she had, jail credit she had built up, that'll count toward the ultimate sentence she'll receive in Division 2.
I know you weren't the original attorney on this, but since you've worked with it, what has it been like as you've worked through it, what you've discovered? Has it been like peeling back an onion, or when you got it, was it really already mostly there? The evidence and the proof.
So like I said, this has been a very unique type of case that we talked to the jury about that day one, in that there's actually a disparity of information in our favor in this case, which is very, very unusual. So a lot of the discovery was not disputed information. Where the dispute came was from the mental state, and that could only come from Latasha.
I think the other big point that needs to be emphasized here is, you know, a lot of times in our society, we only view abuse as physical. And in this case, this really highlighted the mental abuse that she went through with this person that took advantage of her. I mean, he was supposed to be her therapist, and he knew her deepest, darkest secrets, and he used that against her, especially with her being a person that had prior mental health issues.
Attorney Horn, I arrived late and I apologize if this has been asked. Has she spoken to the pastor's wife since the shooting?
I don't think she's ever.
She wouldn't have been legally allowed to. There would have been bond conditions and other court order prohibitions against contact.
Has she expressed any interest in reaching out to her and apologizing or having a conversation with her?
I think that's something that probably will be addressed at sentencing, and just knowing Latasha, getting to know her and the person that she is, I'm almost 99% sure that she will write a letter or make statements to Tabitha about her actions and apologizing for her actions. Because even in their banter back and forth, she was, you know, she didn't want to shoot her. She never meant to shoot her, and she was shocked. I think Tabitha was shocked when she was shot.
And Latasha has been genuinely remorseful in all of our communications with her, not just to Tabitha, but even as to Brody every day.
Is she getting mental health therapy in jail, and do you think that therapy is adequate?
She's been out of custody. She has been getting mental health help, and I know that I'm confident that she will continue to get mental health help, and I hope that they offer adequate services, but we won't know until time shows.
How much time did she spend in jail before the trial?
About 4 years. So she's got a little time under her belt.
Will that count toward the sentence?
Yes.
Time served, you think?
No.
No?
It will count as jail credit, but that will not cover the range of exposure.
I think that's it. Or is anything else you want to add?
No.
Names just to have it
Arthur Horn, ARTHURHORNE.
Lauren Few.
There, we just finished hearing some really important points in this case from Latasha Daniels' attorneys there. I want to run through a couple of things that they said and the differences between what we just heard from state attorneys versus what we just heard from the defense in this case. First, recapping what we just heard about the mental and emotional abuse that they said that Latasha Daniels had encountered through all of this, specifically about how a relationship that was supposed to be counseling based, that was supposed to be positive and encouraging, eventually turned into something that they say was mentally and emotionally damaging in this particular case. They harped on how Latasha is genuinely remorseful for her actions and that she carries this with her every day, and that she has expressed remorse towards what happened to Brodus Perry as well as his wife in this particular instance. They also say that they believe this was a crime of passion and that they want to make sure that the public overall encourages and understands rather that this was a crime of passion. This was something that was emotionally driven, and that Latasha was the only person who could tell her story in this particular case. So clearly, lots there. Again, just to recap for anybody who might just be joining us, Latasha was found guilty of second-degree murder, reckless endangerment, but not guilty in that third count there. And we will, of course, continue to update you all on all of our ABC 24 platforms with more information and have more on this tonight at ABC 24 News at 10. Thank you for joining us.
Continue with us and watch.
All right, y'all. Long day. 10 hours. Not stop bringing up old shit. Man, she is.
I mean, I got to fight for the brother, man.
You can't fight for him because he was wrong. Now, did he deserve to die? No, I don't.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He was wrong, but still, we can't allow this woman to get away with this because I mean, not saying that. The stuff that we go through off the little bit of stuff, you know what I'm saying? It's like you gonna let her just get away with it.
Who is we? We Perry. Who is we?
Like if we have a man, if we have a man that put his hands on a woman, and this is just putting his hands on the woman, he might smack her once, might smack her twice. He's wrong. But if she end up taking him to court, I mean, he probably won't get 15 to 20, but he gonna go through the mill just for that little bit when it looked like she got the easy way out.
I'm not gonna say
all because of her feelings.
Well, I'm not gonna say she got the easy way out. She definitely beat that murder, that first degree. I think that's not cool. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think that's cool that she didn't get she didn't get first degree murder. They proved she premeditated that. They did.
Mm-hmm.
No, he was wrong. Did he deserve to die? No. You know how I feel about people deciding other people's fate. You can't do that. You can't do that. You can't be deciding right here deciding other people's fate. Tony said he was 100% wrong. Also, now it wasn't up to her to unalive him, but he was definitely skanky. I agree, Tanya.
I'm taking it easy on her. Leave him alone.
Ain't nobody bothering him, man.
That woman, y'all acting like that woman that had no damn brain. She knew
that's
what the hell she did.
That's a lie. I said, see how you doing, man? You always do this. Because I said that woman knew exactly what she was doing. She planned it out. She mapped it out. She got the credentials to do so. She knew what to do, what to say, how to act. She knew to stand there looking blindly at the cops after she shot them people. She knew not to run. She knew all the things to do, right? To try to say that there was an emotional break. I ain't giving her credit for nothing.
How come they didn't search her internet history and all that stuff?
How do you know she did? How do you know they didn't?
Yeah, usually they'll bring it up. She didn't look none of this up. She just went off the fly.
All that woman did was got that message from that man. Went and bought that gun, wrote that fake ass letter, and took her ass to Memphis and unalived that man. She didn't have to do no research. She knew exactly what she was gonna do. She knew exactly what she was gonna do.
That's
You
all
gotta
right. Next
remember
case, I'm gonna be right.
You gotta remember what field she was in, man. This lady was an anger management counselor. She had a PhD, went to school for anger management, all this stuff.
And they still let her get away?
That's what I'm saying. All that shit weighed in. I don't understand what Memphis is slow. Trey, we don't fuck with Memphis, Trey. Like, we don't fuck with Memphis.
Man, so how many people paid her for anger management? That's who they should have brought in. She shouldn't even have that job.
They ass probably locked up too. Shit. How you gonna counsel a motherfucker on anger management and you let your anger get the best of you and unalive this damn man? How does that work?
And then she went to somebody. Is the pastor a guidance counselor or have any kind of paperwork for psychology in it? Well, you gotta have psychology to be a pastor. That all runs together. But
yeah,
never mind.
Well, y'all, I'm tired. I'm tired of talking about her. That wig done traumatized me. I probably see it in my sleep, and I'm finna go. I see y'all tomorrow. I'm going.
Yeah, we gonna be haunted by that wig.
Hell yeah. I appreciate each and every one of you all. I appreciate my panel so much, Mad TV. Y'all make sure y'all, can't click on the link.
Yeah, they can. If they on a laptop or a computer, they should be able to see it.
Okay, so if you can click on his link, go check his channel out. Shout out to Money Boy. Click on Money Boy's link. I think they was dropped in the chat. But I'm tired. I can't even think no more. I appreciate y'all too. I do. Shout out to the chat too as well. If you are watching this replay or if you're in here right now, you're not subscribed, hit that subscribe button. Hit the notification bell. We will be back next week with some, I don't know if it's going to be a trial. I don't know what it's going to be. I do know we're going to be covering that Tubi documentary, A Perfect Neighbor. But that might happen this weekend, so stay tuned. All right, Natasha. I'll see y'all tomorrow. I love y'all and appreciate y'all so much. Y'all be safe, be blessed, never stressing. Until next time, Truth Seekers stand up and we out. Y'all be good.